Like, listen, all right, I don't like Stanley.
Stanley, the Navy man, thinks he's so wise. He reads all
I think the
them
only
books
person I have
with
been
the
was Stanley.
squint in his eyes. Spins till so wild, like ships in the sky. But whose words
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious. Like,
You don't think one parent influence is detrimental?
yes, he does.
I literally said they need to understand
American
that
culture.
it's a white
If they
people
want to
problem.
beef with you,
Okay,
it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think it's okay?
Welcome to another episode of Conversations with Coleman. My guest today is Dr. Cornel West. Dr. West is a philosopher, political activist, and public intellectual. A longtime professor at institutions including Harvard and Princeton, he has been one of the most prominent left-wing voices in American public life for more than 4 decades. He was also an independent candidate in the 2024 U.S. presidential election. This week is all about America at 250. We talk about how American history should be taught at the K through 12 level. We talk about the moral status of American capitalism. We talk about whether the secularization of the Western world is a net good. We talk about what it's like to run for president. And finally, I asked Dr. West for his opinion on the Drake-Kendrick beef. So without further ado, Dr. Cornel West. Okay, Dr. Cornel West, thank you so much for coming on my show.
Welcome to Stanley versus the world, everyone. If anybody's out there, as you trickle in, or if you hear this on a replay, please make sure you hit the like button. And if you wander in and you're new, please subscribe to the show. Check us out, kick the tires. Who knows? We may be going where you want to go. From what I hear, Cornel West pretty much does some lessons for Coleman. Coleman Hughes has an annoying habit of let's call it the arrogance of youth. He wants to treat everyone, these people who have been professors for years. He seems to think he's their intellectual equal. And from what I understand, Cornel West just runs circles around him. So that's why I'm even watching this. I'm not really a Coleman Hughes fan. I think he's a bore. But if Cornel West is there, I'm there. What's up, dirty dude? How you doing?
Thank you, my brother. You're very kind to have me. Very much so.
It's been a couple of years since I've seen you. We actually did, remember we did an event a couple of years ago in New York City.
We were together, I think, at the Beacon Theater. We had a wonderful dialogue. I met your wonderful father, the brother Dwayne.
That's right. Good memory.
Yeah, we had a good time. We had a good time, though, man. Definitely. Indeed.
Ever since then, I've been calling you the Black Dalai Lama because you're the definition of good vibes. Everyone who's met you knows this, but people out there don't know this, that you famously light up a room just by being in it. You're just one of those people.
Wow, you very kind, though, brother. You very kind, but
it's a special thing to have.
Oh, indeed, you're so kind.
So, the occasion of this conversation is I was trying to see who would be a good guest to talk to about America's 250th birthday and everything that means, all the questions that raises about how this American project is doing, the accomplishments that have been made, the struggles we're still facing, the seeming constant state of psychological crisis that we all feel with respect to politics. Maybe not all of us, but many of us. And your name came up, and I thought you'd be the perfect guest. And a lot of the themes in your work struggle with the same themes that many people are going to be talking about as we think about America's 250th. Um, in particular, the moral state of the country, right? Like how are we doing as a people? To what extent are we living up to the ideals of the founding fathers? To what extent was the promise of America itself corrupted by its very incomplete realization at for the first 100 years, arguably the first 180 years, 190 years of the country? Have we transcended those flaws coming up on this birthday? And I guess I tee all of that up for you to see what you're thinking, what you're
It's so funny. Um, Oddly enough, the more history I read, the less enamored I am with the quote ideals of the founding fathers. A lot of it was just like window dressing. Um, they were not saints, and we need to stop treating them like they were saints. Great men, bold men, yeah, it takes a lot to found a country, but they were humans, flaws, etc. In the ideals of the founding fathers. A lot of it was just words.
thinking about the state of the American project at this time.
Mm, mm. Well, man, I appreciate the number of
I also want to add the founding fathers did not live up to their ideals. So why should we? Why are we held to a higher standard than the people who wrote the words?
issues you raised, though, brother. You, for me, the first thing to keep in mind is that the American experiment must be looked at against the backdrop not just of modern history, but of human history.
Mhm.
And for me, most of human history is the history of organized greed and weaponized hatred and routinized cruelty and institutionalized indifference to the weak and vulnerable.
Mhm.
We are a wretched species. We have to just acknowledge that in terms of the history of humanity, history of the human species. And what we're looking for then are what are those moments of interruption that can push back the greed, push back the hatred, push back the cruelty, push back the indifference, and create some kind of constructive vision and sense of possibility. Anything you create, given that backdrop, is going to be incomplete.
Mm.
Anything you create against that backdrop is going to be imperfect, it's going to be inadequate, it's going to be insufficient. The American experiment was one of those moments of interruption to say there's a possibility of creating a constitutional republic in which a slice of the voices of ordinary people can be heard to push back the greed and the hatred and power of monarchs, of kings. Now, in that sense, it's a very important moment and not to be downplayed. Now, of course, the forms of organized greed and weaponized hatred would be ongoing because you've got indigenous peoples, the vicious attacks and genocidal effects. You've got barbaric enslavement of your descendants and my descendants and so forth. But they're human beings. They're not just black people in the abstract. They're precious human beings. You got white brothers who can't vote because they have no property. You have the you have old women who have no assets. So that we have to be able to look at the American experiment at its very beginning against the backdrop of what Edward Gibbon, who publishes Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire in 1776, right? The same year as the founding of the American experiment. And what does he say? Human history is little more than the register of human crimes and follies. He's right about that in many ways. But when you actually stretch out that little more. What is that something more that great William James talked about? That something more is those moments of interruption in which on a personal interpersonal.
I hate to uh-oh. Sorry, folks. I just locked up my computer by accident. So give this a couple seconds, but I was going to pause it anyway. This number one, Coleman Hughes, PhD, sorry, a philosophy undergraduate at Columbia University, trying to match wits with Cornell West, who has written philosophy books. And I can't remember the name of it. I haven't bought it, but supposedly when he wrote this book, it just blew. People don't understand. Cornell West has written like this philosophy book that was like really like seminal. They teach the book. So, you know, a philosophy undergrad trying to match wits with Cornell West. Cornell West literally just took book knowledge and applied it to real life. I'm in love with this dude. This dude is he will take your youthful arrogance and teach you like one of his students. And I love that. I wish he could come to YouTube. I got a couple people, probably including myself. I would love for him just to talk to in school. So give this a second. It's my fault that this thing locked up this time. And in the meantime, how you been, Dirty? I haven't really interacted with you. I've seen you in the chat, of course, but how's life been treating you? And again, thank you for that support the other day. You are a blessing to this show. So let me say that. Now, what is StreamYard doing here? Is it locked up everything?
Personal level, you have.
Let's see here. What have I done to StreamYard? There we go. All right. Well, let's continue with this.
Loves and grins and hugs. On a macro social level, you have solidarity of people organizing to bring power and pressure to bear. And what the American experiment did was created a possibility because it built in a revision, of course, with the amendments of the Constitution, with the possibilities of expansion of the public, the possibility of the broadening of voices from below to sustain some moment of interruption against the backdrop of the greed and the hatred and the cruelty and the indifference. Now, you jump forward to 2026. What do we have? Well, one, we have an American experiment that because it viewed itself as so exceptional, somehow not just a beacon of liberty in the city on the hill, but outside of those very dominant forces of history, greed, hatred, cruelty, indifference. Somehow America would escape all of those. Now, you know, that's just what would be the right word here, sophomore utopian projection. America was created by human beings.
Yeah.
But it's against the backdrop of what I just noted. What has happened back and forth, not just under Trump, but this has been happening for 250 years, is the oscillation between the intensifying of the organized greed and the weaponized hatred, and then the push back, the attempt to gain some kind of alternative so that the greed and the hatred are not always in the driver's seat. And that's a very, very difficult thing. This is where you really do come to, at least for me, you see the best of the Black freedom tradition, brother. Because see, the best of the Black freedom tradition has been one that say what? We're not living in denial. Black folk have never believed America was the grand beacon of of liberty when you're enslaved, beacon of liberty when Jim Crow. No, not at all. But at the same time, we've had a soul craft. We've had a character formation in the best of our leadership. From Harriet Tubman to Martin King to Frederick Douglass to A. Philip Randolph that said what? Said exactly what Emmett Till's mother said when her child was buried. I don't have a minute to hate. I will pursue justice for the rest of my life. So that in the face of all of that ugly greed, we don't just promote more greed. In the face of the hatred, we just don't promote more hatred. In the face of the cruelty and the indifference, we don't say we can we can promote cruelty better than those who are promoting cruelty against us. No, there's a spiritual and a moral excellence that had to be taken serious. And the black folk don't gain access just by means of skin pigmentation. No, we got a whole history of black cowards and gangsters and thugs and criminals. It is soul craft. It's character formation. That's where Martin King comes from. That's where Harriet Tubman comes from. That's where John Coltrane comes from. I know you, jazz man, brother, playing your trombone.
Yeah.
With that J.J. Johnson shot all through you out of Indianapolis.
That's right.
Been studying at Juilliard. Where's that blues and jazz come from? Raising questions about what it means to be human. At the deepest level, it cuts deeper than gender and class and race and color and nation. It is human. Those are moral and spiritual dimensions that are so important. And that's one of the reasons why the best of the Black freedom tradition has been the leaven in the American democratic loaf. There would have been so much more hatred and greed if Black people had formed the Black version of the Ku Klux Klan. We refuse to do it on moral and spiritual grounds. That's very important.
Yeah.
And part of our aim is to keep that tradition alive no matter what the circumstances and conditions are, not just here, but of course, with solidarity of people who were being oppressed and hated and terrorized around the world, no matter who they are, no matter what part of the country, no matter which corner of the globe they are.
Okay, you raise a lot of things there. I want to follow up on. I want to go back to the beginning. You made an incredibly important observation, one that I've thought, in my own conceptual language many times, which is that everything depends on whether you judge America against the backdrop of the world in which it was born, or whether you judge it in a vacuum. And this is true not just of America. This is actually true of every major religion too, right? Like if you judge what the Old Testament says by modern standards, it's slavery's legal in there, right? It doesn't say get rid of your slaves. It says here's how you regulate slavery. If you judge the Quran against the backdrop of today, again, slavery is legal, women are second-class citizens, and all the rest. If you judge it against the world that it actually came into, many of these texts were relatively progressive, right? Right. Like the fact that the Quran told you to, treat your slaves nicely and consider even manumitting them as an optional act of kind of service. That was progressive relative to the norm at the time, which was everyone enslaving everyone, period. Right.
That's right.
So it's crucial to judge things in their context. My worry with how people learn American history is what they learn is that America founded itself on liberty and simultaneously kept Black people in bondage. Purely hypocritical. Many of them knew it was hypocritical at the time. Some of them were.
Now, I await how that's not truth. Everything he said is true, and it should be taught that way.
More courageous and principled in fighting it. Some were more practical, less principled, and so forth. But what they don't learn is the backdrop, right? So if you don't understand that slavery was the norm pretty much everywhere in the world at the time, including on the continent of Africa, in the Middle East, in Korea, in China, serfdom in Russia, if you learn about it and avoid, you come away feeling much more like America is a case study in hypocrisy mainly, rather than
Did any of those places have a declaration of independence that said all men are created equal? Come on, Coleman. This is first grade. Dude, you have to compare America in a constitutional vacuum, you moron.
a case study in the attempt to be better. And my question is really for you. Have you thought much about what it is that Americans should learn about their country, let's say K through 12? And to add one more element to this, I believe very strongly in what I would call the curation problem, where everyone thinks the problem with history is like the problem that people lie about history, which is true, right? People lie. They say the Holocaust didn't happen. They say the slaves were happy. They say all this nonsense that has been debunked by careful scholars over the years. But the much deeper problem with history is the curation problem. It's the fact that you've only got 1 hour a day and a few pages in a textbook and 2 class field trips a year, and you have to pick what's important. And by definition, you have to exclude most of what happened. And so by your choice of what to teach, assume everything is taught correctly, factually. Your mere choice of what to teach and therefore what not to teach is imparting a kind of values of its own. And so how do we deal with that? Like, what do we actually teach young Americans about their country?
Yeah, that's a very powerful question, though, brother. And for me, I just begin with the notion that all of us human creatures, we human beings, we are cracked vessels. And the best that we ever do is to learn how to love our crooked neighbors with our crooked hearts. And what that means then is that when you approach trying to understand the complexity of history, all of the ambiguous legacies of history, the good and the bad that exist simultaneously in the same traditions, all of that is a question of cultivating some kind of genuine humility. But see, if you begin reading American history on the assumption that somehow Americans are so exceptional and special and chosen, and therefore our history is going to be very different than the Russians and the Chinese and the Guatemalans and the Ethiopians and the Mongolians and the Persians, then you're already on a sentimental road rather than on a realistic road. And the great Oscar Wilde used to say, what? Cynicism is the flip side of sentimentalism. So that if you start with sentimental notions of all the good on one side and all the bad on the other, and then you discover, lo and behold, the country that you thought was so exceptional is just like other countries. You got good and bad. You got hatred and difference. You got love and you got cruelty and so forth. So that humility is a shattering of this false sentimentalism that leads towards cynicism, and it generates a realism that's predicated on this, though, brother. You know it better than anybody else coming out of that wonderful philosophy department at Columbia University, man, which is the fallible quest for truth and goodness and beauty. And if when you predicate it on the fallible quest for truth, and part of the condition of truth is what? To allow suffering to speak, your own suffering and the others, when you're talking about history. Part of beauty, as the great Rilke says, beauty ain't nothing but the first touch of tear that we can bear. So beauty, very much like the blues and jazz, or very much like Beethoven, comes from wrestling with deep, unflinchingly honest encountering with suffering and grief and loss. And goodness has to do with unflinchingly looking at the evil, not just in others, not just in society, but in one's self. And how then do you muster the armor to fight back the worst to accent the best? So that, for example, I've lectured for kindergarten. Some of my best lectures, actually, some of my peak lectures have been to kindergarten, brother. And I look at those brothers and sisters and say, oh, I'm looking at your eyes. Your eyes are the windows of your soul. How many of you all take a bullet for your mama? And they jump up. I say, I'm in the right place. I'm in the right place. Now, in loving your mama, is your mama perfect? Is she pure? Is she always right at every instant? Get real quiet. Let's be honest. No, she isn't, but you still love her, don't you? You still, yes, I do, brother. Stand up if you love your mama. Then stand up. Oh, now we get a little Socratic dimension to this thing. Because Socrates is about what? Noble discontent, an appreciation of what you have, but a willingness to be critical of yourself, society, and the world. So when we approach American history, we have to say, now let us look at what's going on with George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, what's going on with Thomas Paine from England, what's going on with the enslaved folk, what's going on with Phyllis Wheatley, in any of the figures, voices of that time. We're going to look for the best. We're going to look for the worst, just like your mama. We're going to look for that which can sustain us personally, socially, politically, civically, and we're going to look for what stands in the way, and what stands in the way is always heavy, brother. This is my blues sensibility, you see.
So how do you deal with I mean, to the extent that America has been a force for good in the world, um, uh, a lot of that is because America is a big country. We exist from sea to shining sea. There was, as you know, throughout the 19th century, common assumption among Americans of all political stripes that America ought to conquer the continent. I'm reading a biography of Washington right now, and I didn't know this. He usually referred to America in the early years as an empire, not as a republic. But what he meant by it was not an overseas empire like Britain. He meant this continent. Like we've got to get a hold on this continent, and the idea of providence. I don't know. I don't think most of the founding fathers didn't necessarily believe in a God that was answering prayers every day, but they
Right.
believed in a divine force that was guiding the hand of the American Revolution towards victory and towards conquest of the continent. And this is what every textbook taught probably until 1900. And the textbooks would teach that there was that God sent a wind to help carry Washington's troops over the Delaware, and this kind of thing. All of this, by modern ethics, looks just like excuses for colonization, um, and and in some cases genocide, but certainly colonization. And yet, the America that we inherit today, with Texas and California, you could add the Mexican War to this, right? Like, we started that war by all historical accounts. I mean, even if technically a Mexican fired the first shot, we effectively provoked it on purpose,
True.
as a land grab, um, and viewed in isolation. Like, yeah, that seems like a pretty unethical act by most people's ethics today. But the end result was, I think, a large country that was a force for good on the planet and has been, um, for all the intervening years. How do you reconcile that? How do you make sense of all that philosophically, right? Because if you are speaking purely in consequentialist terms, you can think along the lines of, well, all of those terrible actions led to a result of a country that has fought for liberty, around the world, served as an example to other countries, beat the Soviet Union, beat Nazi Germany, bequeathed a peace dividend since World War II, most peaceful era basically in human history since 1945, under the American de facto empire. And yet, we violated all of these principles that most of us believe in to this day. So as a philosopher, how do you think about the ethics of that?
Mhm. I think the important thing to keep in mind, though, brother, is the variety of voices and figures and movements in the history of the American Empire. Uh, the first thing you do, and you already noted this, you've got to reject all forms of monolithic and homogeneous characterizations of the American Empire. There's no such thing as American Empire being one thing. This takes us back to the philosophical question of the one and the many, right? So, for
Yes.
example, when we say it's a force for good, you say,
Yes. 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 I talk about this all the time. Culture is not just one thing. Black culture, white culture, why racialized culture for starters? But yes, American empire, yes. Life does not work that way. Sometimes there is truth in the complications. And Coleman Hughes is getting a re-education here. Okay. Did you hear Dr. West bring up Columbia's philosophy department, of which Coleman Hughes is a graduate of? Dude, I guarantee you Cornell West has taught some of those. Cornell West has probably taught some of Coleman Hughes' professors. He knows how Hughes was trained, and Coleman Hughes doesn't live up to his education. Now, I don't know this. I'm kind of listening to what Cornell West is saying. Dude, this dude would have been better just sticking with Juilliard and becoming a jazz musician. Obviously, he wasn't good enough to do that.
well, look at Mexico. When he pushed out the French to defend the Mexicans, the United States did that. That was a force for good. Mexican War, no, Thoreau's going to jail, and Emerson's got a critique because it's a phony war. And of course, Ulysses S. Grant, who was part of it, would say the same thing in his in his memoir, right? So that the first thing you have to keep in mind is there's a variety of figures and perspectives, sometimes variety of perspectives in the same figure. Lincoln, on the one hand, will give an inaugural address the first time and talk about, I'm open to compromising with Black people being enslaved in perpetuity. Frederick Douglass called him what? The slave hound from Illinois. That's Frederick Douglass. Part of Lincoln's greatness was what? He changed his mind. 1872, he meets with the leaders. He wants to send them to Haiti. He wants to send them. We can't live together. We have to have Black people leaving. He changed his mind at the end by 1864. Maybe we can create a multiracial democracy. Then you get the second inaugural address, one of the greatest speeches ever given, not just in the United States, but given by a politician, by elected official. And what is it about? It's about humility. It's about everyday people. It's about two sides praying to the same God, predicated on a barbaric evil of enslaving these peoples. And he's speaking in the midst of hundreds and hundreds of thousands of precious human beings who have been killed in the Civil War. He's growing all the time. Now that's not normal for human beings, let alone politicians. Most people don't grow like that. That level of maturity is not widely distributed, unfortunately. It takes a lot of courage. Courage is never, ever in high supply in any context, any group, any society. You got to cultivate that at the highest level, and it's a very difficult thing to do. But thank God there's always a cloud of witnesses to do that. But in saying all this, what I'm actually saying is that we have to be able to keep track of the American voices that have been critical of American crimes. You have to keep track of the non-American voices from outside that have been critical of American crimes. And those American voices come in all colors. One of the great contributions of the United States is the stress on the dignity, sanctity, voice, and presence of everyday people in the shaping of their destinies, mediated by their participation in the institutions that shape those destinies. Now, you can call it democratic, small d, or whatever it is. That has inspired people around the world. And that's the best of Emerson. That's the best of Whitman. That's the best of the blues and Louis Armstrong. That's the best. We can go on and on and on. That's the best of Ellison. That's the best of Richard Wright. That's the best of early Saul Bellow. That's the best of, we got so many American writers who accent that in a very, very powerful way. Thomas Pynchon's still alive. He almost 85 years old. Toni Morrison, all of these folk. Now, it's not just by virtue of them being Americans, because you've got Americans who are highly critical of the voices of ordinary people. And those are very important voices too, right? When John Adams argued the demos can be as tyrannical as kings. I'm not a Democrat. John Adams got a strong point. But it's a challenge for Democrats like ourselves. It's a challenge. For him, it was a conclusion. Right? Democracy? No. Plato's right about democracy. It's always one of the unruly passion. It's always one of the ubiquitous ignorance of the demos who refuses to be cultivated, refuses to undergo maturation, and will always result in tyranny. That's Plato in the Republic. That's a powerful argument.
God damn. Look at this man weave all these books together in a cogent narrative. And Coleman Hughes is silent. Dude is being schooled. Little YNs like Coleman Hughes. I think he's just maybe 30 by now, maybe a tad over 30. Dude, he is getting his master's in philosophy right now, and I am here for it and loving it. There's some YNs, old YNs on these YouTube streets that need to, Cornel West needs to come into these YouTube streets, and he never will, and clean some fucking house.
That's in the skeleton. That's the skeleton in our closet as small d Democrats. John Adams had the same thing. Henry Adams, one of the greatest men of letters in the education of Henry Adams, same argument. Anti-democratic arguments. I don't believe in the capacity of the demos to undergo education, culture, cultivation, and maturation to really govern themselves. They will be just as tyrannical as the kings and suzerains and monarchs of the past. Yeah, you know, you look at Hitler in the 30s, you look at the majority of white Americans supported slavery, majority of white Americans supported Jim Crow. That's the tyranny of the majority that the great de Tocqueville talked about. Democracy can't be just about majorities, or you just end up with a tyranny of the majority. Yes, John Adams has a crucial point, but we come back as small d Democrats and say, but we want those voices to be heard, especially as those voices are able to undergo forms of education and cultivation and maturation so they don't become just as autocratic as the autocracies that have crushed them. But it's always an open question, always an open question. So that when I hear my right-wing brothers and sisters say, well, Brother West, Trump was elected over and over, so you've got to somehow not just acknowledge that, but as a Democrat, go along with the majority. Never in a million years. No. In the name of Socrates and Jesus and Martin King and Fannie Lou Hamer and Dorothy Day, we're talking about moral and spiritual excellence. This is not about just majority, but we respect the right of the majority to be wrong, because we're not autocrats. If the majority votes in a way we disagree with, that doesn't mean we cut their necks off. That doesn't mean we silence them. We lost. Now, keep
Yeah.
in mind, there is a sense in which my beloved daughter always reminds me. She said, Dad, look like you have been tied to lost causes all your life. You calling for the abolition of poverty, the abolition of white supremacy, some trying to tame hyper predatory capitalism in such a way that it can satisfy needs rather than put short-term profits at the center, dealing with all the various challenges. Are those lost causes? In a certain sense, in any historical moment so far, yes, they have been, but there's been movement, there's been amelioration, there's been betterment, there's been some relative progress. No doubt about that, but it's a lost cause in terms of it being fully realized. Oh, there's no doubt about that. But I do think that, when we reflect on July 4th, 250 years ago, that if we can't do justice to the fallibility of the quest for a constitutional republic, given the backdrop of thousands of years of vicious forms of monarchy and rule by unaccountable elites, then shame on us. But that doesn't mean then that we end up just crowning and exalting uncritically what took place 250 years ago. Because why? We are pursuers of truth, beauty, goodness. Those three are always bigger than any historical moment, bigger than any individual, bigger than any movement.
Yeah. So one of the one of I forget the way your daughter put it, but one of the fights she said that you've been waging, maybe without winning, is against predatory capitalism. I don't know exactly how you put it.
Right,
Um,
right.
this is a subject I think perhaps I think about differently than you do, but I'm curious to see if there is a difference. From my perspective, clearly one of the reasons why America has been such a successful country, and in particular, such a country that the poor, the multiracial, multicultural poor of the world are by and large dying to get into, is because we've had an economy that grows, 2 to 3% every year for a very long time. We inherited strong institutions from Britain, the rule of law, um, enforcement of contracts, open and competitive markets. And all of that has made us a wealthy country and an innovative country. And the sum total of that has been such an enormous benefit to the people who live here that the poor of the world are, as I said, dying to get in still to this day. Um, I count I count America's success at capitalism as one of the prime reasons for that.
Mm,
And so when I hear the word capitalism, I have largely positive connotations with it.
mm,
And when I hear critiques of it that don't acknowledge that's really at the core of why this is such a desirable place to be a striving poor person. Right? It's like either all the immigrants of the world are like wrong and stupid to come here, or they know something. I,
mm,
I think they know something, which is that this is where you want to be. So what accounts for that if America is, a predatory capitalist hellscape, as so many people I think on parts of the left would contend?
yeah, yeah. No, that's a fascinating question, a very important one. I would never deny, my dear brother, the unprecedented levels of opportunity and upward mobility that the American capitalist machine has been able to present to itself.
Dude, all you need to do is look at Doge, where, and I'm going to talk about Doge. That's predatory capitalism right then and there. Donald Trump's meme coin, where he rakes in $800 million or something like that, but its supporters lose 3 billion plus. Predatory capitalism. No one needs a Donald Trump meme coin. They just fucking did it to make some money. That's predatory. Look at the mortgage crisis in 2007. Predatory capitalism. Dude, Coleman Hughes, I don't know whether he is just like asking questions just to be asking questions or whether he's just this dumb. And I'm going to have to say, I vote for he is just this dumb. For someone who is actually a trained undergraduate philosopher, he does not think before he questions. There's so many examples of predatory capitalism. These people coming from the outside or outside looking in, they don't know what this shit is like till they get here. What the fuck is he talking about? Coleman Hughes, honestly, bless Dr. West for just even tolerating this youngin'. But he's a teacher. He's used to dealing with these young pups. He has patience that I'd never have.
And the world. I think that's what you're acknowledging, that people want access to the United States from the very beginning because they just see this economic opportunity. You got a Homestead Act of 1862 and you got 160 free acres and you're a peasant in oppressed southern Italy and you got 2 or 3 acres of land, you're going to get on a boat and try to make your way. I said, my God, look at these opportunities. This is upward mobility. This is unbelievable. But this is where I have a deep disagreement with you, and you tell me what you think, that it's the conditions under which those opportunities and that upward mobility is possible. And take that 1862 example, right? That on the one hand, you got free land for peasants around the world. Unprecedented, man. It's like, my God, it's like Thomas More's utopia. Elements of it have come into realization. Wow. But what are the conditions under which that's true? Oh my God. You got this slavery for what? One slave man is worth more than some of the biggest commodities outside of the South. That's one of the preconditions for that economic opportunity, you see. Same is true in terms of the upward mobility, right? The upward mobility is unprecedented, including our precious Southern Eastern European peasants coming from Jew-hating Russia, Jew-hating Eastern Russia, the Irish, 800 years of British imperialism they're dealing with, the Wales. We haven't even got to Italy yet. But what? Is that those opportunities? Are those unprecedented forms of upward mobility available for those enslaved folk? Hardly, not at all. You know, a sliver, you know, you got some free black folk, you know what I mean, at the top, here or there. Same is true on the Jim and Jane Crow. Okay, we got more opportunities, especially after 12 years of multiracial democracy, but Union Army wins the war, white supremacy, 1877, wins the peace. So you got slavery by another name. Just like Cicero called Rome what? Republic by another, only a name. So that on the one hand, you've got the conditions under which these opportunities and upward mobility, and that is never to be denied. That is very, very real. And that's, I think, one of the major sources of why people want to come. But I think there is something else of why people do come to the United States, which is not solely economic. I think there is a cultural dimension to it. There's a level of energy and vitality and vibrancy in American culture. And that has to do with a number of different factors, but people like to get in on it. And of course, the music is at the highest level, because, you know, I believe the Black music tradition is the greatest tradition of the modern world in terms of artistic genius, spiritual fortitude, and moral courage. So you're talking about blues and gospel, but you're also talking about the Hank Williams on the vanilla sides, who are blues men, but on the vanilla side, but they're interacting with these different folk. So it's the music, it's in the language of Huck Finn and Mark Twain's genius captured. It's in the ways in which people have a sense of freedom, the way they have swing and swag. And that's not just a black thing. That is a deeply new world thing and very much a US thing. People are attracted to that. People hear Tupac in Turkey. Oh,
Yeah.
oh my God, Lord. They may hear your album in hip hop. Oh, we got Coleman out of New Jersey sounding good. My God, what's going on in the United States? These brothers and sisters come up with this linguistic creativity and oral expression. Something is going on. The beat, the funk, the polyrhythm, the syncopation. Something is happening in that country. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't forms of barbarism still operating. You got lynching still happening during 1877 all the way up to the 1950s. You see what I mean? So that I would want to acknowledge that you're on to certain truths in terms of the opportunity. I don't think that my critique of predatory capitalism, I think, is more thorough and chronic than yours is, because I go back to the conditions for the very possibility of the opportunities and the upward mobility that you're talking about. And you and I would agree, when you go back to those conditions for the possibility, oh my God, it's ugly. That's part of my critique of Brother Mandami. You know, he sounded like Oscar Hamlin in Harvard in the 1950s, and it's classically uprooted. When he used to begin the great Hamlin, who was my dear brother, but we had deep. America is a nation of immigrants. No, that's not true. That's not true. It's a nation of indigenous peoples and enslaved peoples and immigrants. And immigrants have been crucial, indispensable in terms of the creativity and massive contributions. But if you only talk about the immigrants, you're going to erase and eliminate preconditions. When I hear Mamdani talking about New York City is a city of immigrants, I said, no, there wouldn't have been a New York City without the slave economy. There wouldn't have been a New York City without indigenous people's land. And they are as much American as folk who came from 1840s and the 1880s all the way up to as a result of the Black Freedom Movement.
One of the people who dreadfully, well, actually 2 or 3 of the people who dreadfully need to hear what Cornel West is saying right now, Chaotic Truth, Seymour, and this dumb bullshit about Black culture, dumbest conversation I've heard about Black culture. And they were probably drunk or some bullshit, drunk or high. But dude, it was wonderfully uneducated. I honestly think, do these people not read and educate themselves on purpose? I really don't know. How can you be over 40, talk about culture, and never study it, read about it, ask about it? Honestly, these people are failing.
1865. So Mandani and his
But they're
family,
entertaining.
because you know how white supremacist immigration policy was in 1924, between 1924 and 1965.
ATMKC.
So that this notion of somehow
How you doing?
Hi. I'm okay.
I see you've come up here to break my heart.
I was just coming to say hi, really.
Well, I'm so glad you did, all cammed up and gorgeous.
Yeah, I put makeup on today. It's so ugly.
Aren't you? Shoot, are you kidding me?
Yeah, I've been outside sweating and stuff, so it's like half there, half not there.
Well, look at you being all modest. Let's get rid of this. I don't see
I didn't
ugly.
want to interrupt the show, but I did because I'm bored as shit. But I gotta leave, so
Oh, really? To do what?
I'm gonna do some work, some extra work.
I see.
Yeah.
What are you because it's
going to be the end of July soon. Are you thinking about, school clothes and school supplies and all?
That's exactly why I gotta go do some work.
You know what? I remember those days. Roundabout, they'd send you the list, this is what we need for second grade, or this is, so you got to go to Walmart. Dude, I used to hate that. Amazon saved my life because, my wife used to go to Kmart and not Kmart, but Walmart, where they had those 2 or 3 aisles and all that stuff. I hated it. Amazon saved my life as a single father. Just order it.
Yeah, I'm just buying school clothes and stuff. That's the most
Mhm.
expensive stuff, so that's why I gotta
Right.
keep trying to get that money because I'm not spending no whole paycheck on some school clothes.
You know what? You are real industrious. I admire you. You know what's coming up.
Yeah.
You're gonna meet the challenge. I love that.
Yeah, and being a single mother and you don't make that much money, you have to
Mhm.
try to stay ahead. You can't just be blowing money just cause.
Right. And
Because you
then,
don't know
you're
and you don't have anybody to rely on. So,
right,
well, I don't anyway. But
right. Well, you know what? And you're also tackling something that I've talked about. Your kids get to spend time with their father, and they're getting some mail and and I don't want to get in the middle of that, but obviously you approve. So
Mhm.
you're killing two birds with one stone. Let me tell you something, TMKC, and this is from some old dude some random YouTube dude, but you're killing it in a
I'm
good.
trying. It's so hard, Stanley.
I know, but
Because
let
I'll
me
get
tell you
depressed and then I won't do anything for days. Like I'll work at home like I'm supposed to, but I'm not
uh-huh,
gonna, go outside. That's the biggest thing.
right. Well, let me tell you from personal tragedy, different sort of tragedy, but personal experience. It will end. You will triumph. Okay, let me tell you something. It was so weird. And my circumstances are, different than yours, but similar in that them kids are going to grow up.
Hmm.
You will, in the end, wonder like, damn, I kind of miss the old days.
I know
It
I'm
happened to
missing my
me.
life. That's what I'm feeling right now. I'm like, dude, what was I doing? Working and taking care of kids. I wasn't in a relationship because after me and my ex broke up over 4 years ago, I haven't been in one. And I decided like 2 years ago I was gonna pop out and start dating. It's just been a nightmare after a nightmare.
Well, you know, I I was similar. I told the story. My son was maybe 9, maybe even 10. And
Mhm.
I was eyeballing a couple women out there, and I made the mistake of asking him, like, would you mind if I start dating again? His simple answer was, I would mind. I was I made the mistake of asking him. I shouldn't have asked him, but you know, that's how it goes. And sometimes, once you have kids, your life becomes making them successful. Whether you like it or not, you're still young. So, I started late. I was
I
41.
started late. I was 29 when I had my first kid.
Oh, that's not late. I was 41.
Oh shit.
And my wife was 40 when he was born.
Hey, Brian Nichols, we started school around Labor Day too. And but the difference I think is the school snow days because we didn't used to get those. We still had to go to school.
So I just think you're doing. I think you're doing God's work, even if you're a little agnostic like me, dude. I
Yeah,
see
I
what you're
was
doing.
fruitful and multiplied. I followed instructions. I just did it incorrectly to a
Well,
certain degree.
I think you and your kids will win in the end. I see the hard work you're doing.
Thank you, Stanley.
I see it. It's obvious to me.
What's obvious because you're not here. You don't know me personally.
Well, but I mean, I listen to you.
Oh man, you just know that I'm a crybaby mother.
No, I literally hear you telling me that, hey, school is upcoming and you're going out to grab some, a gig to make some extra money because you don't have people to lean on. So you're preparing. They're
Yeah.
away and you are thinking ahead. How can I not see that? You just told me that. You didn't say it in those words, but I can comprehend. What what did you expect? Hood conservative?
I would never talk to him.
Well,
He
no,
was
I meant like
single.
a hood conservative mentality.
No,
No.
because he hates my kind.
So I appreciate what you do, to be honest. And I don't mean to go overboard with it, but I appreciate what you do.
It feels good to be appreciated out loud because my kids, they only show me appreciation in the moment of getting what they want.
Oh, them
And my
kids, shoot. Are you kidding me? My son's 20 and he doesn't show appreciation.
but they will eventually. It's just waiting to the eventually.
Wait it out. Wait it out. My parents did. I tell the story. I was on a dock. I'd been at sea for 4 months. We pull into a place called Hurghada, Egypt. And first people I called were my parents on the dock at this payphone. And you know what? I thanked them. I was probably, I don't know, probably about 28 at the time. And I'm like, you know what? I know this is out of the blue, but thank you because at sea, leading men, dude, I was leaning on some of the lessons they taught me over the years. So, it was time late, but you know what? Their response was very graceful. It's like, well, I'm glad to hear you come around or some bullshit like that. So they
Oh,
will. And you will be vindicated. You will be enlightened. You will walk on the air for a few days when they finally
I'm
admit that
so excited for that day. I don't know. Maybe I'll get presents because I like presents. That's my love language. Gifts.
Well, ma'am,
Give this.
they might not give you presents, but their
Oh,
undying love, that's present enough.
no, it's not. I want something tangible in my hand. Yeah. I wanted stuff to look at. Like I miss when my son, because that's when he used to make me stuff. My daughter didn't really make stuff too much, and plus she wasn't in daycare like my son was for most of his, toddler years. So like
Mhm.
he made me a Mother's Day vase and he scribbled all over it. I still have it, and he's 12 now. I really like that. And then he like made a lot of different pictures like inside of popsicle sticks and stuff and just really cute stuff. My daughter, she wasn't really in preschool like that.
Mhm. Well, if I recall, even in maybe first grade, maybe even into second grade, they'd still do crafts every now and again, especially around like holidays.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember my son's first day of kindergarten, because he never went to preschool or daycare. His first day out of the house, like in a school, was literally like public school kindergarten. And I was nervous. My wife, I don't know that she was as nervous, but we took him together for his first day of kindergarten. And I'm like, oh shit, hopefully he doesn't cry and I gotta, I gotta deal with a crying child. So get him into the school, into the classroom. And dude, he started playing with this kid that he might have known from around the bend. Kid lived in walking distance. So I looked at my wife and she looked at me and I'm like, well, I guess we're not needed here. And we just left. it's like he just totally ignored us.
Oh dang. He didn't even say bye or nothing. How old was he again?
No, he literally started playing and that was that. He didn't even look back.
Yeah, the only time my son really cried is when I used to take him to the grandma's house. That's what he hates. That's what made him cry. And he would cry
Really?
all day long, they would tell me. Yeah. Because my dad is kind of like a barker, the way he talks. He's just like a
Wow.
perpetual asshole. So he's even like that
Oh,
with babies.
oh wow.
I know. Because we used to call him Fred.
Flintstone?
Yeah, Fred Flintstone. Because he was like him
Damn.
all day, though. Like, he wasn't like that when Fred got mad. He was like that all day.
Oh wow.
I know. He had too many kids. He had my mom's 4 to raise and his own 4 to raise. He was
Oh,
paying for medical insurance.
eight is enough.
Yeah, 8 is more than enough, especially when you didn't want them.
Oh wow. Well, I don't know how you create 8 kids and not want them.
He created only 4 of the 8.
Oh, okay. I got you. So it's like the Brady Bunch in a way.
Not really, because we weren't raised together. We were hated. And since me being the only girl and he had 3 girls, he hated girls the most.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, he was mean. He still is, but he softened up when I had my daughter. Oh my God. Like, he was so in love with that girl.
Mhm.
He still is. He's just, worried because she's a little manipulator.
Well, you know what? Maybe she has, as my mother used to say, peeped his whole card.
Yeah, pretty much. She did it when he was like, no, when she was like probably 3 or 4. I just remember him begging Tyra to leave him alone. He was just like, he was trying to go to sleep. And that's when I had went in there and snatched her up, and he didn't want me to ever spank her, ever do anything. I'm like, man, he's like, he couldn't stand her to cry. Oh my gosh. He
Well,
never
somebody,
spanked me. If he did, it was probably when I was like in the kindergarten. Because I remember getting in trouble real bad, but I don't remember if he ever spanked me though. But he yelled, oh my God. Like,
yeah.
he'll come in the door when we were kids, like, because he's a firefighter. So he'll be at work
Oh
for
wow.
24 hours, and then he'll be
Mhm.
off for the next 2 days unless he do a double or something. So, like,
Mhm.
soon as he come home, you never know when he's gonna come home because a lot of times he didn't come straight home. But when he
Right.
did, as soon as he opened the door, he had this like distinct walk. You could hear him coming, and as soon as he opened the door, he'd be like, "Hit it," because we'll be in the living room. So, hit it means get out.
So, um, I mean, being a firefighter is kind of a stressful job.
Yeah, and then you have an unhappy life. So he used to party all the time, especially like if he was off on the weekend. If one of them days off happened on the weekend, he would be
Mhm.
gone, and we would never hear the end of it. Oh my gosh.
What's up, 12 man?
Hi,
Hey,
12 man.
Stanley. Hey, good to see y'all.
Do you know who you're talking to, 12 man, or are you still sicky?
Uh, TMKC.
Oh, you do know who I am. Okay. Are you still
Well,
sicky though?
your voice is kind of distinctive.
Oh. Oh yeah, I forgot. 12 man, are you still sick or are you feeling better now?
What do you mean? Was I sick?
Oh, you drunk. I swear, Stanley, didn't he say he was sick just like 2 days
You know
ago?
what? I was looking forward to that local parade, and you emailed me because I emailed you. Hey,
Yeah, I
are you
didn't
going
feel
live?
good.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
See?
that's called
That
sick.
doesn't mean I'm sick.
Ah.
Oh,
Oh.
okay. I'm sorry.
Just
You
didn't
weren't
feel good.
feeling good. I got you.
Okay, are
Like,
you feeling
don't
better
you
now?
get days like that, Stanley? You're an old man, so you get days
Oh,
where you just don't feel so great.
How old are you, 12 man?
54.
You 54? When is your birthday? What day?
I don't know if I want to share all that private information on here.
What's your
let
A
me
zodiac
little
sign?
too
That's the only
personal.
reason why I asked.
let
What's
me
your
put it to
zodiac?
you this way.
I'm a
I didn't
Leo. I'll
really.
put it at that. I'm a Leo.
Okay.
I didn't really get sick days until my son was out of the house and I had time. At 54, my son was still in the house and I had to be a father. So
You still
Well,
gotta be a
I,
that's what I was going to
I've
say,
had
Stanley.
I've had those days, but I had to sublimate them. I had to hide them.
Oh, yeah.
I had to I had to be there because my son is
Well,
what 54.
if I
He
was still
middle
working,
at
I would have showed
54
up.
at 54 he was in middle school when I was 54.
Yeah.
So I
Well,
had to be there to cook dinner and all that
yeah.
stuff.
You had to show up regardless. But when you're retired like we are, then you have the option of just saying, you know what? Fuck
Well,
it. I'm not.
part of the time in high school I was retired and I still had to parent. So retirement
Mhm.
has nothing to do with it. Like I said, I was 41 when he was born, and I knew at the time, I was going to have gray hair at his high school graduation.
Well, that's what I was going to say, Stanley. Like, if I was working, then I would show up whether I was feeling like shit or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got a job to do, go do it.
Yeah, well,
But
parenting
I
parenting
don't have
isn't
to do that anymore. I mean,
parenting isn't a job, it's an obligation.
yeah. Well, so is a job.
No, actually it's not. It's a job.
Well, to me, it is.
Yeah, well, you and I tend to be different. Now, if you own the business, sure. It's an obligation, maybe. But no, parenting is not a
Yeah, an
job.
obligation to your employer.
Parenting, parenting is an obligation. It should never be. Well, you'll feel like it's a job. You'll feel like it's a chore, but it's actually an
Mhm.
obligation if you think about it.
Yeah,
Kids don't ask to be born.
right. No, you're right, Stanley.
Oh, I've had ample time to think about this. And that's why
Yeah.
I admire Ms. Tamika. She is doing it right. She's doing it right.
Yeah. A lot of good women out there like Tamika.
Yeah, and I wish this now, Tamika, I've had a couple beers, so please don't be offended when I say
when I say I wish I could meet all of them and just like, like honestly, if I were your age and I met you, I would definitely, do a double take and go, "Hey, who are you?" So, as goofy as that sounds, I think you're wonderful.
Thank you. I
Just,
appreciate it.
from our YouTube panel talks.
Well, thank you, Stanley. You're so nice.
Well, I try. People say I'm so mean, but I just have standards.
I know you've been mean to me before. You're not
I
always nice,
have.
and
I
you're
have.
funny too.
Hey, and I will be mean again one day, but it's if you've ever, well, you've been in a relationship, not every day is, love and kisses. Sometimes,
Yeah.
that doesn't mean you don't love the person. It just means you're annoyed.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't have to always be upset even when you sound frustrated. It could be that you're excited.
Well, I was lucky because when I was married, I had a basement. So, and I had an acre of land and I lived out in the rural, if it really look, I would walk away. It's like, you know what? I need to go outside. I'll walk the dog. I can walk the dog a couple miles and come back. There are ways, or I can go outside and split wood. There are ways to look, this is out of hand. The boy is here. You just look after the boy. I'm going to step outside and split some wood, or I'm going to go out and I'm going to take the trash down to the dump because we didn't have trash pickup. You just go down and dump it. Or, the boys are down watching
That's
the
the way
football
I do
game.
it, Stanley.
Yeah. Because I sometimes y'all have noticed I'll be sharp and I say what I have to say and be done with it. I don't hold grudges. The next day I'll wake up and, hey, how you doing? But not
Yeah.
everyone's like that. So, you learn how to cope in a marriage.
Well, we have our differences, Stanley, but we're still friends,
Right.
So,
And that's kind of what I'm saying with Tamika. You know what? Now I can honestly say I don't think I ever called my wife a bitch. However, I would call her Miss Ann. I'm like, what am I yours? What am I yours? What am I your slave, Miss Ann?
Oh no! Did you ever do something with her?
Oh, I used to say, oh, dude, it would the first time I did that, she just kind of like, what?
Did it ever turn into like playing?
A what?
Did it ever turn into like some for real role playing? Like
Role playing? No. You know what? My wife, oddly enough, I was probably more racist than she was. She saw the world a different way. Look, we really, there was never any racial tension. We were just alike in that we just more or less saw the world the same way. We agreed on how we would raise our son. There really wasn't a whole lot of, and a lot of it had to do with when I met her. She was 11 months younger than I am. We were close to 40 when we met. I think we were just happy to find each other. So, I think we always considered ourselves lucky. Like when I met her for the first time because I'd met her a couple times before the time we actually met. We met at her brother's wedding. Not for the first time, but I was a neighbor. I was actually in my future brother-in-law's wedding, and she was my sister. But I met her at the after party, and literally it was like there were like 100 or 200 people there somewhere in there, and it was like it was just me and her. We never even said, "Hey, are we a couple?" We just were. So it wasn't. I would just do the Miss Ann thing because I'm an asshole, and I have a thing for shock value. Dude, you know what? I would have never done it in front of anybody or my son. I would have never done it in front of her parents or my parents, or I'd have never done it in public.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? It's just me and you. It's
So do you like to fight a lot, Stanley? Because if you did me like
no,
that,
I absolutely do not like to fight a lot. Not in my personal life.
but in a playful way, like I don't know.
We didn't even fight in a play. We had a sense of humor.
I'm a fighter, so we're
Really?
not compatible, Stanley. Yeah, I wouldn't
Yeah,
fight you. Try to fight
well,
you
I
to
mean,
harm you or anything,
phys-
but I'm
wait,
like
you mean
extremely
physically?
playful, and I will
Oh,
be
you mean
mad at you, and I will
wait,
probably
you mean
like, huh?
oh, you mean physically?
Yeah, like I'm a wrestler. I like to wrestle. So, like, let's say for
Well,
instance,
my wife and I have done it, but not, it was like when we were dating. For some reason or another, it became like, okay, whoever loses this gets thrown in this pit of mud. Literally, there was a big mud puddle in her in her parents' backyard, and it did get contentious. And yes, we did wrestle. And now I have to admit, I wound up getting her into the mud puddle, but no, it was more verbal jousting. It wasn't like physical. What makes you so physical?
probably the frustration of it all. It
Really?
makes me energetic. So, like, probably that's probably why I'm so playful. Because instead of getting mad, I just turn it another way.
You know what? Is it like foreplay for you?
Yeah, it definitely is. Definitely.
Ah, okay. Well,
Because
that might not be
I'm
such
the type that
a.
though I'm angry, we can still get it on, and after I'm
I
still.
might be able to adapt to that as long as you're not drawing blood or leaving marks.
I like to bite though, so I might.
You know what? That's so funny. I had a girlfriend years ago, and I have no clue what came over her. She left like a hickey, and I was.
They feel so good. I used to love getting them. Oh my god.
And you know what? I had to go to work the next day, and I tried to wear like a collared shirt, but the bruise spread. So this guy that works for me comes up, "Hey Stanley, is that a hick?" I was well, well, in a way, I was like, yeah. He was like, my man. So yeah, but she was a little spitfire, and dude, she was difficult. She was also really smart, and I don't know, we just could not get along. She's the only woman that we broke up, and about a year or so later we got back together, She's the only woman that I've ever done that with because I really liked her. She was just interesting. And same problems second time around, but wonderful woman.
That's cool. Yeah, that's what I hate about the guy that I was dating because I, decided to be my whole self and it freaked him out. So I had to like,
Really
yeah, I had to suppress myself because to deal with his panic or whatever. And that's not a good
interesting.
feeling. That feels
Wait,
horrible.
this is the guy that you just broke up with?
Yeah, yeah. That's why I kept getting mad and I couldn't figure out which direction I was gonna go. And I just
Oh,
was like,
come on, Tamika. I mean, Tamika, if he couldn't handle you, that's really not his fault.
whose fault is it? It ain't mine.
Well, look, maybe you should have broke up with him sooner when you realized he couldn't cope. You can't change. You can't change that.
Right, I hear you.
No, seriously. There are guys out there
I'm just sick
who,
of it. There's too many of them. They're weak. They're
okay, well, change where you're finding them. Now I know how you met this guy. You don't have to rehash it. Um, I don't know, Tamika. You're so good looking though. I maybe I don't know what to tell you. It's been easily 20, 25 years, probably 20 years since I have dated. So I don't have relevant advice, but I can't imagine that you wouldn't meet someone just by accident. Do you go to the grocery
them
store?
all
Which is
the
kind
time.
of cliche.
Stanley, if I do Uber and Lyft, I meet them all the time. So
Uh-huh.
that's annoying. That's annoying because most of them are bums and just like,
Well, it's so funny. I've taken at least one Uber and, wound up getting a woman's number and talking to her for a bit. She was divorced and, I just wasn't really, gonna go there because I don't like dealing with other men. Um, and she was my age, or maybe a year or two younger. So it wasn't, you know, gonna involve kids or anything, but nah, I don't need the mess. I will say that I'm not sure that Uber would be the best thing.
no,
However,
it isn't
you
'cause
have
I did try
instincts.
it a couple times. Like I had one that was trying to kiss me in the middle of the street and rape me.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
I
whoa, whoa. An Uber rider?
Yeah, an Uber rider who was trying to
I
date
hope
me.
you reported him.
It was after the ride. It was when I tried to date him. Like it was crazy.
Oh,
And then
well,
another
wait, hold it.
one, huh?
Was this like
Like
you
last year. It was
clocked
last year.
you well, how did that work? You clocked out and said, "Hey, I'm done for the night."
No, we talked on the phone. He was
Oh,
trying to court.
oh,
Yeah.
oh.
And then another one, he was supposed to take me out for my birthday, but we had like a long conversation like a couple days prior last year. And it just turned into a woman hate conversation. He was saying that he told me something about his mom being a bitch or something like that. And I don't think I was really listening. So I was trying I was trying to hear what he was talking about because we were having a conversation and I don't know, I was distracted. And then I was just like, you know what? I was like, you live with a woman, don't you? And he was like, yeah, but we don't sleep together. And I was like, y'all don't sleep together. He was like,
Well, wait,
yeah, well,
hold. I'm sorry, I missed that part. Was he living with his mother?
no, no. The conversation was about his mother, but in the conversation, I just blurted out, you live with a woman, don't you? That's what I'm saying. Because it was how the conversation was going. And it was, I don't remember exactly what he said. It was his behavior. Because I never got a whole long 2 to 3 hour conversation out of him. First of all, that's what started making me think like this dude is talking too much. Like, You talking way too much. I'm about to see you in a couple days because we were talking about what movie we were going to see, and I didn't really know because I hadn't been up on the time. So I told him he can pick it for me, you know. So I like a
Right.
man that makes the plans. Like once we're in a relationship, cool, but just now meeting, I rather him have some work to do and not trying to make me do everything.
You know, you actually sound complicated.
Well, I don't like somebody who keeps saying, "Let me know if you want to hang out. Let me know," because then it turned into me asking him out, and I'm not about to be doing that.
So you want a man who's decisive, like, hey, can you meet
Yes, I'm
me?
not about to
Oh,
play
okay.
games. I am
Interesting.
45 years old. I'm not playing. I'm not.
Well, maybe they're kind of shy because you know, regardless of that little doll baby voice, you strike me as someone who's fairly assertive and knows her own mind.
And I
You
normally
might even intimidate me if I
chill
met
out,
you in person.
but I normally chill out, Stanley, until stuff start
Mhm.
getting on my nerves. Like when I
And
this
how
is the
long
fun.
does it take? How long
When
does
the
it
fun
take
is over.
before?
When it's not fun anymore. When I have to feel awkward for being somewhere where people weren't expecting to see me because he brought me there or
Oh, wait,
whatever
hold it.
stupid shit.
Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. Can you let's concentrate on that. Where would someone take you that you weren't expected to be?
Like a family barbecue or something. No,
Oh,
I'm just
okay. Oh, no, no, no. Okay, I understand. He did what?
no, I'm just saying about things that will make me start getting hostile or, like you said, complicated.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Hmm.
What if he said, "Hey, look, you know what? I kind of want you to meet my family. Would you be okay with that? They're having a barbecue, like give you the choice.
Oh
He
no,
can
I
make the
wouldn't
decision.
that he took me. That would be an exciting step to take with the guy. But I'm
Mhm.
talking about the way his family behaves when I get there. That's gonna piss me off because more than likely they don't know who
Okay,
I
I
am,
see.
or he was telling them crap
So
about
he
me because
didn't tell them.
opinions. Because I it's happened too many times. That's why I'm just like I
Oh,
don't like being mistreated, or you know how people would be like nice, nasty. My son's dad, for example, did that when we got to the stupid barbecue in Colombia. They actually didn't even have any food by the time we got there, so we were just sitting there, and he was over there telling his brother how wild I was. And I couldn't believe he was sitting there telling this dude this stuff. Like, oh my God. And then his cousins and stuff, they looked weird. They were sitting all the way on the other side of the park and stuff. So they never came and introduced themselves. I'm not about to kiss their toe. Like, I'm not doing any of that. Like, I'm staying wherever my man's at. So that's what I was doing. Next thing you
well,
know, when me
let me tell you. You remember the young lady because she was young at the time, and so was I. That I was like, "Hey, I dated her a second time."
yeah.
Well, she and I actually used to fight all the time. Verbally fight, of course.
I'm not
So,
about
but
to.
she just had a sharp tongue, and that's really one of the things that I loved about her. And let me tell you something else about her. She was short. She was dark skinned. Dude, I liked her so much. I used to go to church with her on Sundays. That's how much I liked her. And I was going to her church when I wasn't going to my church. But you know what? She was just cute. She was funny. She had a mean streak, but it was just okay because, dude, she didn't have enough words to actually intimidate me. So I had a vacation coming up, like a 2-week vacation. So we were talking about she had a wedding in Mississippi, and we were just going to go to the wedding, and then we were going to spend maybe a week in New Orleans, and then we broke up. So I was like, well, I don't know. It was like
she was missing me and I was missing her, and we kind of called, and she would call me 2 minutes and I would call her for 2 minutes, and then we'd go fuss and hang up. But in the end, I'm like, look, we just let's go to New Orleans. Let's go to the wedding. Let's go to New Orleans. So I went to this family wedding of hers. So I literally went to this men's store in Savannah. Now it wasn't like a handmade suit, but it was kind of an expensive men's store in Savannah. I don't even know if it's still there, but I went, got measured, and had the thing altered. It was kind of like a lightweight wool summer suit. I got shoes. I got a nice shirt and a tie. Now this is back in maybe 2000. I spent, now for me, it's not expensive now, but I spent like $700-800 on the suit and the shoes. And I'm like, you know what? Let's let this woman know what she got here. So it was a beautiful suit. And it was like not like a summer suit. It was like a not quite tan. It was a little darker than tan. But anyway, so we go to the wedding. And, hey, I'm having a good time. So she walks up to her mother and she goes, well, hey, Mom. And she and her mother didn't get along, for starters. So I'm like, well, hello, Mrs. So-and-so. So she looks at this woman and she looks at me and she looks at her daughter and goes, y'all came here together? So I'm like, what? We have been dating for like 8 months, and it's like you didn't tell your mother. It's like the first time. Thank God I look good. So her mother was like, oh, hey. And you know what? That pissed my woman off. It's like, oh, her mother loves you. Her mother loved me, like, oh, hey, and we get to talking, and I can see the hate in her eyes because she and her mother did not get along. And oh, dude, I made the most of it. It's like, hey, I can't help it if your mother likes me and you don't like your mother. Dude, we fought over that. We spent a week in New Orleans. Now it wasn't that serious, but of course I'm gonna needle her. You have been dating me. What am I, some motherfucking hood? Dude, I'm an honorable guy. You were ashamed. I needled that poor girl. Like, dude, don't you ever, like, I'm a stand-up guy. You should not be ashamed to be introducing me to your mother.
Hey, chocolate.
Hey, chocolate. But all I have to say is sometimes good guys, we kind of take our lumps too. At least I had a good sense of humor.
Mic
What's up,
check.
chocolate?
Is it too loud?
Yeah,
Hello?
so I can take
No,
a
it's
picture.
fine.
Oh,
You
you
know,
look so beautiful. TMKC. Girl, I got rollers in my hair. I'm probably gonna go. Yeah, hold on real quick. I want to make sure I hear everything you said. Okay, what you saying? Say it again.
I said you're still gonna look pretty anyways. It's just about your face that I wanted to see.
Girl. Right now I'm looking like my mom and my dad at the same time. I'm gonna just
I definitely look like my dad, whoever that is.
I am. Oh, wait a minute. TMKC, you can't just drop stuff like that. You can't say it like that and then be like, and then yesterday. Wait a minute. No, I'm just playing. That's your personal business, but damn, that threw me for a loop. Hello, Stanley. How are you, sir?
I'm good. I'm just sitting here drunkenly telling my young man stories.
I heard you, wild man.
No, I wasn't really that wild, but I've sown a wild odor too.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with it. I know they don't.
You want to know what I really? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, sweetheart. Good.
I've been
I've been fighting my
smoking in here, but
computer.
I can't go out and drive now because I feel like I've been smoking too. But
You feel like we saw a whiff of smoke.
I know it was a big cloud because I started choking and everything.
You hit it too hard. That's all.
Yeah, I
Just
just
a
did
little.
it the wrong way.
Yeah,
And
that's
then my
Hey,
okay.
throat is
chocolate.
dry. And tell me why I
Hey,
got some
chocolate.
Jose Cuervo mixed with
Yes.
Malibu in this cup.
Oh, hey,
Oh,
chocolate.
I
You got our friend Nida smoking weed now.
do I? By the time it's over, everybody will be smoking the weed I grow. I'm trying to tell
Oh,
you.
you
It's gonna
sent
be
him.
chocolate
You
earth,
sent him. You
pre-rolls.
sent him some in a gift box.
Heck no. I'm not sending Nighters nothing but a fist.
That's funny.
A
Is that your
fist in the
sister?
face. Yes.
Tell her I said hi. I know she don't know me.
TMKC says hello. She said hello lots of letters. She's silly like me.
You
But
know
yeah,
what
but
I was
yes.
gonna say was like what I said I you know what I said on Father's Day on my Facebook since you said I'd be saying crazy stuff. I said I said happy Father's Day to all the ones who spilled their nut seeds and didn't carry the baby for 9 to 10 months. Be proud that you didn't have to use a wall or a sock on the day or week of conception. Your white piss was needed.
That's wild. You wild for that one.
But I'm telling
I
the
thought
truth.
mine was, but I thought I was bad because I was like, Happy Father's Day to all the daddies, baby daddies, deadbeat daddies, daddies that pretend like they don't got no kids, and the dads that stayed right on.
Yeah, I said it to
TMKC.
the ones who's always crying. The ones who's always crying that they don't get all that stuff that the women get. So that's why I said it. Like your white piss was needed, nigga. Now what?
Me? Oh no.
You are some pissy. What is that?
I don't even know what happened. Can y'all still hear me?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know. I've turned it into a giggle box. Okay, I'm gonna have to mute.
No, you didn't have to mute. I was enjoying listening to you. Listen, I'm doing my hair for later. So because I
What are you
was gonna
going
go
live?
live last night. Yeah, I was gonna go live last night. And my computer dies the night before. Sunday night, my computer dies. So I'm fighting my computer, trying to get it to work. It's got something on it called a BitLocker.
It's got
And
a what?
so
You forgot your code?
I never got it.
Oh.
So I ended up having to get another computer. That one's going in the shop, but they're gonna have to like wipe it clean. And what's the point?
You can't do
Plus, this one has more RAM. Yeah, I fixed my other computer though. I got it working because it wasn't even taking. Like you couldn't get on the internet with it. So I finally got it to work. So at least it'll get on the internet for me. So I've got an all-in-one and a laptop. I still need like one more computer. So I can have because once I get everything I need, I'm going to have a room with like those big screens with everything on it.
I want a touch screen, the next screen that I get.
Yeah. Have you seen that big the tablet thing that you can roll around? It's so big. It looks like a big like
a bulletin board like thing, but it's
yeah,
like the one you
can
flip the paper on projects and stuff.
Yes. and you can have it at your
Yeah,
house. Imagine FaceTiming.
I just got some type of survey request to see if I can do surveys about one if I wanted one in my house, and I'm just like, I'm waiting for y'all to hurry up and send me the link because I want my $300.
Hello, right? Because I definitely want one. I
I
definitely
knew,
would take
right?
those.
I would straight
Hmm?
use it Twitter that if I got to.
Hello. Think about, I mean, and it could be either your green screen, it could be all
Mhm.
kinds of stuff for you. Like that's the cool thing about it.
No, my
But
kids would be,
anyway,
hey, oh my God, I'd be like, welcome to McDonald's. What you want to order? No, I'm just leaving. Too
not you
bad
got
I
the
can't.
Chick-fil-A sign,
Girl,
not the
thank you
Chick-fil-A sign. You're so funny. I boycott Chick-fil-A. Boo to them.
They don't like to cook that chicken all the way. I've been noticing. Like,
That
no,
stuff is
y'all.
dry and it ain't as good as they be talking about.
Yeah, I'd be like, can you put extra seasoning on it? And then they was like,
No, they don't know nothing about that.
I know they don't know.
About that.
I was like, well, can you just put it in the batter, like dip it like 3 or 4 times? Because y'all put a thin sheet
Where
of
is your
batter on it.
secret? Right, where's your secret ingredients like KFC? Why?
Let me tell you something. Chick-fil-A started in Atlanta, and there was a Chick-fil-A in the Oglethorpe Mall in Savannah, Georgia, like in the 70s. So
Oh,
Chick-fil-A
wow.
started really small, and I'm telling you right now, that shit was good. And I don't know, I haven't had Chick-fil-A in quite some time, but back in the day, like when you could go, the Chick-fil-A was right next door. You walk out Sears at one end of the mall,
Mm.
hang a hard right, and Chick-fil-A's right there. This is back, like I said, in like the late 70s. No, it was always hot. It was always fresh. It was really good when it was local. And of course, you know, they're going to expand, but they've been expanding since the 70s. So, you know, now that it's gone out into the hinterlands, you know, I'm sorry that you don't get the way it actually was, but it was phenomenal. And even black people liked it.
It's like
Yeah,
Hardee's.
that's how I
Hardee's.
remember it being in Florida in the early 2000s because we didn't have it
Yeah.
here, and it was fire in Tampa. But here it's nasty.
Oh, Tampa. Okay, yeah, in the South, because
Well,
yeah,
because
it's
they're
Southeast Atlanta.
franchising.
Mhm.
It's not like the same
They
people
are
are cooking it.
watering it down.
They don't stick to the recipe.
Well, they can't afford the ingredients, and they shouldn't be making it. I'm sick of people doing that. Like how, like you know what? That's why I never participate in potlucks. First of all, I don't know where that food came from, and I like to identify my
Girl,
food
talk
and
about
the
it.
cleanliness.
Talk
of
You
about
sound
it.
like my mother.
Oh my gosh, never ever. I don't know if your
But guess
house is
what?
clean. I don't know if you pick your nose. I don't know nothing about your food habits.
Right. And do
So
you
yes,
comb
I'm
your
very
hair
weird
around
too.
everybody?
Well, the
Right.
heat kills the germs.
Who said that? Who
I
told you
said
that?
that.
Who informed you that?
You
That the
do
heat
know
killed the
that
germs?
bacteria
I don't
die
want
at
bacteria from
180
people.
at 180 degrees Fahrenheit.
But then I'm gonna be passed out. It's not even gonna matter. At 180 degrees, I'm gonna just lay out. You don't want me to function at all.
You know
Anyway,
what? I
I'm
made the
I'm
most
not I'm not
fireest, juiciest turkey with nothing. Okay, nothing. I didn't even have no vegetables in it, and all I had was onions. That's it.
She said I had
And
no
I ain't
vegetables.
never messed up nothing like that ever. I had these people begging me to cook some stuffing and stuff once they tasted
Girl,
how
that's what
juicy
we
that.
getting ready to do. Getting ready to sell these breakfast sandwiches and Polish boys.
Mm-hmm.
Do a little fundraising for
It's
the
gonna be
cause.
stinky as shit. You said po' boys.
Yeah.
Ugh. Ain't those the ones
I thought I heard you say Polish boys.
It is. You can call them Polish boys. Some people call them po'
Oh,
boys.
no.
I've
Yeah,
never heard them called Polish boys, but I know what a po' boy is.
yeah.
I
Put it
like
with
your voice.
some brisket, fries, coleslaw, and we have a recipe. It's called leek slaw. That's my family's recipe. Yeah,
That
I do a
sounds
little
good.
bit of
'Cause I
everything with
love
nothing.
brisket.
I just
I
like to
love me
stay
some.
busy.
Do you at
I
least
like being
cut the meat
Oh,
really
really? Wow.
Who is in Cleveland? Shout out to Cleveland. That's where I went to college. Polish boys. Yeah.
CKJ3. CKJ3 is an executive producer of this show. So yeah,
Oh, that's
he's
I
awesome.
see KJ.
That's right.
y'all don't know
See, they don't know nothing about that in the
CKJ3?
West.
I
No,
never
this is
talked to
my first
him.
time. Yeah, I don't think meeting the acquaintances. But yes, that's what they called them in Cleveland. Hey,
Good for
dang, take me
you.
down memory lane. And
Cleveland
then,
girl.
yes, I am. Yeah, I lived right near the water. I loved it. I just was
So you like cold weather, huh?
I can say I like cold weather when I don't have to work in it.
Do
If I have to
you
go to
have
work,
a lake effect when you get mad?
do I have a lake effect when I get mad? Yeah, that probably would describe it. Probably more ocean. Probably more ocean
It
like
gets
tsunami.
frosty.
I turn into a tsunami, yes, and I could get icy, Alaska. Trying to take. But anyway, my sister and I, we've been talking about it. My brother and I, we've been talking about going further up elevation. Because they said that the healthiest elevation is 7,000 feet. So we're already at 5. Yes, see, look, Stanley, I told you. Polish sausage,
Tyler,
fries, coleslaw,
yeah,
coleslaw,
Hey, I learned something today.
and brisket. You put some brisket on it.
Oh,
Ooh,
with
girl.
the sausage?
Yes,
Chicago does something like that, right?
it's so good.
Yes.
And then if some people like sauerkraut on theirs, some folks
Oh
don't.
yeah.
But what will serve just your Polish sausage, your fries, your coleslaw, and make me a homemade sauce. Put that
You
brisket
know
on it,
what?
shave it.
You just reminded
I went
me.
to
I got sauerkraut in
CSU.
the fridge.
Oh, I love sauerkraut.
I do too.
I love to cook
I've
it
never
with.
done it homemade though.
I love to
Ever
cook it
since
with
I
Polish
seen this cat
sausage.
growing up off of it, no.
Shout out to the on beat dad. I'm with you, Yeti.
Well,
But
you know
Hi,
what
Yeti.
though? I've always kind of been into fermentation. At least I don't know, probably since I learned to can vegetables with my mother-in-law, believe it or not. So I used to do like cold pack pickles and stuff like that. Fermentation is awesome. I've always loved
yeah.
olives, jarred olives and stuff. And then I got into sourdough fairly recently, which is basically
Ooh,
fermented
sourdough.
bread. Yeah, that stuff's really good.
I
Sauerkraut,
just
I've
like
always
it.
loved.
Yes. Ooh, my sister can hate it. So
Really?
she don't like sauerkraut, but too bad for her. So we're gonna be selling breakfast sandwiches. Huh?
They put too much vinegar in it. That's why I hate it.
Oh yeah, I hate when they put too much vinegar on your fries.
Ooh,
I
I'll
do.
never eat
It's
that
a
on my
place
fries.
in Vegas. I don't know if you guys go to Vegas a lot, but it's a place in Vegas. And I can't remember, but they had the best fries, and they had like shredded garlic on it and chives, and it was just it's delicious. I'm just hungry. Don't pay me
I
no mind. I
like
probably
butter and chives. I'll take that. But not no vinegar. Heck no. Salt and pepper, yes.
You know what? I'm
said yes.
okay with vinegar too.
Did I get it all?
Like balsamic vinegar, like vinegar and olive oil on
Oh
salads.
yes.
Yeah,
Oh
I'm
God,
okay with
That's
that.
what I'll take it. I'll take it
raspberry
on my palate.
raspberry vinaigrette is one of my favorites.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
See, I want to make all of that stuff. Like I cannot wait. I'm
It's
excited
not
about that
hard to
part.
do.
No, I'm saying
Mm-hmm.
from the standpoint of from the greenhouse to the table aspect. I want to,
I see.
in growing it. Yeah, I think the process will be really fun to do. Some content, like I said, once I get over this hump, I'll be able to be more consistent on here
What
because
kind of
huh?
what kind of what kind of you said
So
you
right
want to
now, yeah, so right now, there's been some delays in my books. So that's what I've been focusing on. So I kind of made that the priority so I can get them all out. I've got the website together. I got men for the audio, women for audio. Um, so now it's just making sure that it's clean, putting everything together. So that's what I mean by getting over this hump because I'm a one-man band. So I have to do, uh, you know, all of that. So the editing and all that, which I hate, but I want quality products. Even if you're reading it, even if it's digital, I want it to be quality. And so far, with the first one, not to drone on, I've gotten good feedback from different women who've read my stories.
Well, that's
'Cause I
good. I
write
would love to
romance
see one of
novels.
your stories.
Hey, so drop me your email. I'll send it to you. You can put it in the
Okay.
back
Well,
chat. I will send it to you.
Okay.
as a matter of fact, why don't you invite her over to your ladies' night?
Yeah, after I read
Of
one of them,
course.
and then I can talk about what I,
Yeah. TMKC,
Okay.
no, she always welcome when I go live. So
Yeah, I'm subscribed.
And why don't you
yeah.
drop your channels? And by the way, everyone should know if you got a wrench and you're a content creator, just drop it. You don't need my permission.
Okay. As soon as I'm done with this, with the
Yeah,
loading all this stuff on
anytime
there.
you want, it's
Thank
but
you.
I honestly don't have a problem with it.
I appreciate it. I even got it to do AI audio for me, like just so that you have a teaser. Like I was able to
Mhm.
snip that right off the screen. Like I love technology. I'm such a nerd. I love it. Hello, Mo. Oh my goodness. Beautiful Mo. Hi.
Hi,
I think
Mo.
her and her sister are gorgeous.
Yeah, they are
There's a
so
lot of
pretty.
beautiful women out here that be behind these avatars.
Yeah, I know, and I'm too
But you know
old to
why they
do
stay
anything about
behind
it.
there. Sir, you're not too old. Okay, cut that out. You sound as if you make it sound like you got 1 foot off the cliff. Cut it out. You're
No,
still
it's not
young,
off the
sir.
cliff.
Yeah, but that's
But
how you act.
Mo
Like you
Love,
right there.
I've had a crush on Mo Love forever. So
Shoot, if I was a man, I'd have
it's
a crush on Mo.
wonderful. It is wonderful to see her here. But see, that's why, Mo Love is Mo Love. She is just very unique in a way.
Yes, and she's genuine.
And you know what?
So
The first time I remember, was it last year? I was drunk and came up for her birthday, like she was doing a birthday live. And unfortunately, I came up there and I just, I was Stanley. And then some of these old YNs started talking shit because of my accent. Well, Stanley, you don't sound. So, dude,
You don't sound black, Stanley.
I just made it. I made it my personal mission to just go scorched earth with them, and it was fun. I had a
this is so
good
fun.
old time. I love old YNs when they start talking that kind
I'm
of
so
shit.
mad that Nightish went to sleep. I was gonna come up and then he went to sleep because I
Earlier.
watched you guys this morning. Yeah, I was up early today.
Yeah,
And I saw
Nightish
you guys
extends
alive.
himself farther than he's he's able to go. He'll learn his limits one day.
I
Yeah,
think he doesn't
Sydney
get.
was up there this morning roasting his ass, Stanley.
Yeah, I don't know about
But you
all
know what's
that.
wild? It's the people who watch him sleep. That's what gets me.
Yeah.
Well, I think it should get you in a good way. They love him.
Yeah. I mean, sleeping when the sleepy what do you call that? Streams?
Well,
Yeah.
I
I've seen them.
call him the internet Goldilocks. Every panel is just right to fall asleep.
He did fall asleep on it. The only reason he hasn't fallen asleep on mine because I kicked him off my channel. And he never came back.
Oh,
He was doing what he do, and I don't
you have a
understand.
panel?
I do,
Tamika,
sir. I
you
have
got a panel?
Yes, I have a. Oh, I'm sorry. You guys asking her.
How come I'm not subscribed to you?
Who? Me?
No, me.
You
How
talking to
come
me or
I'm not subscribed to you?
I don't know. Here,
Well,
look. I'll
because
put
you
my.
haven't subscribed, you expect her to subscribe you to her channel, or can you do it?
Uh-huh.
I'm curious. How does
I
this
have to
work,
get the
Wilkie?
link. She's a mod and she can share her link.
I'll
I
share
don't
it.
know if she wants me all up in her panel though.
Oh, she wants you up there.
Oh, I didn't know you felt that way,
As a
man.
matter of fact, when you go up there, please make sure you email me so I can be in the chat and watch what happens.
Oh, that should be fun.
So make sure when you go up, you're drunk
What's
as you
the
are now.
topic?
I want to be
That's
there.
what I want to know. I want to know what the topic is. Because that's not going to work out. What are we talking
I'm not
about?
that drunk.
Oh, my topic?
No. I was saying what would be my topic to get 12th man to come and
Oh, no. You just
yeah.
have to be dark and lovely.
Oh, thank you.
Well, no, I'm
Well,
serious. I've known
It's
12th
There-
man for quite some time. I've known 12th man for
Mhm.
quite some time. I don't
Yeah.
make that joke lightly.
I got you.
Everyone knows
I
I love me some black women.
Well,
Here we
I'm learning
go.
that. I didn't know that 12th man. I did not. This is news to me. But thank you though.
Yeah, I got half of them wanting to go out on a date with me, but it's a
Oh,
virtual
wow.
date.
I don't know why you
It's a
sound pissed as shit.
See, okay, see, she just came out of nowhere with it. I love it. Y'all do sound like I gotta catch up to y'all for real. Y'all about the life. I forget because it's so early still over here. It's like 4 o'clock. What is it?
Oh, it's
7 over there? Yeah. Okay. So TMKC, I'm sending it to you. It's called Commanding Hunger. Okay.
Okay.
It's a romance novel and it gets graphic. So I want to give you that disclaimer.
Okay, great.
If that's not your style, that's all right.
Yeah.
Send it to you anywho. Oh shoot. I forgot. Different computer. Doesn't have it on there. All right. Let's see. Huh, what's up? Text. The Dallas? No. Amarillo. Amarillo, Texas? No, not that. Okay. I'm gonna need you not to say it like that again.
Amarillo?
Just good.
I kind of like
Yeah,
that. I kind of like that.
But California. Are you sure that was Texas? What we went through
Does your
Albuquerque.
sister speak Spanish?
She took Spanish 1 in high school. How about that? Y'all should hear some of the stuff she say to me. I look here. I'm trying. No, yes, we do speak a little Spanish. Not a lot.
Well,
I don't try
I
to
hope
show off,
so. You
but
live you live in
yeah,
Arizona.
you'd be
You might pick
surprised.
up
You'd
a
be
word or
surprised.
two.
No, but you'd be surprised how many people that's like from Mexico and stuff, like that are born here, they don't know Spanish. I every time my friend we used to, roast each other, and she was like, "You aren't even a real black person." It's like she said, I was diluted. She said I was black light. That's what she said.
I bet those
And I
dudes that
told
was
her,
calling us digesters would have loved that one.
listen, but I do. What my goal is to at least be intermittent by the end of the year. Just be able to speak to people and talk to people. More business than anything.
Well, how long have you lived in Arizona?
How long? It's close to. Is it 15? I'm gonna say it's 15.
15 years?
I think so. Yes, on and off because I came here in 2005. I was
Wow.
counting.
Well, you do know
Yeah.
if you Google business Spanish, because I've actually
Yes.
taken business Spanish. I've never
Look at
taken
you.
I've never I didn't take Spanish in high school, but I took Latin.
So
And believe it or
fancy.
not, back in the day, I pick up languages really quick. And business Spanish or business Mexican, whatever they call it now, it's not hard because it's a lot
No,
like
not at all.
English in a way.
I kind of want to do an immersive real quick. Like I
Oh,
want
do
to
you really?
get around people. Yeah, too. I mean,
I
until
know
the
basic
country.
words like que paso amigo, que paso amiga.
And
And I know a
taco.
lot
He
of
knows
bad words
taco.
in Spanish.
Now I know a lot of bad words.
He knows ay, and taco.
I can't with y'all. You clapping real loud. Why is you clapping so loud? I don't understand what's
Who?
happening.
Me?
Anyway, no, my sister was clapping real hard. Why are you doing that?
Oh, I thought you
So I'm about
said
to
she was
send this to
clapping.
you. Do you want me to send this to you?
Does your sister
Stanley?
ever hear my jokes?
Yes, I'll tell her your jokes.
Does she laugh?
I talked to my sister about different people on here. And she has, because
Good.
she's a streamer. So I mean she's a streamer too, but she games.
Mm-hmm. I see.
I'm
Yeah.
really thinking about doing like a call-in show. Like just one-on-one
Call-in show?
conversation.
Interesting.
Just get people like that, not necessarily, I don't know what they'll do, but just to have people
So
get
you call
to
yourself
say,
Dr. Chocolate?
no, I ain't nobody's doctor. I'm just
Dr.
I'm an
Earth?
ear. No, I'm Dr. Nothing.
Sister Chocolate.
Until I finish my degree, Dr. Nothing. I ain't trying to be Dr. Phil out here, okay? Cause y'all know he ain't a doctor.
Well, I'm thinking more Dr. Ruth.
Me too. That's who I want to be. I want to be the guru. I want to help people find that intimacy again.
Oh.
I think we need it. I think it'll help.
Then you can give
It'll
out
help.
free novels.
You
Hey,
know what I would
Stanley,
do?
the only TKMC I can find on YouTube is some dude. That's not
Yeah,
Tamika.
she'll drop it when she's ready. Or she knows what she's doing. And she'll be back in a minute. So chill
Oh,
out.
son of a biscuit cheese. Anyway, I'm real excited. I'm just, want to get things done, and then my computer kind of just kaput it on me. I was so discouraged. I was like, "What? What's happening?"
That's Bill Gates for you.
Huh?
That's Bill Gates
Say it
for you.
Not Bill. Good one. Okay, I got you.
Computers always dropping. Microsoft suck. Android rules.
Oh,
Oh boy.
I do enjoy Android. So what are we
This, this
drinking
poor
tonight?
child. You know what?
Yeah,
I'm kind of stuck on my Coors Light. And I was
I got you.
actually you know who Cornell West is, right?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Okay, well, do you
You
know
was
who
playing them a while ago, Stanley.
right. And Chocolate, do you know who Coleman Hughes is?
Yes.
Good. Well, then you came to the right place.
Yeah, I
So,
like your historical stuff. I come and listen.
well, this isn't necessarily history, though it does cover it, but basically, um, Coleman Hughes is interviewing more or less Cornell West.
Okay.
And you know Cornell
Okay.
West, he's holding a
Yes.
seminar on this young little weird YN. Uh, Cornell West is holding Schoolhouse, and
Oh wow.
we can watch it. No, you know Cornell West. He's not going to be mean. He's gonna
No,
suggest. He's gonna the one thing, and I
he's
swear.
animated. I know.
Well, the thing is he's actually people people know the public intellectual. This dude is literally like actually smart, like ridiculously smart.
What is ridiculously smart?
Like you sometimes don't understand where this person is going until you do. Almost like a
Got you.
Socrates, almost like a black
Ah,
Socrates.
got you.
You don't
Oh
get it until you get
mm,
it. And look, I don't give these sorts of compliments to just like any old dude. He's a legend.
I
And I've
got you.
been following him, way, like back in the early 90s, when he was at Princeton. So anyway, I don't
Wow. How
fawn over people.
Mhm.
But anyway, let us get back. He is teaching, and I find Coleman Hughes just a little pesky child who talks shit and needs to
You're
know
so
more.
funny.
Almost like my son in a way.
I wonder where he
Except
gets it from.
who? My son?
Yeah.
Oddly enough, my son applies the sarcasm strategically.
Yes.
It's always I try not to ask him dumb questions. Let me tell you something that's so funny. And I was going to call my sister
Mhm.
and tell this, and I'm kind of
Yeah.
exposing my son's business. So
No, don't
at
do that.
Georgia Tech, physics is a washout course. And so
Got
I pulled like, hey, what'd you get on that first test? And it was a couple points shy of a B. And I'm like, well, and of course, I try not to parent. I rarely ask him about grades and stuff. So I'm like, well, you got a scholarship, if you wind up because it's a couple points shy of a B, but I'm of course as a parent going, well, what if? How is getting a C in this class going to affect your overall grade point average? So he looks up because he's studying, and I asked him the question. So he looks up from his little laptop and he looks me dead in my eye and he goes, I don't plan on getting a C. Now, see, that's what I want to hear. He didn't stutter. He looked me dead in my eye. Like, why the fuck are you disturbing me? He didn't say it, but I felt it. That is my boy. I don't plan on getting a C. I heard it in high school when I'm like, why are you getting a C? That motherfucker used to turn C's into A's. He knows where to go. I felt the confidence. And I'm like, you know what I told him? Okay, well, you're in charge. Sorry I interfered, and walked off. I felt the confidence. So he can talk shit to me all he wants as long as he's confident in his shit. I'm telling you, I felt the energy. Like, nah, I don't plan on making a C. Get out of here, old man. I loved it. That is my boy. So anyway, sorry to dote, but and you know what? I have no doubt it's an engineering school. They're teaching engineering physics, but if he says he's not going to get a C, he'll get a B or an A. I have no reason to
Right
doubt because
on.
he rarely disappoints when he puts his mind to it. And I felt like, nah, stop worrying, old man. You know, I raised him to be that. I raised that. Hey, it's
That's
what
right
old
on,
men
Stanley.
do when they get a little drunky and they talk about their
Right?
boys.
I don't do that. Oh, that's what. Oh, you said open. No, okay, I'm not an open.
Oh, old men, old men.
Old men, got you. No, I know. I got
I
that
wish
part.
I was young again,
And what would you
but
do if
not
you were
that
young
much.
again?
No, he's a good kid. If he says he won't make a C, he's never given me reason to doubt. So
That's awesome.
anyway, 12th
There's
man,
nothing wrong
anything
with
else?
you talking about your hello testing. Is this better?
Well, I'm
That
still
sounds
here.
Hello?
hi. You guys
Would you
hear me
We
switch
okay?
can
headphones?
hear you now.
You can or
Well, I
you
heard you before. Honestly,
Uh,
mm,
chocolate, I'm a
yes.
little shy, kind of bragging on myself because, you know,
Why?
I'm sorry to say this, but the kid is doing well in one of the
Why are you
best
sorry to
schools
say
in the
that?
country. I don't know,
You
because,
should, as you said, you should be proud of that. You
well,
have
no, I
created
am
in this,
proud, but
you know?
so many YNs. It's not you, it's not even anyone in the audience or 12th man.
I know what you're saying,
Yeah,
but
it's
who
like,
cares?
well, that's book knowledge. Well,
Who
and
cares? We need book knowledge. We need all of the demographics. You need your
right,
people who are going to take care of this because all of your
right,
creature comforts are, guess what? Engineered,
yep.
created by who? Human hands, human minds. So no, I applaud you.
Well,
Can I
he's
can I
not
tell
on
you
the
something?
internet wondering about why black women are so decrepit.
But he's not because he's in his 20s. Again, can I just say this? Ain't nobody young out here.
You
Not
know
in
what?
this
That is so
circle.
funny you say that. It's
30,
a bunch
I
of
think
old
about
people.
33 is the youngest out here that's like consistent panelists and people who are in the chat. Ain't no kid. Man, I'm gonna tell you, that's a pet peeve of mine. Where if we're adults talking about adult things, can we just
Hmm.
stop talking about kids? Like, I don't
Hmm.
get how we can correlate the two. Those are children. We are adults. We're supposed to learn from what we did and what we gained so we can
Hmm.
teach better and be better. But what ends up happening is this conversation of,
yeah,
well,
learn from
I
your
got
lessons. Right, chocolate?
right. Oh, well, I'm yeah, like it's not we gain information from each other. We are connected, whether we want to be or not. So it's like it doesn't make sense the things that we just like push to the left and go, okay, nah, diminish that. Like what you were saying earlier about YNs. listen, I don't know if you guys watched it, but of course, when Ricky got pow-powed in the back in Boys in the Hood,
No,
no,
I don't.
no,
I
I didn't
don't
need that.
ever. Movies are not my touchstone for analogies. As a matter of fact, I had a
I got
conversation
you.
that you might have heard or missed, maybe on
Mm-hmm.
Nidus's show. I think movies as like life lessons are just weird. I and you probably heard what I had to say, and I bet you're going to vehemently disagree. I think
What?
YouTube should always be the last place you should go for life
Oh, I
advice.
did hear you. I did hear you. And no, I don't vehemently disagree with you. I think that just like anything else in this world that man has created, it has benefits and it has not benefits. And I said not benefits because I can't think of the word that goes opposite of that. So anyway, it is just a part of watching how technology has changed in a matter of 20 years.
Yeah, I'm
I
looking
understand where
forward
you're
to
coming
buying
from.
my own Optimus robot to have it
Right?
chop wood and cut down
You
trees
wanna
and
do?
stack wood and
Well,
everything.
help me
I
out.
want my own
Help
robot.
help me out then. Okay, because I'm thinking this. To calm the men down, we make fembots. What y'all think?
I just want my own rechargeable
Oh,
robot.
okay, I was just saying. Fembots
I
can help
could,
the world, I think.
it's my personal slave, right? I could tell it to do
No, don't say
anything
personal
and it'll
slave.
do it.
Why would you say? Don't say personal slave. That sounds horrible.
Well,
Even
that's
as a
what a
robot, that
robot
sounds
is.
horrible.
Well, he is at base, always gonna go back true to form, and I've told him what I think he is.
Oh
That's what a
no, I
robot
believe
is.
that.
It's your slave.
Slave is part of his vocabulary.
I
Oh,
got you.
come on now, Stanley. Not that
Oh,
kind of slave.
Stanley is
whoa.
Stanley
Am I?
bad.
So, so now
I
we're all
Stanley
about robot
bad.
rights.
I'm calling balls and strikes. I heard you say
Oh
slave,
boy.
and you put some emotion into it.
Yes, he did. And that's a robot. I'm afraid. But they already got them. They're like 5,000 a pop. But she don't do nothing yet, though. You want
Hopefully that
somebody that cook
robot
and
doesn't
clean?
become sentient.
Civil rights for robots. Here we go.
You can't abuse your robot.
Oh,
Not if
no.
it's government issues. Not
I
a
wouldn't
bot
abuse it. I'd
anybody.
just recharge it every day so it can keep doing what I tell it to do.
I think we should help the men out here so they can calm down. That's
You
what
know
I
what?
think. I
You
think a
really
lot of men are
now,
angry.
chocolate. Do you
Yes.
honestly think you can help the men out here? Are you talking about men on YouTube?
I'm talking about men, period. The state of men
Okay,
in this
well,
country.
I'd never thought you to be a sort of person to judge all men by like.
Oh no, I'm not doing that at all. What I'm saying is there's a demographic of men who are angry, and I think
Is it the whole
and lonely.
demographic? And you know where I'm going
Not
to
the
go with
whole
this.
demographic. I know, but that's what I'm trying to
Okay,
stop you
so
from
it's
not
a
going
portion
there.
of the demographic. Is it a
Yes, it's a
majority or a
portion.
minority?
No, it's not a majority, I don't think at this
It's not a
moment.
majority.
No, I'm not saying that. I
Okay,
said a demographic of.
just checking you, chocolate
Yeah,
Earth
uh-huh.
Gloria Steinem.
Don't be trying to put me on the test box. I got it.
Oh
I know what
no,
I'm talking
I'm
about.
so curious about that comment.
I'm just messing. I'm just messing.
All I
But
have to say
I
is
guess,
there are normal men out
well, let me ask you this. Do
there.
you
They
think
don't go to
that
YouTube for starters.
Most you won't meet normal men on YouTube. Let's
That's
go
not
with that.
true. I have met normal men on here.
Oh,
You're normal, aren't you?
if I'm on YouTube, can you bank on that?
You
No,
consider yourself
Stanley
not.
is not normal.
You can't. Hold
Stanley
on
is
though.
not normal. I will
Um,
testify to that.
let me tell you this, Stanley. YouTube men are no different than men who are out here walking around.
I beg to differ.
Because I know you beg to differ, but I say this because I date them. They are taking on this I call it manosphere light ideology that's coming from not just young men but older men.
Yeah, the
I just
ones.
watched.
Oh, come on, chocolate.
No, I'm serious. Listen.
Are the
I'm just putting
men
my
you're
I'm
dating
just
of
putting my
independent mind? Dude,
I thought
anyone
so.
who I literally just mentioned that if honestly, if you are
Yes.
dating a man who can tell you what Jeff St. James said about women on a date, dude, ditch him instantly because
Oh,
he's
I
taking his
do.
life advice from fucking YouTube.
How about you're taking it from the person on YouTube, like for instance, Rolo
No.
Tomasi?
How about YouTube? The person on YouTube is a content creator on YouTube. He's
Yes,
YouTube.
I don't disagree with that. But people do
Good.
take what
Well,
other
then the
people
last
say.
place you should ever take relationship advice from, if
I
you're
don't.
dating a chocolate who is, by the way, like the goal, the trophy potential
No,
wife.
stop.
You
I
never,
am not a.
you don't take, you
Mm-mm.
do not take advice from YouTube to date chocolate. That's
I
crazy.
don't.
No,
I would say don't do
I'm
that.
talking about your dates.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you something. I have had to learn, like for instance, when I was dating regularly, I found myself dumbing myself down.
Yes, and you should never do that.
And I was like, why can't I? Or like if I say something like I'm into sci-fi. I'm into poetry as well. I'm into going to the museum.
Uh-oh. I think a microphone just died. Either that or my earbuds did. 12th man, can you oh wait, 12th man is left too. Did I lock up? Let's see here. Folks in the chat, can you hear me? I think 12th man is out and I can't hear my darling chocolate. Okay. Well, we'll listen to Dr. West here a minute. And Jewel, you're welcome up here. I promise I won't bite. unless,
Downplaying
unless you bite first.
the preconditions and exalting the opportunity and upward mobility, I think you have to be able to keep both in mind and telling the full truth of why people so often are attracted to the United States.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, my response to that would be, um, I would want to be careful with the word precondition because the word precondition implies that the reason for all the good opportunity is the bad stuff, the slavery, the indigenous dispossession. And I think sometimes that's true and sometimes it's not. So, like in the case of there is no America without taking the lands from the Native Americans. That's true. Cause like
Right. That's right.
that's just 2 + 2. Like either they're gonna have the land or other people are gonna have the land, right? So whether it was through land purchases with cultures that didn't really recognize the concept of a purchase very much, like purchasing the island of Manhattan for 2 cents or whatever it was, or whether it was through actual war, or whether it was through death from smallpox and all the rest, everything in America did depend on that happening in some very literal sense. But for me, what is good about America didn't depend on slavery in the same sense. In other words, if if you
Listen to this fucking idiot. So he doesn't seem to be able to grasp the concept that if Thomas Jefferson had slaves to manage his acres and the whole apparatus so he can sit and think and read books and stuff, Coleman Hughes is this dude actually believes it. He believes this bullshit. The good things that happened in America didn't depend on slavery. let me let me rewind this to make sure I heard it right. this dude, this dude is a piece of work.
through death from smallpox and all the rest, everything in America did depend on that happening in some very literal sense. But for me, what is good about America didn't depend on slavery in the same sense. In other words, if if you play the thought experiment out and somehow Georgia and South Carolina agree to ban slavery at the inception of the country, and they figure it out, they figure emancipation out, whether it's immediate or maybe gradual.
Listen to this counterfactual. It happened this way. Stop trying to thought experiment your way out of what actually happened. This is what these boys do. Dude, how about think about what actually happened and deal with the facts and figure your way out of real life? Coleman Hughes is a failure. He's a failure as a philosopher. This dude he's going up against the wrong dude. Cornell West? Ugh.
To me, most of actually everything that is good about America survives that in a very straightforward way. In fact, it's enhanced because you get to unleash the creative and productive capacity of all the freed slaves. Probably you hopefully avoid the Civil War, which was a massive wealth destroying event and destabilizing event and national trauma, in particular for all the places in this.
All the freed slaves who had not been taught to read or write, they had been cowed to a point to where a lot of times they couldn't think for themselves. Yeah, you just free them and unleash their creativity. You unleash the tadpoles into a pond of white bass. Dude, this Coleman Hughes is literally brain dead with this thought experiment.
South that were burned to the ground. All of those people that were killed in the Civil War survive and thrive and have families and all the rest. And to me, it looks like the trajectory of America is just a better place with even more opportunity. So I would want to be careful to say that it's a precondition in the same way that the dispossession of indigenous land was a precondition.
I mean, I see you make a distinction between a tight causal account versus a looser causal account. When you talk about indigenous people, it is a tight causal account. There's just no way we can conceive of X without something being in place prior. And therefore, there is a cause for the fact that the presence of Europeans, when in fact indigenous people's presence was there and is there no longer. Now, I agree with you. I think it is a looser causal account than with indigenous peoples when you talk about slavery and Jim Crow, but I still think it's a causal account though. And one of the ways I would make that claim is that the degree to which all of the energy put into the enslavement of Black folk the degradation of black folk, generating the hatred and the terror against black folk. All of that energy had something to do with people's perception that what they really were after would be obtained more easily if these black folk were under control, subjugated, dominated, you see. And so I don't think we have a major disagreement there, but I would not want to use precondition as such an ambiguous notion that somehow, when you talk about indigenous peoples, you got a causal account that's acceptable. But when you talk about black people's enslavement and being Jim Crow and Jane Crow and hated and so forth, discriminated against and degraded and what have you, that you don't have a causal account. But I don't think the two are identical. No, not
Right.
at all. Not at all. But also, you
I
have to
mean,
keep in mind, my dear brother, the aftermath. You see, the after effects, the aftermath, the afterglow, the consequences that flow after slavery and after Jim Crow and after the lynching, especially in the minds of black people. It cuts very deep. The white supremacy inside of black people cuts deep. And if it's deep, that deep inside of black people, you can
Absolutely.
imagine how deep it is in most white brothers and sisters. So that the aftermath of slavery and Jim Crow is something that we still have to come to terms with. I mean, you wrestle with this in your own book when you say, of course, you're going to notice race. You just don't want to use race as a basis of treating others in a certain kind of way. But the very fact you have to argue that means what? Race still has a gravitas. And you've got to come up with some counter voice to somehow make sure that something deeper than race is operating in our human relations. But I agree with you at that level, of course. Very much so.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the dangers of, well, not just the American experiment, but every country, but the American experiment, especially because we have so much immigration, the contours of the American racial demographic makeup are always going to be changing. The negotiations between various groups for status and for recognition of each group's unique and sacred and different taboos, right? Every group,
That's
every
right.
group of people, every subculture has its own. We have a shared value system, but
Let me tell you something that I am really noticing here. Coleman Hughes will not do a side by side. It's him talking or Dr. West talking. This dude is going to cut this up in a way that makes him seem the smarter of this pairing. I I'm not even that much of a YouTuber. Coleman Hughes is literally a cad.
we also have subcultural values. What I grew up caring about is not this quite the same as what you grew up caring about. What is offensive to me is not quite the same as what is offensive to you. And we have to learn that about each other and come to some sort of gentleman's agreement about how to respect other cultures and not needlessly trample on things that are sacred to them. And then in return, sort of ask for the same kind of thing. And all of that without anyone's culture negating the overall American creed, right? Of freedom of speech and freedom of expression and democracy and all the rest, right? So if your culture is incompatible with those things, then I guess we don't have much to talk about. But in that context, what's important is that each generation of children is raised on what I think of as the shining rhetorical moments of Martin Luther Kingism, which is to of course notice race, but not treat anyone differently as a result of their race. That has to be part of the American creed, part of the American civic religion, with the understanding that because of our tribal natures, we're never going to instantiate that perfectly. There's
Right.
always like there is like you talked about at the very beginning of this episode, as a result of our fallen nature.
And listen to this
there's
silly,
always going to be a
silly
tendency to be
boy. We don't have to talk about after effects. We don't have to talk about the ripple in the pool. We just ignore the past and pretend it never happened. Listen to this very silly, silly child. And kudos to Dr. West for just looking sad and not losing patience. I would have gone into ad hominems on this young man. I would have crushed his spirit because I don't think he has a spirit to be crushed, but I would have to do a litmus test.
To be groupish, to hate the out group,
Absolutely.
to make fun of others, to prefer your own, and all that stuff. All of that notwithstanding, that way the end of the republic lies, in 100 different possible futures that we can't predict right now. Ethnic conflict is one of the great dangers.
Absolutely.
And so how do we avoid that? How do we avoid those possible futures? Is it a matter of childhood education? Is it a matter of political institutions? Like, what is the answer there?
No, I think that you're invoking Brother Martin is very important here, because when you invoke him, as you know it, he's not an isolated individual. He comes out of a long tradition of a peoples and a community that was trying to convince people to be not necessarily colorblind, but love struck. That when love your enemy, that's what we learn on the chocolate side in our churches. You see, what do you mean love your enemy? That means everybody made in the image of God is your brother and sister. Period. How can that be? We living in a white supremacist society. It means you cut against the grain. It means that you don't accept the white supremacist formulation as some kind of a framework. And when you are love struck, you generate what the founding fathers knew was a precondition of any constitutional republic, which is what? Civic virtue. You've got to learn how to respect others. You've got to learn how to acknowledge that they are who they are. Everybody's who they are, not somebody else. And therefore they have their own voice. The very anthem of Black folk is what? Lift every voice. It's not lift every echo, because the echo is just an extension of a silo that people want to control. When you find your voice, that means they're free. They're free to do what? To be wrong. They're free to disagree with you. They're free to go a different way than you go. And you have to be able to respect that, but still go your way and tell them, I disagree with you. I want to hear your argument. I want to hear your story. I want to hear your narrative. Let me tell you why I believe what I believe. You tell me what you believe. And in the end, we know we may not agree, but at least we're able to engage, almost like a jazz orchestra, all these different voices bouncing off against each other. But if it's just an echo that's being dictated by some kind of head of a silo, you don't have an argument. That's just indoctrination. That's just manipulation. That's just transaction. And so in that sense, civic institutions like churches and sports, it's in synagogues, it's in temples, it's in mosques, it's in schools, those crucial things. That's where the maturation, civically, spiritually, morally, should be taking place to help sustain a very fragile constitutional republic, which some people would call even more extensively a democracy. But I'm using the language of the founding fathers because they hated democracy, right? They said if every citizen was a Socrates, the assembly would still be a mob. That's heavy language, man. It's like, oh Lord, that's in the Federalist Papers. That's deeply anti-democratic. Sheldon Woolard and others understood that, but they had a deep distrust of the demos, and that's just the truth for most of the founding fathers. Thomas Paine was very different, but he stands in a league of his own in that sense. But you're deeper.
I love the lessons being taught from adult to young, thought he was smart child.
Point that you're making though about the deep human connection, however you get it. You can go in a secular route. Number of our secular brothers and sisters have been quite exemplary in terms of being strong humanists. You can be Christian like King. You can be a Muslim like a later Malcolm X, not too early. You know, Malcolm, he had some growing to do. He had a love of
Can I
black
ask you
folk,
about
but took
that?
him a while to start loving white folk.
What do you think about the secularization of America and certainly most of Europe, a lot of other places? Do you view this as a neutral trend, just like an interesting way history has developed? Fewer and fewer people are Christian, or do you think that this is actually a good thing or a bad thing? Like, what do you make of that?
Well, one, I want to make a distinction between the secularization of a people and the Socratization of a people. You see, if you follow Socrates, you're talking about self-criticism, which means, of course, you're self-critical of certain forms of secularization itself. But secularization can be captured so quickly by commodification. And what has happened, and I think one of the reasons why you're getting religious revival these days, especially among younger brothers and sisters of all colors, is that more and more when they say you hear secular, they hear fashions and fads of the market that take over and generate forms of conformity that push other voices out. Well, that's very real. There has been a commodification that has subsumed secularization. So that, for example, you know, if you're a student on campus, and I get this all the time, and you have to make a choice between what's going on Thursday and Friday night with all the hedonistic activity and evangelical circles meeting the same time, and you said those are the only choices to make, and you tried the first one for a year and a half, and you ran into dead ends with an empty soul because you got all that joyless quest for insatiable pleasure. You said, let me try these evangelical folks. They got community. They slow down in their life. And you say, those shouldn't be the only two options. But if those are the only two, then secularization has become overtaken by hedonism and narcissism and careerism and opportunism. Is that what secularization is? Well, we know that Diderot didn't think that. Kant didn't think that. But in 21st century, secularization often means that. But when you go with Socrates, Socratization means, no, I'm always tied to a self-criticism predicated on something in place, or what the great Alfred North Whitehead called that noble discontent, but with an appreciation of the best of what has been put in place.
All right, I just got two more questions for you, Dr. West.
Sure.
One, I want to know what, if anything, you learned by running for president, because your core way of being as someone in what I would consider to be the prophetic speaking tradition is something that's a situation where you can be inspirational, you can hold to principle without compromise, you can think single-mindedly about reaching the listener in his or her soul, without many other considerations. And you obviously have a talent for that, combined with an erudition that allows you to bring substance to the talent. Running for political office is, from what I perceive, a totally different skill set, totally different set of challenges, a set of inevitable compromises, frustrations, administrative headaches, and all the rest.
Oh, yeah.
I'm curious, in embarking on that, what did you learn? What did you take away from it?
Well, brother, you're so kind in your your compliments, so and I can appreciate that. I aspire to what you talk about, but I did learn this though, that I was just completely overwhelmed with great inspiration in meeting so many fellow citizens in so many different contexts. And I got the sense that they were thoroughly desperate, feeling helpless and hopeless and impotent in terms of trying to translate their moral sensitivities and their civic orientations into the electoral political system. And so when I would talk about the corruption of the two-party system and the role of the big money and the big donors and big benefactors and so forth, it resonated very deeply with them, but they always felt as if we can't do anything. Brother West, do we have any translation power and so forth and so on? And I said, well, we've got to do all that we can do. So what I discovered was, on the one hand, there was this hunger, and there's a wonderful line in T.S. Eliot's essay on F.H. Bradley where he talks about when you reach a moment of spiritual nadir, sometimes it's a matter of struggling to preserve the very memory of what truth-telling, justice-seeking, integrity, honesty, decency, and its fallible forms even looks like for a populace. And I believe we're at that point. So one of the reasons I was running, I would tell folk, look, I'm running for Jesus, I'm running for justice, I'm running for president. I'm just trying to keep alive this great legacy that shaped me, so that the young folk can actually see, I get a glimpse maybe of what it looks like. So that it's not the ordinary politician. It's not the ordinary elected official. And in the electoral political arena, they can see something that is so very different. Not because I'm so pure pristine, but because I come out of a legacy that is more and more alien. The King's legacy, the Fannie Lou Hammond legacy, Rabbi Heschel and Edward Said and others, what you were saying, trying to just tell the truth, period. Not tied to any money. We were broke the 10 Commandments every day during the campaign, as you know. Democratic Party paid $20 million to keep us off the ballot. We're still fighting. We won the case already. In North Carolina, we're still fighting in Pittsburgh. We went to the Supreme Court in Pittsburgh, keeping us off to keep us off the ballot. I mean, so much for defending different voices and hearing different voices, right? So that to me was something that was worth it, because it was part of my own sense of calling and my own sense of vocation. But you're absolutely right in terms of a different set of skills for organizing, dealing with the huge bureaucracies that are in place in order to sustain campaigns. My sister Kiana and Anahita, my beloved wife, and the campaign manager Kiana, you know, they did magnificent jobs. But for me, it was a matter of just prophetic witness. That's really what it was about. And I got such wonderful responses. Now, of course, I was trashed by the Democratic Party and Obama's people and Clinton's people and Biden's people. You the worst things. I'm just trying to tell the truth. You don't want to come to terms with the foreign policy and these drones. You don't want to come to terms with genocide in Gaza, or however you characterize genocide. That's the Democrats. That's not just the Republicans. I'm looking at both of these parties. Oh, you must be working for Trump. Oh, please. I'm calling that brother gangster for the last 15 years, the neo-fascist sensibilities. That's not the question at all, but I keep track of his humanity. See, I'm not into just demonizing anybody from the Klan to Trump. I confronted that in Charlottesville when I was down there with those sick white brothers coming at me tooth and nail, and they talking about, aren't you that brother on television calling everybody brother? I said, yes, brother. He said, I can't stand that. Don't call me brother. I said, I don't ask for anybody's permission as to who I love. I'm a Jesus-loving free black man. I try to love everybody, period. I don't care who gets unhappy. I don't care what the consequences are. I'm not in this for popularity. That's not my tradition. J.J. Johnson wasn't blowing for money. He needed it, but he wasn't just blowing for money. He's trying to play his horn the same way Charlie Parker played it. You don't play the trombone that way. I'm trying to be true to my artistic art integrity. I'm a free man. That's a great tradition. And that's very important for a young brother like yourself. I'm Coleman, period. I'm true to my mama. God bless her. I know she passed. I'm true to my father. I'm true to my sisters. I'm true to myself. I'm trying to be better. I'm listening. I'm learning. I'm not static, but don't dictate to me who I love, how I laugh, or how I orient myself in the world, period. Drop the mic.
I love that. All right. Well, I don't want to get into the genocide in Gaza because I think we disagree on that, but I don't want to open the whole can of worms. And I've done too many podcasts about that subject recently. So I just want to flag that.
Oh, no, sure.
Move
No,
on to the
I
question.
understand. We could have a whole separate debate on that, though. But
I want to get to the final question. I actually want to hear from Dr. Cornell West on. And the reason I'm thinking about this is because Drake just released an album where he, predictably and expectedly had a lot to say about the beef with Kendrick.
oh, brother Kendrick,
And I really want to know what you think of the Drake Kendrick beef. It's almost 2 years old now, but now it's back. Did you pay attention to it? Did it mean anything to you more profound than two individuals that are at the top of their game and don't like each other? Is there anything about it that struck the culture at a deeper level because of what Drake and Kendrick represent? What do you make of it?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that question too, because I think it's very important for us to always view music, in particular art in general, not as marginal and peripheral phenomena. They, at least for me, music has been integral and constitutive as to who I am. In the same way that philosophical texts, in the same way my own biblically centered religious tradition is, and so on. One is that I have a great love and respect for both of those brothers. I think that they are artistic giants in their own distinctive ways. I think Kendrick has a certain kind of genius that Drake doesn't have, but I think Drake's unbelievable versatility and his talent is just so immense. And of course, I recall when he embraced Kendrick, when Kendrick was a young artist, took him on tour and so forth. You see, those kinds of things mean much to me in terms of the debts that we have with each other. It doesn't mean you can't be critical, but you just have to acknowledge a certain kind of character on Drake's part. Now, as you know, Drake's father out of Oakland, who is the brother of Larry Graham. So he's got deep connection to Sly Stone. He got deep connection to genius on the chocolate side of the Bay Area. Then he's got his vanilla Canadian mother, who did a magnificent job on that brother. Because from a distance, Drake strikes me as a very, very kind human being. I never met him. I don't know him. I've never had conversations with him. I never met Kendrick either. But so that when the beef hit, I wasn't crazy about it. Now, of course, my first thing I say is neither one of you black folk are Tupac or Biggie. Let's just keep this in mind. You've got tremendous genius, but others precede you. They would then acknowledge that. Ain't no doubt about that. But let's just keep this in mind. Because artistic excellence is artistic excellence. You all exemplify it, but there's levels of it higher than you. The second thing to keep in mind is what optics are at play. Because see, it started to be degenerate into this ugly and vicious name calling, ad hominem attack on their persons and so forth. I hated that. I hate to see that kind of thing going on. And yet, that was part and parcel of what made the beef so attractive and appealing to a lot of people. Now, I haven't heard the new album by Drake. I have no idea, what kind of state of mind he's in. I don't know what kind of response it is, whether it's a spiritually mature one or a spiritually immature one. I just don't know. I hope of a spiritually mature response to it. But you do have to defend yourself. I mean, there's no doubt about that. You can't just get beat up and not have some kind of response. Not at all. I just hope that people can see the artistic excellence in and beyond the beef, so that the beef itself doesn't become just another moment for a commodification of hip hop, as opposed to a serious engagement of the subject matter of hip hop, which is basically, what it means to be human under certain kinds of conditions of young folk who are trying to the best of their ability to proceed from mama's womb to tomb with some kind of integrity.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. West, for coming on my show. Happy birthday to this great country, and you're the perfect guest to deal with this moment with. And people know where to find you, so they can find you. And thank you so much for coming on the show.
Brother, you stay strong though, man. Stay strong indeed. And thanks for having me though, man. Definitely.
All right. Well, I'm actually really glad that I showed that. I don't usually start shows off with something of this length, but there were lessons learned that I hope Coleman took. You don't go after the big dog if you're not prepared to defend your argument. We don't care about your feelings. We don't care about the Bible. To make this more personal, the Bible has nothing to do with the U.S. Constitution. And see, this is one of the things people on YouTube do all the time in these faux debates. Well, I didn't say that. Well, no, you implied it. Implying stuff is just as just it has as much force as saying it, but the refuge of cowards is hiding behind what they didn't say, but they implied. I crush people like that. Too many people want to come to this space and talk shit that they can't back up. I don't talk shit. I literally always am able to back up what I say, especially when it comes to things like the Bible and the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. The fuck? I eat and breathe this stuff since I was a kid. Don't come up here talking shit about the Bible and people were fleeing Catholicism. They were, dude, the pilgrims weren't fucking fleeing Catholicism. What the fuck? Who the fuck came to the United States fleeing Catholicism? I await. Maryland was literally founded as a Catholic state. Who was fleeing Catholicism in pre-America? Now, I could be wrong. I'm not a historian. I'm not an expert, but the Puritans, nah. The Pilgrims, nah. The people in Virginia, nah. The Catholics who founded Maryland, nah. Georgians or Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, no one was fleeing Catholicism because England, for instance, had the Church of England. They got rid of Catholicism in England. In Britain. Oh boy, I love it when people come up here trying to talk some shit and I just destroy it. And the link is posted for those who want to argue the point. Yes, I know what I'm doing and I just did it. I know my shit. Don't come up here if you don't know your shit. That's the bottom line. Know what you're talking about and you will survive. Godspeed will help you out if you know what the fuck you're talking about. Jewel, you know better. This Latino is not here to defend you. And you're always welcome here. Just don't talk shit you don't know. Man, I love you, but sometimes you go too far. Your ignorance precedes you sometimes. Do better. So anyway, let's get to a few news articles, and then I have some more videos at some point. So Trump heads to NATO summit, weighing penalties on allies not meeting defense spending dues. Trump is just pissed off because NATO didn't jump into this Iran war fiasco. And bless their little hearts, they had more sense not to get involved in something they really weren't going to benefit from. Trump, oh, I'm sorry. Well, we'll talk Iran. I'm looking at this. My bad. I skipped ahead. So, Trump heads to NATO summit weighing penalties on allies not meeting defense spending dues. Yeah, well, Trump is sputtering. They did not help with this fiasco. U.S. Iran updates. U.S. launches retaliatory strikes on Iran after commercial ship attacks in Strait of Hormuz. The war is continuing. Iran is not doing the unconditional surrender that white boy Trump thought he could achieve. Iran's not going to capitulate. They are approaching the United States as equals. This is why NATO didn't want to get involved in Trump's folly. It's going to be called Trump's folly 50 years from now. Trump is an idiot. Dude can't even fucking conduct a war with the world's best military. Now, have a look at this. I love this. Look at Trump saluting like he's been in the military. Responsible statecraft. Goodbye, Indo-Pacific. Hello, First Island chain. Well, apparently, the Pacific is being reorganized back into like some World War II structure. At some point, the Pacific is so big it got kind of cut up into two different commands, and apparently Trump wants to reunify it. Here it says revert to its 1947 name. So Trump is basically going to make some of these 3-star commands into 4-star commands, doing stuff like, hey, let's just make it PACCOM versus Indo-PACCOM plus whatever the other one was. Trump, all this shit that Trump is doing is going to have to be undone. Trump wants to act like, the world is simple. Thank God he's only got 2 more years to fuck shit up, and it's going to take decades to unfuck his bad leadership. So let's go back to this fiasco. Federal judge says Trump's broad January 6th pardon does not apply to DC pipe bomb suspect who laid pipe bombs in front of both the DNC and the RNC, Republican National Committee, Democratic National Committee headquarters in DC the night before. Well, pipe bomb boy, and to be honest, Trump would probably approve of this. Pipe bomb boy, sorry, it was January 6th. You did this shit on January 5th. Doesn't cover you. I think that's a good decision. Judge rejects Justice Department attempt to get full names of 2020 election workers in Fulton County. This is what Trump is trying to do. This dude wants to relitigate his loss in 2020 in 2026, and he wants names. He's just trying to create a list of a lot of these Fulton County election workers were Black Fulton County residents. Dude, this is down low racist bullshit. Trump cannot get over that he lost in a Republican state. But thank God there's a judge standing between him, Trump, and his administration and the actual heroes
who work these elections. If the president can go after election workers like this, it's going to have a chilling effect on voting. And that's exactly what Donald Trump wants to do. Trump accounts are now live. I meant to talk about this yesterday. So Trump accounts are now live. Here's how they work. This link is in the show notes. I think anything Trump touches turns to shit. This won't work. It's a bad idea. So I talked a bit about Trump accounts yesterday. We'll get back into it again because Trump is the shit version of Midas. He's got that Midas touch, but everything turns to shit. Okay, what is silly woman saying? I guess you never saw what the Fulton Bar Association did. Who gives a fuck? Jewel, you can't even figure out that the Bible has nothing to do with the Constitution. So why are you even talking about law at all? You can't get the Constitution, which is basic American law, right. You think the Constitution and the Bible are joined at the hip. Bar Association, ma'am, you are welcome to this panel, but you need to know your lane. You literally have no. This woman is talking about gunpowder plot of 1605 when I'm talking U.S. Constitution. Literally. Jewel, just out of curiosity, what do you think America 250 was about? Was it about 1605 or 1776? This struggle logic, you are so cute. You were so cute when you struggle, Jewel. You are the cutest thing. Again, no one's here to defend you. You're on your own, but you better know what you're talking about. You better know some history. Dude, you are struggling here, Jewel. And I still think you're cute and I still love you. So the dun 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 moment. Who will replace Graham Plattner if he drops out? Here's how Democrats could pick a new Maine Senate nominee. Doesn't really matter. Democrats lost this one, and they lost it by the wrong candidate. We cannot play the game the same way MAGA does it. Okay, Graham Plattner had red flags from the Nazi tattoo on, and we went with it. And quite frankly, this is on the DSA part of the Democratic Party. They literally made a bad decision, and this is why what's happening in Mamdani land around that New York City area, I am still skeptical, and then apparently it's happening in Colorado as well. I don't think this is a takeover of the Democratic Party like everyone thinks. They're making bad decisions like Graham Plattner. He talked the talk, but the dude walked the walk, but it was walking to a train or abuse. And then, little drunkard 12th man wants to act like this is like a huge issue. Dude, you got Donald Trump to worry about. Graham Plattner, if Graham Plattner were a MAGA Republican, that dude would be running against JD Vance in 2028 and possibly win. So save it for a rainy day, 12th man. You ain't got that kind of knowledge. Belgium eliminates U.S. Look, Donald Trump, as I said earlier, everything turns to shit. I don't believe in curses or anything like that, but Donald Trump politicizing FIFA, dude, it was bound to turn to shit. Donald Trump has zero leadership ability. He politicized a fucking a fucking soccer game. Oh, I'm sorry, football game, and he lost. I wonder if he's going to try and have an FBI investigation of Belgium. They cheated. I fully expect Kash Patel's next mission in life is going to be to investigate this USA Belgium game. And they'll probably fucking subpoena the Belgian team. So let's have a look at this. Oops.
President has arrived in Turkey for a good morning, everyone.
The Belgian team mocked the United States. NATO wanted nothing to do with the U.S. invasion of Iran or bombing of Iran. Belgium is mocking the U.S. Trump got involved and the USA team still fucking lost. Dude, Trump is a goddamn laughingstock. The worst thing to happen to America in quite some time.
Two news stories that we're covering today. The first, the NATO summit. The president has arrived in Turkey for a several-day summit with our NATO allies and is threatening to leave NATO, threatened to not even show up, and has lambasted NATO ever since stepping foot on the ground with President Erdogan in Turkey. On the same time, the president, the United States, we're getting mocked right now. Quote, the Trump curse is in effect, many are saying. Following Belgium's victory against the United States of America, Belgian fans across the globe, not just Belgian fans, folks, soccer fans across the globe, have relentlessly mocked the president and the United States of America doing his signature YMCA dance, this dance, on the pitch, in the locker room, and across Belgium, saying that the Trump curse is real after the president seemingly meddled in the FIFA World Cup in an effort to get the U.S. men's national team soccer players' red card reversed. Lots to cover right now. As always, like, comment, share, and if you can, support my work. Subscribe to my Substack link below. I know I ask a lot, but I rely on you to do it. So please, if you can, subscribe today. Let's talk about Belgium. Let's talk about the United States. As you know, last night, the Belgian men's national soccer team beat the United States 4-1. The game was shrouded with a bunch of controversy, especially after Donald Trump personally called FIFA's president in an effort to try to overturn the red card for Folarin Balogun, the star player on the U.S. men's national team. Now, the game went on without a hitch. The U.S. men's national team did not play well. And while afterwards, Belgian soccer players did something that is spreading like a wildfire. Take a look. That right there is the signature Trump dance, the YMCA dance that he was doing on stage at campaign rallies repeatedly, time and time again. They were doing it on the field after the game. They were doing it in the locker room. And Belgian fans across the globe are doing it today. Why? Well, it's not just because they beat the United States. That's part of it. But it's also because of Trump's personal involvement. The Belgian national soccer team put out this tweet following their victory, quote, overturn this, referring to the overturning of the red card. And then we learned that Belgium is openly mocking Trump because they're framing this victory as, quote, payback. Why? Well, back when Donald Trump was running for president, he said something that Belgian fans remember today. U.S. Republican presidential candidate, this is from 2016, said that living in Brussels, the capital of Belgium, is like living in a, quote, hellhole because of the lack of assimilation of the Muslim population. Quote, you go to Brussels, I was in Brussels a long time ago, 20 years ago, so beautiful, everything is so beautiful, it's like living in a hellhole right now, he told Fox Business Network. It happened after he was asked about his plan back then to ban Muslim migrants and tourists to the United States of America, the Muslim ban. Remember that? Well, he was asked about it in 2016. He called Brussels a hellhole. And in response, Belgian fans today are saying, well, we're no longer a hellhole. We just beat Team USA. It came as Trump was landing in Turkey for the NATO summit. And as he was landing, he has now urged Congress to pass a massive spending package for the United States military, $350 billion in value. He's also urging Congress to pass the Save America Act, the voting rights legislation, which has for a long time now been caught up because they don't have the votes, neither in the House nor in the Senate. Now they're going to try to pass it this week and in the next several weeks. It's unclear whether they're able to do so. They only have, I believe it's about 24 days left between now and November to do so. Remember, Congress doesn't work every day. Congress only works a couple weeks out of the month, if that. And so when you look at legislative days, they don't have many more days left, and it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to pass it. But he did arrive in NATO, making clear that he didn't want to be there, that the NATO alliance from the United States perspective really hangs in the balance.
Further troop drawdowns in Europe likely? And are you satisfied with the progress that NATO allies have
Well,
made?
we're going to see. I was very disappointed with NATO. And frankly, if it weren't held in Turkey, where my friend happens to be a very strong leader, a very strong person, it's possible that I wouldn't have attended. I felt I had to attend because of the fact that, I know he's gone all out. It was a big thing to have NATO come to Turkey or any place else. It's a big thing. But we weren't treated well because we did something in Iran. We don't need anybody's help. I didn't even want their help. But before I asked, they said they wouldn't be there. And we've invested trillions of dollars in NATO. Why? To protect European countries and others, Canada, etc., but to protect people, countries from, generally speaking, it used to be the Soviet Union, now it's Russia. And I say that
this dude can't even get his history right. Okay, the closer Russia got into Western Europe, the more effective their ballistic missiles and ICBMs and all. Dude, part of NATO was standoff. We want the Russian nukes the farthest they can get. Dude, this dude is as bad at history as Jules. Jules, have you ever thought of running for president? You might make a better president than Donald Trump, in my estimation.
that's fine, but you would think that they'd be very willing to do something to help us, and they really weren't.
When we talk about NATO, the president perceives that the United States was insulted by NATO because NATO did not give the United States Greenland. That's where this is all stemming from.
With respect to what? Well, that's what hurt my relationship with NATO, because Greenland doesn't help Denmark. Denmark doesn't spend money to really help Greenland, but it's an important part for the United States. And it's surrounded by China ships and Russian ships. And that's not going to happen. The ships it's not going to happen. It was Greenland that and it continues to be, that should be controlled by the United States, not by Denmark. And when they wouldn't go along with it, and with all the money we spend to help them with Russia, and we don't have to spend any money, we could remove all of our soldiers out of Europe. Because as you probably noticed, Europe's a very different place than it was 20 years ago. A lot different, much different. It's a much different, and they better be careful with immigration and energy. If they're not careful with those two things, you're not going to have a Europe anymore. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
And one of the big topics of conversation this week will be Russia and Ukraine. Trump said he could finish this war in 24 hours. It's been 15 months since he took office, more now, actually. Here's what he had to say.
Why do you think that? What conditions have changed? Did Putin seem
About with what?
Russia, Ukraine? Did Putin seem open to any concessions that he
Never
had?
changed. I just don't want him killing people. You know, it doesn't affect the United States. When Biden was here, he gave them hundreds of billions of dollars worth of equipment. Now I sell the equipment for, you know, fair price, full price. And I sell it not to Ukraine, I sell it to the European Union. They pay us. But with me, it's not anything to do other than I'd like to save lives. You have 25, 35, 30. One time it hit 41,000 a month souls. They're dead. They leave their mother in Ukraine. They leave their mother and father in Russia, Ukraine. They wave goodbye. And a week later, they're dead. It's crazy. And I would like to see, it doesn't affect us. It's really, you know, it's far away. It affects Europe much more. We're there to help Europe, but it doesn't affect the United States. We have an ocean in between. But, you know, it's just, I can't stand watching what's happening. I've seen the pictures of those battlefields, and it's a drone war. It's a war of drones. It's a whole new technology. And we're actually the leader in drones now. We have the most sophisticated drones, but people wouldn't believe how violent it is. And I've seen the battlefields. They send me pictures. I actually want to say, don't send them to me. Pete, this man right here sends me pictures. Pete Hegseth. And I said, Pete, you know what? Doesn't help to look.
Doesn't help to look. So we're going to see what the next several days bring from Turkey. I'm talking to folks on the ground there repeatedly over the next 24 hours. So I'll have more updates for you there. Like, comment, share, subscribe to my Substack link below to support, and I'll see you soon for more.
Hold on one sec. I'm actually typing something here. So let us move on. And I don't know, dude, it is a constant struggle to teach people how to read. I literally read what is written in the chat. And then when I translate it into, like, I don't have to translate when I read it and tell the person the meaning. They want to talk about gray. And by the way, gray, when you talk colors, is better spelled Gray, not EY, but that's debatable. Ma'am, the Catholic elements of the Church of England means that there were Catholic elements of the Church of England, but the Church of England, if it decided to keep some Catholic elements, they're still the Church of England. This silly little like gray, the gray you are creating is a fog. I know how to read, and I also know the history, by the way. You are just, it's struggle logic, Joel, and it does not work. You're not on your home turf. I'm sorry, you have no clue what you're talking about, and I'm not going to help you out. Your sound, just stop struggling. Just learn your lesson that you don't know history that well. Dude, that fucking weak ass bullshit about the pilgrims fleeing Catholicism. When I hear Catholicism, I think you mean the Pope was after them. It was the Church of England, and then some of them went to Holland, and they still wound up being persecuted there. Holland, if I recall, was not a Catholic country either. You lose on the history, and you should know better, Joel. I just know more of this stuff than you do. I don't know why you struggle like this. No one is going to save you here. So, but you're welcome to struggle. It is amusing to see you struggle. Nothing wrong with that. So here we go. And this is something that has kind of amazed me that the national press has not followed more. Baltimore, this started maybe a couple years ago. Their new mayor got crime down with a different approach. Uh, it's dramatically better. Baltimore has been notoriously high crime city for basically all of my life. It is statistically a very high crime city, but its reputation also stems from the fact that the American public's main exposure has been the television show Homicide and The Wire, both of which are largely about crime in Baltimore. Bottom line is Baltimore has suddenly become a model city. Trump actually thought about sending the National Guard in, and the governor, Wes Moore, basically talked Trump out of it because of, hey, what crime? It's gone down without your help. See, you don't have to be Trump and send in the National Guard to get crime under control. So, this is also another holiday. Goodbye, Doge. This was retired quietly as well. This is Trump's folly.
Polymarket is proud to be the world's top choice to trade
And
football.
of course, the Washington Post and their damn commercials.
So
$50 free for your first trade. Trading not available.
By editorial board and read by Rachel, an AI-generated voice. The so-called Department of Government Efficiency officially disbanded over the weekend. What was supposed to be a transformative effort to downsize government and improve public services has damaged the cause of government efficiency in the eyes of voters. The popular name of this effort, officially the U.S. Doge Service, was a backronym to fit leader Elon Musk's affinity for the Doge meme. The effort was never much more serious than its outlandish moniker. Doge was based on the idea that the federal budget is full of waste, and all that's needed to get it under control is to send a crack squad of technological geniuses to find it. In truth, the government already has plenty of information about the budget and problems with program administration. The Congressional Budget Office, Government Accountability Office, and inspectors general throughout the bureaucracy are issuing reports all the time. Not to mention all the organizations outside of government that scrutinize and recommend fixes for federal finances. The cause of high federal spending is not a mystery. It's primarily Social Security and healthcare programs, plus the interest costs associated with the borrowing that funds them. And the cause of projected future deficits is Social Security, healthcare programs, and interest costs. Each day, Doge patted itself on the back for canceling a few $1 million worth of government contracts. The federal government spent about $12 billion on Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and interest payments. It was attempting to bail out a flooding ship with a thimble. To the extent that Doge addressed Social Security, it was in Musk's insistence that millions of dead people are receiving benefits, which is not true. The budgetary issue with programs for seniors is that live people, in perfect accordance with federal law, are receiving benefits that far exceed what they ever paid in during their working years, and what today's relatively smaller workforce is able to finance. Unsurprisingly, this arrangement is very popular, which is the fundamental obstacle to making these programs financially sustainable. Should the federal government be more efficient? Absolutely. The GAO estimates that federal agencies have made about $3 trillion in improper payments since 2003, which is an underestimate because not all federal agencies report improper payment data. The most defrauded programs, Medicare, Medicaid, the Earned Income Tax Credit, and SNAP, are among the most popular. Cutting some contracts that the government doesn't need is fine. Reducing headcount, when needed, is also fine. Neither of those things is going to make a dent in the federal deficit, though, and doing them in a haphazard way causes unnecessary suffering. Doge was fairly unpopular despite taking up a cause that most Americans can get behind. That's not an indictment in and of itself, though, because actually tackling the budget deficit would be unpopular too. The shame of Doge is that it became politically unpalatable while simultaneously doing nothing to get spending under control.
When it comes to the big questions, who you ask matters. From breaking news to politics that impact your life, to advice you can trust. Get answers you don't have to question with Ask the Post AI, trained exclusively on post journalism with clear sourcing. And if we don't know the answer, we'll tell you.
All right.
Ask the Post AI. Find it on WashingtonPost.com or in the app.
On to this was actually interesting. Hours of chaos, vandalism in Newport Beach, California. Are viral social media posts to blame? Well, I wonder if John Galt talked about this. Was this like black kids over July 4th in Newport Beach, California? Now, I could be wrong. I honestly don't know, but I figured I'd play it just to find out. Do black kids hang out? There must be Californians in the chat. CM, where are you when I need you to explain these cultural things? Do black kids take over Newport Beach, California? I think it's Orange County. I could be wrong. I don't know California that well.
Hours of chaos, vandalism in Newport Beach. Are viral social media posts to blame? By Hannah Fry and Richard Winton. This article is read by an automated voice. Newport Beach police are used to crowds on the 4th of July. But they were not expecting the thousands of teenagers and young adults who descended on the city Saturday, leading to hours of chaos and vandalism that some say is the worst the city has seen in years. Authorities are still trying to determine what drew so many people. The Newport Beach Police Association blamed a viral TikTok takeover on social media that attracted crowds. It's still unclear whether a single post was the draw or how it was organized, and police said the investigation is ongoing. Newport Beach police routinely monitor social media, but saw no early indication that such massive crowds would be arriving on the peninsula. And that may have been by design. According to some law enforcement experts, it's becoming increasingly difficult to find such posts in a world of private chat groups and apps. People are increasingly planning meetups on Signal, WhatsApp, and Discord, which aren't publicly viewable, said Mike Parker, a retired Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department commander. Monitoring takes time and cops have to find ways to become members, and that is very hard, he said. So now you add into the equation that people are available that day and it sounds fun. People are hyping it up. Add in the hot weather and the beach would be a relief. Between midnight on Friday through 6 a.m. on Sunday, officers arrested 402 people in Newport Beach, a 570% increase from the same period last year. About half of the arrests were people who remained on the peninsula after police issued a dispersal order, authorities said. This was on another level, said Newport Beach Police Lieutenant Eric Little. The majority of those arrested did not live in Newport Beach. A Times review of the department's arrest log showed arrestees from Arizona, Nevada, the Inland Empire, San Diego, Los Angeles, and other cities in Orange County. In the age of social media, a viral post about a party or gathering can draw thousands of people to a location, quickly overwhelming police resources. It is like a high school party from 40 years ago on steroids and on an unparalleled scale with thousands, not hundreds, Parker said. In decades past, police could communicate faster than the teens who were showing up at a house party, he said. Now the kids are not leaving and they're filming the chaos as police try to control it. That can draw even more crowds to the area. In May 2021, a 17-year-old's birthday party announcement went viral on TikTok, resulting in more than 2,000 partygoers converging along the Huntington Beach Pier and downtown area. Crowds arriving for Adrian's kickback set off fireworks, jumped on police cars, and clashed with officers. In that incident, more than 175 people were arrested. But what happened in Newport Beach over the holiday weekend as out-of-town youth paired with typical 4th of July visitors was uniquely severe, residents say. The holiday started out fairly typical on the peninsula, a neighborhood that city officials have long tried to distance from its past reputation as Zooport or the war zone. known for drawing parties and a rowdy crowd of heavy drinkers. Little said that the beach was crowded by about 9 a.m., but that visitors were celebrating peacefully. But when the sun set around 8 p.m., things took a turn. Officers began to notice a lot more unruly behavior due to an influx of people from social media posts that were coming to the area, Little said. Masses of young people, ages 15 to 25, packed the sand around the Newport Pier, lighting off fireworks that sent sparks into crowds. Nearby, groups descended on a shopping center on 32nd Street, emptying trash cans and tossing merchandise from the pavilion's grocery store into the parking lot. By the end of the night, the pavement was littered with busted watermelons, sodas, and chips, according to law enforcement and social media videos. They were blocking roadways. They were attempting to damage cars, taking street signs out of the ground and running through the street, drinking in public, throwing bottles and setting off fireworks, Little said, adding that some threw explosive mortars and fireworks at officers and other beachgoers. Officers requested backup from other law enforcement agencies, and by about 8:25 p.m., Newport Beach Police declared an unlawful assembly in the area. Roughly 350 officers from Newport Beach and 17 other agencies, including Irvine, Huntington Beach, Costa Mesa, the Orange County Sheriff's Department, and the California Highway Patrol, converged in the area. Videos on social media showed officers on horseback pushing back crowds on the beach and a helicopter making announcements for visitors to leave. At 10:50 p.m., residents received an alert that the beaches had been closed and officers were clearing traffic from the peninsula, blocking any additional cars, including those of residents, from entering the area. Traffic into the area didn't reopen until about 3 a.m. Sunday. Newport Beach Council member Joe Stapleton, who represents the area, including the peninsula, said the situation needs to be addressed by the city council. What we experienced is not the standard that Newport Beach should accept, he said. I am committed to working with our public safety personnel, residents, businesses, to plan for 2027 and beyond to ensure this doesn't happen again. Stapleton added that the incident reinforces the importance of social media monitoring and adopting a modern version of see something, say something. Thanks for listening to this story, brought to you by the Los Angeles Times.
Well, I would love to know what an anti-black like John Galt would make of this. Jewel, you're uninformed, especially about how history works. You lost this one, dear. People sometimes don't know how to read. You don't have to struggle, and you can also hit the link. We can talk about it, or you can struggle in the chat, but you got it wrong. America was not founded by religious sects fleeing Catholicism. You're simply wrong on the facts, wrong on the history. I know you want to quibble and find some gway, but you lost. You don't, it wouldn't be the first time that I've had to kind of tell you that shit does. See, people like you, Jewel, and I honestly don't mean to be this abrasive, but I'm going to do it anyway. You're used to dealing with the Leonards and the John Galts and the even to a certain extent the Latinos and the CMs and the American Man and the Ryan Bardwells. I know my shit. I don't guess. I don't speak something, especially about history, that I don't know and double know and triple know. Have not. I study my shit. I don't spout bullshit. And you're used to dealing with motherfuckers who don't read books, who don't dot their I's and cross their T's. It is no shame to come to a channel where I'm 100% sure most of the time. Now, it doesn't mean I'm 100% right, but I'm at least 100% sure. You lost this one, dear. I still love you. I still think you're great. You just forgot where you were. You're in Stanley versus the World land, not the fucking let's talk about it. Or Bob. Dude, I know my shit. Cold. I don't have to Google it. I don't have to research it because if I don't know, I'm just going to say I'm not sure, but I think. See, unlike you, I don't confuse the Bible and the Constitution and all this silly bullshit about the Golden Rule. There is nothing in the US Constitution that even suggests do unto others. It literally, there's not a goddamn thing in the Constitution. If there were, there wouldn't be a fugitive slave clause or a 3/5 clause. Dude, do unto others had fucking nothing to do with the US Constitution, and it's barely to be found in the Declaration of Independence. If the Golden Rule is to be found in the Declaration of Independence, it's just, well, hey, England, they were telling England to do unto others. They were claiming to be done unto, and they were chastising the doer. Jewel, you got to do better, dear. You don't stand a chance if you ever want to match wits on Stanley versus the World. But again, you are a valued, wonderful woman, and you just forgot where you were. So I tried Gwyneth Paltrow's Goop Kitchen for a week. Here's what happened. I had to listen to it, and we won't listen to all of it. I think Gwyneth Paltrow is gorgeous, always has been, but she is a little California. She kind of reminds me of Jewel in a way, and Jewel mentioned that she's blonde. Are you like Gwyneth Paltrow? Because you speak a lot of goop, Jewel.
Polymarket is proud to be the world's top choice to trade.
New York. When you order online from Gwyneth Paltrow's Goop Kitchen, it takes about 15 seconds to stumble upon a perfect encapsulation of what all the fascination is about. All of our bowls are
No,
gluten-free.
she's not a chef.
All sauces and marinades are
She's
made
just
in-house or
rich
free
and
from
she
processed
started a
sugars,
business.
processed foods, gluten,
I think she can
dairy,
cook, though.
corn, peanuts, or preservatives. Our chicken is organic and free-range, reads a PSA at the top of the menu, in a gentle but brisk Sansar F font. Our salmon comes from the fjords of Norway, with the highest standards of quality in mind.
Norway. Hey, Con, let me just say this. There are people, and Jewel isn't the only one. There are people like John Gall. There are probably more of these Black male content creators. They will believe it when it comes from someone who's white, like a white male says what you said about no one coming to America was fleeing Catholicism. Look at Maryland, by the way. But if Stanley says it, oh, he's a black man, he can't know what he's saying. These dumb fucks. Dude, I mock some of these dumb fucks, and it's fine. If I never get monetized, it's worth it. I literally took some young lady, and I honestly think Jewel thinks she's white, therefore I will be kowtowed because Jewel said it. Dude, I married a white woman. I know y'all are human. And I'm sorry. If you're wrong, I'm gonna tell you you're wrong. And if you jump nasty, ma'am, I'm gonna just be brutal about it and maybe even do some ad hominem. You forgot that where you were you should always remember where you were, because if you act stupid, I'm going to treat you stupid. So there you go. No, we're all human, but sometimes Jewel has been trying to cross streams with me for years at this point. She just cannot seem to understand that she is not that kind of intellect. Stick to your crystals, ma'am. Stick to your Bible. Stick to that fucking pseudo hippie talk, because it soothes savage beasts like Leonard Roy. It soothes, it impresses some of these idiots that, and I love Latino, but dude, let's call it what it is. You soothe a lot of savage beasts, but I don't give a fuck about your soothing voice. I care about the facts. And if you're spouting bullshit, I'm going to call you out on it. And I'll do the same. I will do it on Latinos panel. Do you think I get shy? I get the self-righteous dude. The golden rule had something to do with the founding of America. I have to go back and find this, because, dude, I might have to figure out how to fucking look at this bullshit. So the English monarchy weren't fighting for control back and forth between the Catholics and the Protestants. The fuck does that have to do with the founding of America, ma'am? Dude, see, you're wrong on the merits, and then you try and obfuscate. Not everything is black and white, Stanley. Back then, the church controlled what the masses thought controlling minds is power, irrelevant to the American founding. Yes, Puritans sought to purify the Church of England of remaining Roman Catholic practices, facing persecution under King James I and Charles I for their refusal to conform to established rituals. Bullshit. Sought to purify the Church of England means they were fleeing the Church of England, who was actually persecuting them, not the Catholic Church, not Catholicism. The Pilgrims left because of religious prosecution. I'll just read it as you spelled it. It's intertwined, like I said initially. Yeah, your idea of the American founding is intertwined with ignorance. The gunpowder plot of 1605 was a failed assassination attempt against King James I and Protestant. What the fuck does that have to do with the Puritans? Just pulling random knowledge out. Wow, this young lady, she tries so hard. Most Catholics don't know the history of the Catholic Church. It's okay. Well, guess what, my dear? Neither do you. How can you call out Catholics for not knowing the Catholic Church? Have you ever been Catholic, Jewel? Honestly, don't know the answer to that, but I know for sure you don't know the history of the Church of England. So I doubt you know the history of the Catholic Church. This preaching ignorance or addressing an ignorant point with an ignorant point, two negatives don't make a positive in these sorts of discussions. Let's see. The neighbor stuff is in the Bible that many many claim to follow, and it was followed by the founders as Protestants forced Catholicism. Okay, this is where I started. Like, you know what? She has no fucking clue. Let's just start roasting her. So, and I can go back even farther here. What the fuck is she even talking about? So let's see, somewhere in here, she starts babbling on.
Let's see. Reign supreme, golden rule, reign. I'm talking about the Constitution. So she brings up the golden rule, and my response, golden rule reigns supreme. It's not hard. And my response, let's see. Oh, that's to Bobby. So my response is face palm. That's to Bobby about essential oils. Everyone is your neighbor, like the Bible has anything to do with this. If you can't eat it, whatever that means. Okay. So my point, Jewel, that neighbor stuff isn't in the Declaration of Independence nor Constitution. Should have just not included the neither, but I'm a little tipsy and my texting isn't that good. So Stanley, no, but it's in Christianity. And let's see. The neighbor stuff in the Bible, the many claim to follow, and it was followed by the founders. Bullshit, it was. Not when they wrote the Constitution, you silly woman. Fleeing Catholicism is also wrong, but the Godspeed link. See, there's a reason she didn't come up here and talk it out. She sought refuge like a Puritan in my chat. Most Catholics don't know the history of the Catholic Church. It's okay. Except those of us who did first through 12th through Catholic school, dude, you don't think I know it? Even if I've forgotten it, I once knew it. I went first through 12th to Catholic school. You don't think they taught me this bullshit? Silly woman, once again, she forgot who she's talking to. And then you and I both know what you're doing, Stanley. Of course we do. And my response is, you and I always know. You and I know that you always bite off more than you can chew. Jewel, know your stuff is always a requirement in this space. Yes, Jewel, we know what I'm doing, and you know what I'm doing. We have a history. Don't come off half-cocked talking bullshit like I'm going to back down. It works with the old YNs and Latino because they don't know shit, but I know shit. So it was good to have you, and hopefully you come back. But ma'am, you forgot, and I understand that you forgot. I'm not that kind of, hey, let's let the white girl do what the fuck she wants to do because she's white. That is ERT and CT and shit. Dude, you're just a woman to me. White, black, you don't get special privilege over here. And honestly, Jewel, you're used to that. I've known you for a while. You're used to getting carte blanche because you're a white chick. Doesn't work here. I was married to one. You don't get, I won't do a white chick comparison because that would be unfair to you. So let us move on. I wear it on my middle finger, the rise of the defiant divorce ring. Now, I have never heard of a divorce ring. It's an interesting looking ring. I had no clue, but I must know more about it. And I was hoping there would be a fucking auto reader, but I guess I'm going to have to do it by hand. Shimmering on dead Marino's finger are diamonds set in an eye-catching gold ring. Of course, it's a middle finger ring. That's how you wear a divorce ring, on your middle finger. Nice. Getting rid of her engagement ring would have suggested a regret the 34-year-old doesn't feel after all. Her marriage brought her daughter. Even just not wearing it would have felt like a waste. I didn't want it locked away in a box. Diamonds are precious,
Plus, she does sometimes feel like sticking one finger up after the breakup of her marriage. Deb is part of a rising trend promoted by Jewelers, of course, commercial around the world of women marking a new chapter in their life with a new statement piece, the divorce ring. So, Deb had the diamond from her engagement ring set at one end of an open circle and added a new sapphire to represent her daughter to the other end. It cost $3,000. It's a sizable sum to part with when divorces can be expensive. You know what? I really hope that someone like a conservative gets a hold of this story. It would literally be fun to hear his take on this. I'm going to see if I can't figure out how to get this story to him. And by the way, all these stories are in the show notes. It's good to see you back. I was talking shit while you were gone, Jewel, of course. So you can talk shit afterwards. Oh, look, looks like CT, ERT and CT apparently are joining forces to be mighty goddamn stupid. I literally love the stupid. And when they join forces to become one big stupid, that's even better. Love it. Oh man. ERT and CT make quite the pair. So anyway, I do have videos. The link is posted if anyone wants to come up. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, please don't be a stranger. Subscribe, listen for a while, figure out if this is for you. It is not for everyone. Let's see, what else do we have here? Like I said, link is posted. And by the way, support this show by supporting the host. I actually have Cash App, PayPal. So if you got some Lira, I have not gotten Lira. Please, if you have some Lira that you want to use to support the Stanley versus the World show, I'd love to have them. PayPal, all that stuff is listed either in the chat or in the crawl at the bottom of the screen. So the Sovereign Beer Fund will be open for investment tomorrow for sure. So I was watching this. I watched about half of this today, and I figured it's worth watching. It's called Patriot Front on the March, Trump's Marooned Mall Speech, and the NYC Tall Ships. The sailing part of this is actually the best part of the show, in my opinion. Oops. Let's see if I can get this right here. Sorry about that. All right, so let's watch it. Couple never Trumpers here. Guess I should.
About an hour
Oh, there we
behind.
go.
That's about it. All right, he was waving. Go.
Oh, the president waved?
I think we just got a wave. Okay. I'm going to say it happened. Anyway, we got a wave? I think so. Let's go back. Let's
go back to that shot. Can we go back to that shot? I mean, why not, right?
Can we get a wave from the president?
See you.
Will you turn
Hi,
around?
Mr.
They're on a big
President.
delay. All right.
Brett, I think, again,
Let's see if he's on
250
delay.
years for this country.
See if he
this
turns around
republic.
for us.
Yeah. Sorry, Brian's playing shadow puppets over there with the president.
Why are you playing shadow
what are
puppets
you
with
doing?
the president?
No,
What's going on?
no, but the fact that we are here 250 years later with the technology that has advanced society from medicine to transportation to all of it to the way we.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Welcome back to Dead Air. My name is Dean Blundell. That, of course, is the indispensable Steve Schmidt from The Warning. At Steve Schmidt is where you can find him. And give him a sub today, folks. We've got a lot of stuff to get to, including that sycophantic pandering that you watched this weekend. Dude, that is unbelievable. Did you watch them begging Donald Trump to wave to them on television?
I just saw it right now for the first time. I can't. I just sort of like, and I'm like, when Laura Ingraham is like, can you believe it? We made it 250 years. And of course, if Laura Ingraham had her way, it would have been the Confederacy who won that war, right? So we would have only made it 87, 88, 89 years, right? And
Yeah.
God, what an appalling spectacle. And you sit there and you think about the corruption in the media writ large, which is on such vivid and full display, and whatever you wish to call it, the pantomime that goes on between all of these people is so absurd, so farcical. At this point. And the notion that Brett Baer was ever looked at, oh, he's a serious, straight news guy you can trust. The network that produced overwhelming.
You know what? I am so glad you said this. Pathetic people loving their president, how dare they? Every single MAGA voter is responsible for Trump. The dude is a degenerate. He is a bad leader. He is narcissistic. He fucked up the U.S. team in FIFA. Everything Trump touches turns to shit. He's pissed off NATO. They don't even want to fucking pay to be in NATO anymore. Iran is kicking Trump's ass day to day to day to day to day. And this motherfucker wants his head carved into the fucking into Mount Rushmore. The people that love President Trump are indeed pathetic. They really need to be ostracized. You know what? Thank God I'm not a communist, because I'd send y'all out to be re-educated. But I'm not a communist. So I guess y'all can love who you want. But if you are loving President Trump paying the gas prices in New Jersey and the grocery prices in New Jersey, then you are indeed pathetic. Those people are pathetic. If you voted for Donald Trump, you have a lot to fucking explain to the rest of us. So, yes, you finally got something right, Jewel. Y'all are pathetic. Now, I bet you didn't even vote, Jewel. You and your man probably didn't even vote. So of course, you are living in a gray area. You couch voted. You didn't actually vote for Trump. Dude, you and your man sat on the couch eating fucking hot Cheetos. probably watching Boys in the Hood on election day.
Right, the greatest number of whack jobs per square inch of the Trump administration, from Pete Hegseth to Judge Janine trying to lock up Olympians for daring to touch the sacred water of the reflecting pool. Just too much. Unbelievable.
Yeah, dude.
Unbelievable's right.
And it's over, which is sad. I think it's over. I don't know. It might never be over. It started like 2 weeks ago with nobody showing up to the mall. It's been an unmitigated disaster. The total tally for the 14 days that we've just experienced, these magical 14 days of Freedom 250, total tally, 200,000 people. The bicentennial, one day. So now in 1976 was 429,000 people. Almost 500,000 people showed up to that. So in the entire course of the events, 200,000 people showed up. Not only did 200,000 people show up, 48 people had to be hospitalized for heat exhaustion. Another 35 to 40 people were hospitalized with food poisoning. On top of, and I know I shouldn't be laughing, but on top of that, the visuals that we saw from, not only this last weekend, which were disastrous, it's like the gods have teamed up against the Trump regime to provide them the worst end to any Independence Day week-long celebration we've ever seen. From Mount Rushmore crying to the absolute mayhem on the mall. And I want to get to that real quick. We have nothing to say about Donald Trump's speech because it was 34 minutes long, and it was just, he played the hits. It was ridiculous. We'll get to the Marxist communist conversation in just a second. But can we play a quick clip of this incredible storm on the mall this weekend? I'm not sure if we have it, Mike. It was truly incredible. We'll get to some good stuff in a second because there were good things that happened this weekend. It just had nothing to do with Donald Trump, which was kind of the bonus. But this storm that happened on the weekend rushed everybody out of the mall. You had U.S. Marshals hanging onto their guns because they didn't know which way to run. You had National Guardsmen and women flipping over picnic tables because a few thousand people did show up to see Donald Trump give a speech this weekend. And not only was it hilarious for me to watch, it was such a metaphor for the entire regime. The entire weekend was a metaphor, from the torrential downpour and Donald Trump screaming, "Everybody don't leave. Keep yourself in danger. I swear to God, I'm going to do a speech at around 1 o'clock this morning," to the idea that anything that happened this last week was some kind of representation of what America stands for on its 250th birthday. It was a fucking unmitigated disaster, dude. You and I both know that.
Yeah, no, like, I'm looking forward to seeing the video for the first time. We were talking about it right before the show of the DC fireworks. I didn't see any highlights.
Oh, you
yesterday.
haven't? Oh, we got some, dude. This is one of the great.
It. I haven't seen it yet, and I
Can
didn't
we play
watch
it?
Let's
play it, Mike. Let's play it for Steve. Here you go. This looks more like a scene from Fallout than it does fireworks. You can't see the fireworks.
Beautiful.
It honestly looks like a thermonuclear factory is going up. There you go. There's the fireworks. It's from. It was so smoky and it was so humid. Wow. It was so smoky and humid that people standing like 500 feet away from the fireworks literally couldn't see the fireworks. And on top of it, the air quality was the worst in the entire world for 48 hours after the fireworks in Washington, D.C. They were telling people, to shelter in place. They were telling people not to go outside because of the particulate that was in the air. On top of it, the reflecting pool, which you mentioned before we get to a couple of good things, they used the reflecting pool to launch all of these fireworks. So the reflecting pool, and I did a piece about it, you can go read it at deanblundell.substack.com, is destroyed. It's ruined. Whoa! Yeah, it's over. There's shit all over the place to the point where, like, when the fireworks started, people were running away from the reflecting pool as fast as they can, women and children screaming and crying. Shit was raining down on them, old phosphorus and old pieces of paper from the fireworks. Wow. And the reflecting pool is literally filled with fireworks remnants this morning. They haven't even started to clean it up. Yeah, so there you go.
He truly, he could fuck up anything. Incredible. Incredible achievement.
Well,
Hands
I don't
down.
think. Yeah.
Hands down. The greatest fuck up of our lifetimes. Really can't do
here at the
anything
Great
right.
American State Fair. If you can hear the announcement behind me, it is telling people that due to an upcoming severe thunderstorm, they're asking visitors to please exit the grounds immediately, get to shelter, get to a vehicle or a permanent building. Now, during this announcement, people watching the flyovers come over the National Mall and the monument as America celebrated its 250th birthday. You can see people exiting through the gates right now. They said that they would bring updates on the 250 social media pages. But for now, we're just waiting, watching everybody exit this premises, and we'll be here to see when or if they're able to pick up the activities for the 4th of July.
It's all bullshit. Let me tell you something. It's all bullshit.
Okay.
What I wanted to see there is someone with the guts and devotion to Donald Trump to say, we got a big thunderstorm coming in. We got to show them how much we love them. We got to get up on that Ferris wheel, up in the top cart, and fly our MAGA flag high. Stand on top of that Ferris wheel if you can, right? That's how much you love Trump. That's what you got to do. You're going to run. Your leader's going to speak at 1 a.m, and you're running away. The people who stormed the Capitol?
No. Stay in the fight.
These are the descendants of the insurrectionists, and they're running away. God, how
from
far
the
they've
weather.
fallen so fast.
No.
Wasn't
all, but buddy, it wasn't all bad, right? Like, listen, I want to get to something that was actually pretty cute and pretty cool because it had nothing to do with Donald Trump. I believe it was part of America 250. It was the tall ship display this weekend because, like, I was shocked. I just assumed nobody was going to take part in anything, and I get on prior to actually doing the show, and I'm listening to you and Sorrentino. Come on, Mike Sorrentino, Sorrentino Productions, waxing poetic. Waxing poetic about the tall ship display. You guys were all glued to it. There you are, Sorrentino.
Good morning. Our guys here, our guy, Mike Sorrentino, Sorrentino Productions, who does all of this.
Not to be confused with Mike the Situation Sorrentino.
Thank you.
Not to be confused with the Jersey Shore Mike Sorrentino.
I don't have the abs.
A better,
I have the production.
More able Sorrentino. But one thing I imagine you were both deeply inspired by is the Amerigo Vespucci as it came up the Hudson River. But you, Mike Sorrentino, your digital company, did the digital media for the America 250 for the tall ship parade up the Hudson River, which doesn't happen very often. I think it happened on the Millennium. Happened on the Bicentennial. Happened for the Statue of Liberty, or the occasions that I recall this happening. And this was a big tall ship parade. And these are some of the most beautiful ships in the world, and you covered this coming in. So what was that like?
It was remarkable. I mean, this is just some of you see the Spanish ship coming up. This was one of my favorite moments of the whole thing. You've got this beautiful ship. The weather hit right. The winds were hitting, and they were able to kill the engines and go completely under sail. You can even see how much wind they're on the tilt that got that strong tilt to the side. It was beautiful. And honestly, when we do production and we do video and things like that, we're doing a lot of corporate. We're lucky enough to work with the Save America movement to do the Liberty vans and to do this kind of work, which is definitely the most meaningful, I think, in my career. But this Sailforth 250 has been one of those things that I'll always think about, The
Spanish ship, all the sheets are down. Beautiful, beautiful. What else do we got? What other ships did we see?
So we've got
the Eagle led the parade.
The one that leads all these things, the USS Eagle. Proud to say I have a nephew on board that bad boy, or that lady. All these ships are now on display in New York City, throughout the harbor. They're actually on Friday, on the 10th. They are going to be racing. All of the Class A tall ships are going to be racing from New York to Boston. which is going to be an amazing thing. Steve, I know that the Vela you have a personal attachment to.
Yeah, this ship represented the British Virgin Islands. My son crossed the Atlantic on this as part of the Seamaster program, and sailed from the British Virgin Islands to Rome through the Azores, but big crossing on that ship across the Atlantic. When we saw the pictures of the Eagle, that was a war prize. That was a Nazi ship. It was seized after World War II, repurposed, rechristened, and it became the training vessel for the United States Coast Guard, a goodwill vessel that sails all over the world, a symbol of the United States, an undesecrated symbol, unlike Air Force One, now the Qatari jet that Trump.
Do you think the Qataris would give us any sort of tall ship too? Maybe.
Maybe.
And I know we both love this one, the Vespucci. I'm biased because it's Tarantino.
The Vespucci, the Italian tall ship, that's the most beautiful one in the parade. Just stunning.
Yeah.
Stunning. Just works of art. If you look at it up close, it's just astonishing, the detail on it.
You know, it's one of those times where I really felt a nonpartisan vibe here in New York City. Everyone is just really America 250, not an event that was hijacked by partisan politics. This really sailors coming in and out, talking to the people. And one of the things that I have to say that it really showed a lot of goodwill between countries, right? The French did the beautiful flyover. Let's see if I could pull that up, and it just really everyone coming together, and it goes to show we should treat our allies like they treat us.
You know, and it's interesting, right? Because we're talking about some of the good parts of this week. Obviously, we laughed at the fireworks and the display from the last 2 weeks and the fact that no one came out in D.C. But, Mike, you're bringing up a really great point. And, Steve, you know, I know you're stateside right now with family. There's still a lot of goodwill this weekend, right? There were still a lot of really cool things that happened in and around the United States. It just wasn't happening in D.C., which I find interesting. Like, Mike, you make that distinction. You're in New York City. You've got all these ships from around the world, and it's almost like it is a silo in and amongst itself, where the rest of the allies in the free world are carrying on with traditional programming around America's birthday, which is really cool to hear, because the vacuum of information and misinformation, disinformation all sits around DC and the disaster which was America 250, which was a complete and fucking utter shit show. But, you know, watching these pictures and seeing these, you guys get together and talk about this, knowing that there were people who were probably, Trump voters, you probably had Democrats, you had GOP guys who were just boat people, who just loved the Navy, who loved the history of sailing, loved the history of how America became what it was and the allies that fed into who it is. And it all started on the sea with the French giving their Navy to the United States so that you could be an independent country back in the 1700s, right?
Yeah, and you know what else?
The 4th of July, I was going to say, the 4th of July was celebrated in millions of parts and in hundreds of thousands of places all over the country. And I think the most spectacular celebrations, the ones we'll remember when we stripped Trump from his deranged spectacle in D.C., is the celebrations that took place in New York City, spectacular fireworks, the tall ship parade, and of course Boston. And I maybe we have a photo of the Constitution, and I want to just share a story if I could. You know, the United States is a seafaring nation, and we were a naval power long before we were a land military power. And that's the oldest active duty vessel of the United States Navy, the USS Constitution. It's one of the original ships of the Navy, and it was created by the Naval Act in 1794. And the ship was personally named by George Washington. And when you think about the names of the ships, It was an important event.
Well, let me
And Washington asked for a list of recommendations, but he personally
look, Dirty, this is the rub. MAGA is not a conservative movement. They're fucking just like oligarchs. They are transactional. They're not conservatives. Trump isn't a motherfucking conservative. And the silly Jewel, all I have to say is that this war manual you're talking about, they don't teach it. It's probably just up. It's probably just up on a website for people like you. You don't learn. I don't even know how to describe this, but I know that you must have floated this silliness in front of other naval officers or army officers. Did they shake their heads like I'm shaking my head at you? And by the way, I've been to Gitmo. Not that it really has anything to do with your point about Gitmo, but you don't know what you're talking about. You really need to stop this bullshit. Okay. I don't know who trained you to spout shit uncritically, but I'm a critical thinker. I know you have no clue what you're talking about and you're just sputtering. I need you to understand that this is a safe space. You can learn stuff here, but you spouting out like this is like your home base. You just spout shit out and people have to just go, oh, it's Jewel. Nah, it doesn't work here. I know stuff. I know stuff you don't know. And it's very obvious that you are just, it's that struggle logic bullshit. You're used to dealing with YNs like Latino, like CM, like John Galt, like Leonard for sure. That dude is just a freak. You're used to dealing with, oh, hey, if I say it and it gets a laugh, then it becomes the truth. We don't work like that over here, man. We like to know our shit. So, I mean, we love you here, Jewel, but relax and tell us what you know, not what you found on a DOD website for no apparent reason. Were you thinking of joining the military? Why the fuck would you even know this, for starters? And once again, who gives a fuck about a DOD website? They don't teach that at the war colleges, ma'am. They don't teach the DOD website to future officers, ma'am. What in the fuck?
made the selection for these ships, these fast frigates. And what you're looking at in that picture is America's first advanced technology. There was no other ship like this in the world. And it was able to compete against the biggest battleships of the French or British fleets, but it was much faster. And it was entirely American made. But the names of the ships tell us something about the country. And this was the first thing I ever wrote about at the Warning, because at that time, 4 years ago, and the Warning just turned 4 years old, there was a woman captain of that vessel, the Constitution, again, an active duty naval vessel of the United States Navy. And it was brought out into Boston Harbor. But those original ships that Washington picked, the names of the ships were the Chesapeake. And the Chesapeake, of course, was the bay on which the Potomac River fed into, on which Mount Vernon rested. But importantly, it was the site that independence was won. And blockading the British fleet, of course, was the French Navy, our first ally, as the French ship comes to represent in a tangible, real way, that connection between us. When American soldiers arrive on French soil in World War I, they march to Lafayette's grave, and the colonel commanding says, "Lafayette, we are here." The second ship and the third ship and the are named for new institutions that don't exist before the United States is born. One of the ships is named the Congress. One of the ship is named for an office that hasn't existed before, the president. And we think about this desecrated presidency today. One of the ships is named for the new nation, the United States. And the last ship, the surviving ship, is the Constitution. Undefeated in 37 different naval engagements. And that ship, at various points of our history, has fallen into great disrepair. It has been saved by the penny contributions of America's school children. But it says something in the 250th year that the oldest naval vessel in the American fleet, the most powerful in the world, is one of the 6 original ships personally named by George Washington, undefeated in battle, the United States ship Constitution. And so when we think about this holiday, we should remember that what comes next is a great test. But there is another celebration ahead. In 2037, the U.S. Constitution is going to turn 250 years old. And we're going to get another shot at this. And we should think between then and now about how to amend it, about the laws that will need to be passed to stamp out the American fascists that suffocate its malice, its hate. And when we think about the Constitution in Boston, we think about Trump's degeneracy in Washington, we got to think deeply about the meaning of the Nazis marching there this weekend, and this duality that has always existed, has always been front and center in the contest that has always raged in America between who we said we are and who we are.
Well said, Steve. You know, it's interesting you tie all of that together and open up that door to, you know, what we should be celebrating, and where, you know, America's 250th was celebrated in and around the United States in a regular patriotic normal fashion in these microcosms. But again, going back to DC, where nothing was normal, nobody showed up for America because it wasn't about America. It was about Donald Trump. And so you had those regular actors show up. And, you know, we talk about that clash between fascism. Those fascists that showed up were these guys called Patriot Front, which is an adjacent white nationalist Nazi movement, extremist movement, which basically holds, you know, between 18 and 35-year-old young, angry incels, gets them all dressed up in these white masks. And they paraded around D.C. chanting, you know, liberty, life, love, blah, 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 blah. But really, the entire purpose was to make everybody feel really fucking uneasy. And none of this happens if Donald Trump isn't the president. They didn't show up for America. They showed up to swear an oath to their mad king, to their fascist leader, to their Goebbels, to their Hitler, to the guy that is going to get rid of every person who isn't the same color as them, every person who has come from a different country to experience the American dream, no matter who they are and what they do, how good they are, how bad they are. They hate everybody because they ain't white and they ain't American. And what we saw this weekend wasn't just upsetting, and it was typified, I think, and I think a really great way to, you know, kind of send this home to people to get them to understand how off-putting this was. There's a picture that was taken, it's got to win a Pulitzer, a picture that was taken of a young African-American woman riding the bus, and there she is on the bus with all of these incels, all of these, I'm going to steal the word, all of these white nationalist pussies.
Can we zoom in on that? Can we zoom in on that? You have to see her eyes. And
yeah,
this is an astonishing photograph.
Mm-hmm.
Astonishing photograph.
Mm-hmm.
Really is.
What is it?
Surrounded
What do you?
by Nazis on the 4th of July, on the 250th anniversary. Well, as Mike pointed out, right, this majestic fleet that celebrates America's values heads up the Hudson River, and wow, unbelievable.
Yeah. But this is a, and keep in mind, I mean, not only is this an affront to, America's values on the day that America celebrated, ending the Nazi threat in Europe, ending the Nazi threat worldwide with the allies who did show up, specifically in New York and Boston and a few other countries. We're seeing not just the embrace of fascism and the Nazi movement, we're seeing it manifested through things like this, through the Patriot Front. And one of the things that I want to ask you, I mean, Donald Trump is setting up, and you saw it in his absolutely disastrous speech at Mount Rushmore, where he is going to paint everybody as fascist or communist. And Doug Burgum this weekend with Dana Bash, I got a clip, I want to play it for you, found a way to explain this away under the text of free speech. And there's a legitimate discussion there. But there's also a door opening to the gaslighting of Americans into accepting this as part and parcel of who America is. If we can play that clip for Steve, I'd love your thoughts on this when we're done. This is Dana
Several
Bash.
hundred masked men belonging to the white nationalist group, the Patriot Front, marched with Confederate flags.
We know from our very founding that this was something that divided our nation. 85 years after those brave patriots signed the Declaration of Independence, we fought in the bloodiest war America's ever fought, the Civil War. And it's in America, free speech is allowed. And this is by the whole spectrum of things. I mean, we're a country where someone can run and be elected saying that they're a communist, but yet this is what our nation has stood against and fought for, because we're about life and liberty. We're not about death and tyranny, which we know communism has brought across the country, and across history. So there are plenty of things in history, and those things can pop up. But the good news is these small things, I think, are the rare example.
Will you recommend to the president that he condemn this group and what they were trying to message, what they did try to message here in Washington?
Well, there have been, Nana, part of my response to that is that there are protests on the mall that people say things that I think are irreprehensible about President Trump, and yet they're allowed to go on because of free speech in our country. And so this is something, but you've seen President Trump. I was with him in North Dakota. I was with him at Mount Rushmore. I was with him
white
last
nationalism. It's, as you said, a part of America's history that still has pockets, but the fact that they were here in Washington on such an important day, I do want to move on.
But I do think, again, I mean, there are people that are saying death to Israel and death to America. I mean, this is part of free speech in America. They can say it, we can object to it, but it is something that comes with free speech in America.
I want to ask you about the reflecting pool.
A lot of heavy lifting there for Doug Burgum. Steve, your thoughts?
I understand. Well, first off, I want to say something about Dana Bash. She's one of my favorite people that I've ever encountered in my many years involved in politics as a journalist. I think she does an exceptional job. I think she has a hard job, and I don't mean in any way to criticize the interview by omission, meaning to take away from the things that happened in the interview that were important, I think, to observe and to see by focusing on the things that were not in the interview. So when Dana says, okay, at the end, right, I want to move on, I objectively do not want to move on. I want to stay in this space. And I would love to be able to have a conversation with Doug Burgum in this space about what I think is a more important issue on the face of it than the free speech issues. And his sophistry here in his moral degeneracy. I want to talk about, but the first thing I want to say is when he talks about that we had a civil war that begins 85 years after the Declaration of Independence, after the Constitution, after the founding of the country. I'd like to ask him just rather directly, does he consider Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson to be patriots? How does he see the world? What about Nathan Bedford Forrest? Now, language matters. I understand what white nationalism is, and I understand it by category. But it's like calling a frog, right, by its Latin scientific name. It's just easier to call it a frog. These are hate groups. That's a Nazi. That's not a white nationalist. That's a neo-Nazi. Right? A neo-Nazi, just like the old Nazi, is a Nazi, so we can drop the prefix. Right? The Klan is a terrorist group. And that's what Ulysses Grant fought in the 1870s. This is what marched by the hundreds of thousands in the 1920s. And so these are the masked terrorists, the descendants of the great American viruses, cancers, and they should be called as such. Now, one of the difference between the United States and Canada is we have a First Amendment. And I'm a First Amendment absolutist. And what does that mean? What that means is accepting that the ACLU was 100% right when a Jewish lawyer defended the Nazis' right to march down Main Street in Skokie, Illinois, per capita the home of the greatest number of Holocaust survivors in the United States. And Governor J.B. Pritzker tells his story better than anybody. Maybe we can insert it at the end of the show, where we can talk about it on another show about what ultimately happened on the march. Now, Burgum refuses to condemn the Nazis on the basis not of their evil, but because he finds other speech offensive. Now, anybody with any moral center should be able to condemn a Nazi as supremely evil and necessary to condemn. Well, I think common sense suggests that you don't have to speak out and condemn, particularly if you're a high government official, every noxious statement. But the problem with the entire interview is the omission. And the omission is that marching for Trump, incited by Trump, their cause is the American fascist cause, and the American fascist leader is Donald Trump. And Donald Trump has inspired every Nazi in this country. Donald Trump has inspired a new generation towards Nazism. He's given a Nazi a seat at the table, whether it's the great replacement theory, whether it is the virulence of the rhetoric, the dehumanization, the lies, the conspiracy. Stephen Miller is a Nazi. And these people are marching for Trump. And that, as a political matter, is what matters in the debate in July of 2026, 120 some odd days out from a great national election where the question on the table is whether we put a check on this guy or not.
Mm. Mm. Yeah, you know what, and I want to lean into that political aspect of it too. You know, you bring up the moral aspect, but there's a political strategy here behind the effort to hold the door open for these guys in under the term free speech, right? Like that's what Doug Burgum's doing, but he's also leaning into the political aspects of why these people are being sane washed, why Patriot Front is being just talked about as, hey, listen, people can scream about how much they hate Donald Trump on the National Mall. These guys are allowed to be here too. Now, and I'm also a free speech absolutist, and you're right, Canada's got the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, so that's not allowed to happen. If that hate speech ends in some kind of violence, all those guys get charged. It's a very different set of circumstances. We can talk about the merit of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms versus the First Amendment and what the first paragraph in each one of those documents means to each country and why we're talking about this today. But I want to lean into the political aspects, and I want to go back to Mount Rushmore, where the gods were crying that day, my friend, where the hailstorm started and Washington and Lincoln and everybody was crying and Donald Trump had to wait to give a speech. But in that speech, he really echoed what Doug Burgum said there, you know, and he did it several times, because I think when you got a 31% approval rating and you know you're going to get wiped out in the midterms and you've got nothing left to campaign for because you just changed the terms of service of your promises in the election and you turned on the people and you just decided to stuff taxpayer money in your pants. Everybody hates the man. So what's on the agenda for 2026 in the midterms? He birthed it this weekend at Mount Rushmore. It's we have to end the communist threat and the Marxist threat. And then you listen to Doug Burgum go on and on about the communists on the mall, and they're the equal and the opportunity equivalent of what we just saw with Patriot Front on the mall as well. And so now we're having a conversation here about, you know, how does this play out in terms of this being an election strategy for Donald Trump? How does this play out in terms of this being the only play that he has left, which is, okay, this is McCarthyism. Like that's where he's at. He's down to, you know, running the McCarthy playbook back that he learned from Roy Cohn back in the day. That's what I think. That's what I see. I could be wrong, but I'm hearing it in what Doug Burgum's saying and holding the door open for these incels and Nazis from the Patriot Front. And that's the political aspect of this, I guess. And I'd love your thoughts on
I think Donald Trump against the recessive side of American extremism. That's what he's going to do. The far angry left that is clear that it hates America, that 9/11 was America's fault if the American government didn't do it. And fascists and communists always find their way to one another.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in America, looking at every Democrat and calling them a communist is not going to work. Is not going to work. I was asked a question the other day if I could name a Democratic centrist, as I'm here in New Hampshire, and I responded to the person who asked me the question. I said, "What?" And proceeded to name 40. And I said, should I keep going? Right. And so each party, right, we should understand something about, and this is not a political issue, this is a media issue. Why is it, right, that Nancy Mace is a household name, but if you're smart and able, you're not? It's a freak show. It's a freak show. And so he's going to run against the most extreme candidates emerging out of Democratic primary processes, mostly in districts that are plus 60% Democratic districts. And the same people who said, defund the police, and if you say reform the police as opposed to defund the police, you can't be with us and we're going to judge you and cancel you. Hold that a set of issues are popular when there's no evidence to suggest they are. And you look at the polling, and what the polling says, as unpopular as Trump is, and this is incredible to me at an emotional level, but I accept it at an intellectual and empirical level, is that the American people think the Democratic Party is more extreme than the Republican Party. Right? Mind fucking boggling. Right? I mean, you talk about a political failure, but there you go. And so in 2010, the Republicans nominated candidates who could have won their races in the states, but ultimately lost because the voters looked at them and said, these people are nuts. And you look at Maine, right? Again, I'm happy I don't live in Maine, and I won't be voting in Maine. But if Graham Plattner falls short,
well, I think he's basically going to fall short. Rokana, Ryan Gallego, apparently Bernie Sanders is said, "Hey, you need to drop out of the race." He's not gonna run, and Democrats trying to do the Trump game. We're not good at that fucking. I think you can actually be like me, dude. I will cut you with words, but dude, you don't have to be a fucking, tattooed, horrible man to be mean and be cutting, dude. What were Democrats in Maine thinking? We're gonna have to take this one on the chin, Democrats. And quite frankly, this is why DSA, the left wing of the Democratic Party, they obviously have bad judgment. They're gonna have to take this one on the chin. And so it goes, it is politics. Oh, by the way, Jewel, I don't know what the fuck you think you're doing, but I know what that little frog thing is. I will ban your ass from this channel if you keep doing that white nationalist shit. Keep that over in your house. You don't come over here fucking doing that MAGA shit. Ma'am, you should know better. I run a free speech outfit, but I'm not a free speech absolutist. This is my house, and you need to treat it like my house. Be very careful, ma'am. I love you, but I'm not going to let you shit in my atrium.
are we going to say it was an unwinnable race? What about when everyone was shouted down who dared to say that Joe Biden might not be up for the race? Are we going to do that again? In opposition to this? So what Donald Trump is going to do is do what he always does. He's going to try to find a target. He's going to try to stigmatize the target. But I think that his target is a small part of the Democratic Party, right? Not the ascendant part of it. I think there's deep anger in the leadership of the Democratic Party, and I think that anger is earned and deserved at people like Chuck Schumer. And you'll see that play out in this Michigan primary now. And the question in Michigan is, Dr. Abdul El Sayed wins that race and loses the general election. What will that say? What will that say to the far left? And so I think if you look at what Mayor Mondani said in New York on July 4th, is it falls squarely with deeply American tradition. It's clear to me he loves the country. It's clear to me he has a philosophy about what's best for the country. It's clear to me that he cares about people. He's a threat to anything I care about. But I got a big problem with somebody who looks at my disabled father who spent a month and a half on the 9/11 ground zero pile and says he deserved it. So you look at across the country, right? We're in a big tent coalition, right? And I think centrists have to appreciate that there's going to be some candidates that are outside our comfort zone on the left, that together we stand stronger. And I think that people that fall outside of line. I think that there are left analogs to Nick Fuentes. And I don't like those people anymore. And to any person who says, right, no. I didn't become one of the very, very few people who didn't get in line with the Trump stuff on the Republican Party to get in line with the most obscene stuff on the left of the Democratic Party. And so I think Donald Trump's strategy is not going to work, but it's going to work in a couple different places. Right. And one of the things Democrats need to do is hedge their bets. And that means going after Lindsey Graham hardcore because he can be beaten. Right. And you got to pick up another seat somewhere because there are some vulnerable challengers in a general election sense that are going to make it through the process. But that's not an indictment on the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. That's a message to the leadership of the Democratic Party by Democratic voters who says we're sick of your bullshit. Because here's the deal. We wouldn't have had a Kristi Noem as Homeland Security Secretary or a Pam Bondi as Attorney General if Bernie Sanders was the majority leader of the Senate. Right. So the progressives are where the fighting energy is from. The centrists are where the appeasement energy is from. I'm a centrist who stands with the fighters. And I'd like the fighters occasionally to recognize they need to stand with the centrists in order to defeat this.
Yeah, it's
maybe
interesting.
there'll be less appeasers.
Yeah, and then that's the institutional aspect of the Democratic Party, but it's an institutional aspect of every 250-year-old business that wants to maintain power, control, influence. One thing I think that we can all agree on, too, is and it doesn't matter who you are or where you're from, is that we're seeing that inability to mount any kind of legitimate fight against Donald Trump because they are so broken, because they are so feckless, and
well, apparently nobody is going to hit this panel to entertain me. Oh, Sin, you are so judgmental. So we'll listen to this. I hope I was hoping Jewel would actually come up, but see, Jewel is this weird passive aggressive. She only likes to come up and match wits with someone who's going to defer to her white womanitude, probably like her man, and I don't. I yield to no one, least of all an uneducated woman like her. I think she's smart. I think she's great, but she is not educated. And I don't yield to stupid white people. I don't yield to stupid black people. I don't yield to stupidity at all. And I don't care if it hurts your feelings. Don't come into my chat talking bullshit or typing bullshit unless you want your feelings hurt. Feel your way in and listen more than talk. And Jewel, for some reason, somebody told Jewel that she was smart. And she was dumb enough to believe it. So there you go. A monster was born.
And going back to the Patriot Front guys being allowed to march on the mall, that's because the Democrats have no fucking idea what they're doing. We shouldn't be here, to your point. And then you think about what ICE did over the past few days as well, right? They didn't take a break during the heat. 10,000 people rounded up in just a matter of 2-3 days this week over the weekend. And all of those people that joined ICE, I shouldn't say all of them, many of them come from places like the Patriot Front, come from places like the Proud Boys, who are allowed to operate in the open because there is no justification from any kind of centrist left or any kind of law-abiding party that has the ability to say this is not allowed. These are Nazis. These are fascists. Terrorists. These are hate groups. And most of the people that are actually involved in ICE now are coming from that white nationalist / Nazi side of the equation, whether it's the Proud Boys, whether it's ICE. And I was talking with Ken Harbaugh a while ago, and he said, hey, listen, membership into the Proud Boys has plummeted. Membership into the Patriot Front has plummeted because all of those guys have found a way to join that club on behalf of the state, and it's called ICE. They also get $50,000 to join. So that's where they've all gone. But watching that happen this weekend at the same time we're watching these Patriot Front guys roll around, it's one and the same to me. And it's one and the same statistically to guys like Ken and anybody who knows what the recruitment process is in ICE. And to that point, at Delaney, if you remember the Delaney Hall incident several weeks ago, 3-4 weeks ago, the protesters that were there were from the Proud Boys. They were protesting, people that were protesting for human rights, basic human rights, food, water. People were being tortured at Delaney Hall. And the Proud Boys showed up to say, hey, fuck you guys, actually protesting for decency. We're here to protest on behalf of the state. And we want this. We want migrants to get hurt.
Pieties. He broke the United States Senate, the world's greatest deliberative body. He's a feckless appeaser. Who enabled Donald Trump, one of the great cowards in the history of the country, and whatever his state is, his legacy is about to be etched in stone and granite. One of the great villains in American history, and he's not alone. And on another matter, depression, right, is not a magic card that relieves you from dereliction of duty. And so Tom Kean, first person who really ever inspired me in politics was his father, the great moderate governor of New Jersey, Tom Kean. This is his son who's fallen far from the tree. We got Thurgood Marshall's kids on the board of the private prisons. Meghan McCain is a rotten apple. Robert Kennedy Jr. another, and you can go through Bill Pulte, right? Nepotists,
Uday and Kusay,
and so this guy is the son, and he disappeared. He hasn't voted in hundreds of days, and people are like, "Well, where's the congressman? Where is he? What's wrong with him?" Right? Yeah. People are genuinely worried about him. Right? Well, what's wrong with him? Where are you? Why can't you do your job? And so he reappears, announces he has depression, and goes to a big-time fundraiser. Are you kidding me? Right? If you can't do your job, then don't run for it again. He's obviously not able to do the job. He's as unfit as Fetterman. Right? We can get rid of Fetterman, not this year. Right, but he'll go down in 2028. And the question, right, for Democrats, right, around the country is like the stakes are too high to live in any type of fantasy. Yeah, I want the most able candidates running. wherever that may be, who can win elections, have good judgment, have the capacity to exercise it, know when to exercise restraint, know when to stand up for something. But to the point of the Nazis and everything we're talking about, working backwards from that moment when Democrats are in charge with a Democratic president, a Democratic Congress, right? Every single one of these thugs with a badge and a gun who went through their 47 days of Trump training is done.
Mm-hmm.
Put your badge in the box on the left and your gun in the one on the right. Thanks for your service. Get ready for the investigations. Do you have an attorney?
Watch the mail.
Right? You know, and the federal government pivots immediately to a massive cooperative investigation with state agencies about the abuses of liberties. That's what needs to happen. Right? And when it comes to, I don't want to be talking about the Qatari plane, but the reason I got to talk about the Qatari plane is because Trump flew to South Dakota on it. And that requires now a Democratic candidate to say he's not going to keep the plane. I can't hear any of you. And while you're at it, he's not going to have an arch. He's not going to have the ballroom. None of this is going to endure. Again, I can't hear you. Right? And so the tides in this boiling ocean of discontent in the Democratic Party that's bubbling in anger at their feckless leadership is manifesting it in a way that candidates may be produced who are spot on about the fecklessness, don't have the profile in any given congressional district or state to give us the best chance of winning and beating the MAGA candidate. And by saying us, I mean all good Americans who oppose this. Right? We got to have a lot of tolerance for disagreement in our ranks.
Well said. Steve Schmidt, The Warning is where you can find Steve, and a good place to end it, I will say, as a quick caveat or a bonus at the end. The one investigation I am looking forward to is why Mitch McConnell's wife decided to peace out to China to meet with the number 3 guy after spending 25 years married to the dude while he's in a vegetative state and nobody knows what's going on. I mean, there is a lot to unpack there. Is she a red sparrow, the Chinese version of a red sparrow? Is she an Asian?
Wow,
I mean,
she still looks good at
like, who leaves her
65,
husband
though.
when looking like, turtles down, baby, turtles down. And she's like, I'm going to go to China.
Well, I am going to have to call these two out. The dude is probably not going to make it through this experience. Not sure I'm comfortable, even though, they are, anti-Trump, anti-MAGA. That's a little too far.
Yeah. It's swung all the way around. It's that horseshoe theory, right? The extremes, they kind of meet at the end when you get that crazy at the top of the horseshoe, then you go to the end. It's all the same thing to that point. And that woman from Progress Toronto, to your point, big fan of Iran, huge Ayatollah fan. Yeah. You got a lot of those.
Like Ayatollah fan. I mean, I listen, I was against the Iran war. I predicted we would go to war. I predicted we would lose the war. I predicted, along with Malcolm Nance and Ken Harbaugh, on every Sunday, the entire duration of it, every bad thing that would happen before it happened. But I think we all agreed is when the Ayatollah got blown up, it was like, good job.
No one was too upset. Somehow a lady in Toronto was, though.
Anybody who's mourning the Ayatollah, right? That's telling you we got to be against Trump. When the Ayatollahs killed 35,000 young people, right, and beat women and abuse them and they'll execute them and hang them, say they didn't wear their hijab correctly, or excuse me, and you're a progressive. You're not a progressive. Right?
Yeah, woman.
You're a fascist. And again. And I tell this story. Maybe someone will eulogize me someday telling this story. The man who interrogated Adolf Eichmann 20 years after it was asked the question, hey, any takeaways from the experience? Yes. It's given me my faith in democracy because there are Adolf Eichmanns everywhere. They surround us, but they're harmless in a democracy. But they become deadly in an instant in a dictatorship of the left and the right. So whether it's the fascists with their burning cross, right, some far left communist, right, with their little red book, right, they're as equally deadly, right? And Trump's scaremongering is not new, right? But there are some of these people, right, that are fellow travelers with the Ayatollahs, that are sympathizers with everything that we disagree with. And just because they hate Trump doesn't mean we should like them.
Yeah, well said. Make that distinction, folks. It's not difficult. I want to quickly, before we go, bring back Mike Sorrentino, Sorrentino Productions, who unceremoniously we dumped to get out of the tall ship conversation because we had to move on to, the reflecting pool and the fireworks and all the lovely things that we mocked today. But Mike, great job. You're going to go cover some tall ship stuff again today. You excited? Yeah, and it was really nice. It was really nice talking about the good things that happened this weekend for 8 minutes. Right?
I took a ferry in from New Jersey on yesterday morning, and on the ferry I was talking to some of the crew because I had a T-shirt that said "Sail Forward," and two of the crew members were just talking about how amazed they were at seeing the tall ships and speaking to sailors, and one guy said, this.
It's the doors open and Lincoln
All
walks.
right. Well, they're going back. Now, I have to say,
in
these
Roosevelt,
are just beautiful.
and they're all waiting.
Look at
they're
that.
all waiting. And then Washington walks in.
Wow.
And Washington sits at the head of the table, this great situation room in this heaven, looking down on Trump's spectacle. And he says, we're going to fuck it up. Right. we're going to march on Trenton tonight. And we're gonna annihilate it. And there they did it, right? And there's just no greater fitting metaphor for this apocalyptic type storm. The total incoherence of the response, the empty pictures, the raging president. You captured it all so brilliantly in writing as you left. Right, a documented digital record for the absurdism, right, of what should have been this magnificent celebration. And it was everywhere except for one place. And in that place, the nation's capital, we should have all looked at it and said, we got to clean this up. We have to sweep this out. We have to cut this cancer out, and these granite monuments, which will endure for generations past this moment, will be vivid reminders for us about what's wrong with him as we clean it up and root it out and continue to wonder why no Democratic leaders in that Congress who are in the leadership have any capacity to speak out against in clear terms all the wrongs that are going on day by day. Right, we'll continue to wonder why that is. Well, while we know that soon we're going to have a check on him, but we hope those people have the capacity to exercise it.
Perfect summary and a lot of hope from Steve Schmidt there. He is The Warning. Give him a follow today. Subscribe at Steve Schmidt. The Warning right here on Substack. You can also follow him on YouTube, The Warning on YouTube. That's Mike Sorrentino, Sorrentino Productions. Thanks, Mike, for taking care of us as always and for the tall ship hope that we have today. That was awesome. Really appreciate it.
I'd love to just add that, for those who are watching, you may have seen me looking around. It's me controlling the show. And I also want to say for the folks that are watching us, when we're streaming the show, we're reading the comments, we're listening, and I just hope that everyone out there knows that this is a two-way conversation, and we've really been enjoying it. So,
good. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, always.
All right. Well, I am going to bore you more, if that is totally possible, by listening to two historians, both of them relatively famous, Joanne Freeman on the right Ted Sturmer on the left, and I don't know where they are. Somewhere between New York and Boston, but they're going to talk history. And the link is posted if anyone wants to come up. I'd be watching it. Might as well watch it here. And let me also talk some shit to my buddy Horsey Boy. Dude, you and Jewel are kind of the same sort of people. You're too clever by half. Jewel thinks she can fucking come over here and talk like retarded shit about history. Like I'm supposed to, and then she gets kind of like very rhetorically belligerent when I call her on it. She gets in her little Karen feelings. I bet her real name is Karen. She calls herself Jewel of Aquarius. I am taking bets. Her real name is Karen. And when a black man who is sure of himself, unlike her little younger, her man is young and black, dude, she would never survive like a black man who can fucking tell her you sound like you're a fool. He probably does things that you know what? I don't even want to go there. She's got a little baby boy. She might as well have gone to where is it? Gambia? Like one of those grandmas who goes to Africa to hang out. It's like the white version of how Stella got her groove back, but in Gambia. that's what Jewel has here. So, she's got a little boy that will do and listen and probably do all kinds of rubbing her feet and all this stuff. I was married to a white woman and we were equals. And you know what? I'm not that much into followers and leaders and all that bullshit, but I'm just that kind of personality. When it comes down to a decision must be made, let's clear the decks. I've made the decision for better or for worse. And you know what? Sometimes my wife knew a topic or a situation better than I did. I'm like, hey, you take charge. I'll follow your lead as long as I agree with your lead. Most of these YNs have no clue what it's like to even be in a relationship with a woman who is smart and competent. It's not about competition. It is literally about doing what is best for the family. And men don't have all the answers any more than women do. Too many YNs, too many old YNs on this channel just want to talk shit. And Jewel might as well be an old YN, to be honest, because she talks much shit and cannot back up one fucking fact when she comes here. I have no clue why she keeps trying. And here comes 12th man, probably talking some shit, and I have to bat him down. Or maybe it's Jewel disguised as 12th man. Who knows? What's up, Jewel?
I'm not Jewel. Come on,
You're sure? You're sure?
You seem to be having a good old time. I don't mean to interrupt you.
Oh no, I'm just kind of sitting here. It's 10:21, and just kind of enjoying myself. You're right, but hey, you're welcome to come up here and have a good time too.
Thank you very much.
Let me talk to this idiot Palomino Ricky Z. I think skinheads and Pepe are not racist. Well, you know what, Palomino? They may not be. Let's just take your word for it, but you fucking certainly are. You're racist as fuck, and you're not that bright to begin with.
I see you on other channels being racist as fuck. You are like, it's a racist like free for all when you start typing in John Galt's chat. Dude, you are ugly racist in John Galt's chat. I fuck, dude, y'all don't think. Oh, by the way, as near as I can tell, I'm unblocked in John Galt's chat. So I'll be over there fucking with you a little bit, Palomino, you racist bitch. Dude, you know how ruthless I could be. And son, I will stomp your little racist ass and laugh when I do it. And who knows, I might just go up with Be Brave and John on their panel and roast your racist ass while you're in John Galt's chat. Remember the old days, Ricky, when I used to roast your dumb ass? We'll do it. We'll do it on the old stomping grounds. Son, you're a fucking racist and you're dumb as well. I've seen you in other people's chats. I'm in a lot of chats and people don't even know I'm there. I watch you, Ricky. I watch the shit you type, Ricky. You're racist as fuck. So why do you think you no longer have a wrench? I'm not letting a racist like you fucking have power in my chat, bitch. So there we go.
Thank God I'm not a racist.
You're welcome. We'll get to you in a minute. Palomino, you're welcome in this chat, but the minute you start annoying me, mods don't even bother with Palomino. I'll take care of it myself.
Want me to time him out?
Hold on. I'm not going to be like fucking knightish and ask the mods to take care of Palomino. Dude, I'm going to zap your dumb ass myself. You are in my crosshairs, bitch. You best be nice. Don't be a racist. So what were you saying?
Well, I was wondering if you think Democrats have a communist problem in the Democrat Party.
I do not.
With these insurgents, they're anti-Semitic, they hate Israel, and they want to tax everybody to death.
12th man, you sound like an uninformed MAGA voter.
Well, I gotta admit, like, I've been watching Katie Wilson in Seattle, and she's a known Democratic socialist, and she's kind of grown on me a little bit, Stanley. I gotta be honest. She's all about the interest of the Northwest, and then I was watching another clip a while ago about Governor Mike Dunleavy and Dan Sullivan investing all these hundreds of billions of dollars into the port of Alaska. And of course, Jaber's right up the road from that. So, and investing all kinds of money thanks to Senator Dan Sullivan and Lisa Murkowski for pumping all this money into the state of Alaska and repairing our ports, because we are one of the most strategic states on the planet.
Okay, can we go back to your original point about Democrats and the communist problem?
Sure.
My answer was no. There's no communist problem.
Well, they have more Habibs, towel head wearing motherfuckers.
Okay, well, let me help you out here. When you ask, do I think you're a racist? Yeah, that towel head shit, that's pure racist.
Well, you're not a towel head.
You literally are using racist slurs. How are you not a racist feeling comfortable using racist slurs like
Well,
towel
it's
head?
different if they're Turkish.
See, you literally are as dumb as Jewel and Palomino and all the other usual suspect racists. See, you want to mask your racist behaviors in humor. The joke is, well, Stanley, if you're not a towelhead, why do you care if I call someone a towelhead? Well, let me tell you why. Because it's racist, and towelhead to me is like the N word. Don't fucking use racist slurs on my goddamn panel. Is that understood?
Okay, so towel head
Of
isn't allowed.
motherfucking any sort. Oh, see, you, the simpleton, thought when I said don't be a racist on my panel, you thought it was just anti-black racist. But other types of racist behaviors, other types of racist slurs were okay? Is that what you really thought?
You think Muslims cutting the heads off
I
of
don't give
children's
a
okay?
motherfuck. Okay, see, look at you trying to move the goalpost, bitch. Don't use racist slurs of any sort for any type of skin color, culture, whatever. Don't do it on my panel. Is that understood?
Do you think
Okay,
throwing
bitch. Let me
Iranian gay
drop your
people
dumb
off the
ass.
roofs?
Let me drop your dumb ass because apparently your brain is so fucking soaked with alcohol, you're not understanding plain English. Do not do that racist shit on my panel. Just don't be a racist and stop asking me dumb questions.
Is it okay for Iranians to throw gay people off of buildings?
Once again, the dumb fucker. I gotta be racist, or I don't have a topic. I get drunk and I gotta use towel head. Ooh, I gotta be racist. Ooh, I gotta be racist. I gotta be racist somewhere. Bitch, find somewhere else to be a racist. Surely there are other panels.
Well, God bless
Now
you.
you wanted
Anyway,
to talk about me having fun up here. Well, dude, your racist ass is ruining my fun.
my bad.
Yeah, you're bad. Oops, I didn't mean to be a racist. Really? You're 54 and you Jesus Christ, dude, do better.
That word don't even mean anything.
It does. It is a racist slur, you fool.
Racist. That's racist.
Oh, I use towel headed. Oh, that can't be racist because I use towel and head into a black man. Well, Stanley, you're not a towel head. How do you know it's racist? Dude, you and Jewel are two dumb white people who do not understand that black people can be smart and smarter. Okay, you and Jewel literally are the same kind of white trash. Stop that bullshit, dude. White trash is white trash. Trash of any sort is trash. Stop acting like I am going to go along with your white trash bullshit. I don't let black people do it. I'm sure as shit not going to let you do it.
What is Plattner? Is he white trash?
At least Jewel had the good sense not to come up here and get her little white ass spanked. At least
What is Graham Plattner? Is that white trash?
It's yes. Trump is white trash.
Well, he's the president, so
He's president white trash. Y'all elected white trash into the White House, trash in, trash out.
well, we'll see in 2028
Who gives
how
a
the little
fuck, dude?
communists come along.
It is 2026. Stop telling me that it's going to be 2028. Bottom line is we need to deal with the here and now. And the here and now is I'm tired of this low class, low budget, low intellect, racist bullshit that people want to bring to this panel. UCM and many, many others. Jewel, all those dumb fucks. Dude, I am happy that no one comes up to this panel, or they rarely do. And look, I love you, 12th man, but dude, don't bring that racist shit up here. You know better.
You were happy to support Graham Plattner until he was accused of rape,
you dumb
right?
ass boy.
Even though he had a
Let
Nazi
me put your
tattoo.
dumb ass back, because you and Jewel makes dumb points and she isn't even drunk. How would I support Graham Plattner, idiot? I live in Georgia.
Your whole party was behind him.
My whole party. Oh, we all think alike, don't we? Oh, dude, do you know how dumb you sound?
So you're more the Hakeem Jeffries type of Democrat.
I'm more Stanley, and I call dumb. I call trash. And thank God I don't live in Maine. I'd have had to find another candidate. He lost me with Nazi tattoo. You don't recover from Nazi tattoo. You're trash.
Yeah, and you can't cover it up.
There is no coming back from Nazi tattoo. And by the way, because you obviously had passed out and didn't hear my point about this is why DSA is not going to be able to do a Democratic Party takeover, because they make bad decisions like Grant Plattner. Dude, that was a horrible decision.
Because he was a Marine and had a mustache that he was a shoo-in. And, well, at least, you're right, at least Susan Collins isn't a MAGA tard. But, at least she's stable,
Yep.
She doesn't have any anything like that on her record. She's a very stable woman. So, and then in Alaska, Stanley, we have a decoy Dan that's going to be on the ballot.
I don't.
Again.
Do we really have to talk about Alaska politics?
Yeah, a little bit. Can we?
Okay. Well, you tell me about it. I know nothing about it, but let me address this comment and compliment. Look, King Picks, it's not. We watched at the beginning of this show Coleman Hughes interview Cornel West. And Cornel West is like the perfect blend of book knowledge applied to real life. And, I'm older than most of the people, that tend to run through this chat and panel. Looking at my demographics, I'm at the upper end. I have learned how to take my book knowledge and be successful applying it to life. Dude, I retired at like 55.
I think I know a thing or two about life. I think I know a thing or two about a book applied to life. What the fuck do you think critical thinking is? It's taking everything in your tool bag and applying it to the problem at hand. Palomino Ricky Z can make all the encyclopedia jokes that he wants. Bitch, my parents bought a set of encyclopedias when I was like 8. And me and my sister had the privilege of pulling them off the bottom shelf of this great big bookshelf my father built for my mother. It wasn't standalone, he built it into the wall. It was literally, and it's still there. Those encyclopedias are still there. Next time I go home, I'm going to pull one of them encyclopedias and I'm going to go live, and you and me are going to read an encyclopedia for real there, Palomino. Motherfucker, I've been reading since I was like 3. I've read more books before I was done with high school than you've read in your currently pastured, corralled life. I know my shit. And not only that, I am a naval veteran. I've been in a war. I've done some deployments. I've been married. I have raised a son in the third best engineering goddamn school in this blessed country, Georgia Tech, motherfucker. And he scholarshiped his ass into it. I've done shit you'll never do, Palomino. All because of my encyclopedia
Amen,
knowledge.
Stanley.
You
Preach it,
motherfucker,
brother.
I've done shit, Palomino. I know Palomino's probably in his 40s. this motherfucker hasn't even had kids yet, let alone have a date. dude, dude. Y'all keep sleeping on me being 61. I've done more than most people in these YouTube streets. Sorry. And I don't feel the need to teach your dumbasses. I teach only those who are worthy. As I said, I don't debate. Dude, I only debate my equals. All others I teach, I take that seriously. And you know what? It's not even my job to teach. Son, stop worrying about me, Palomino. Dude, whether I'm encyclopedia smart, whether I'm whatever smart I am, bitch.
Stanley, I nominate
I
you to
am
take
I
Mitch
am I
McConnell's
am
place.
I am Stanley, bitch. You'll never be me, Palomino, on your best day at your apex of life. You'll never be me. Now, maybe you'll be you, but so far, I just see some dude who's a transhuman horse whinnying nonsense about frogs, no less.
So,
let's
Stanley,
talk about Alaska politics.
who do you think would be Mitch McConnell's replacement?
I honestly have no clue, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be a Democrat. Want to know why? Want to know why? Now, I
want to hear.
I actually haven't looked up Kentucky, like how they replace senators, but Andy Beshear is their Democratic governor, and I suspect he will be able to appoint a replacement. And he's not going to appoint a Republican if he's a Democratic governor. Anything else?
Well, that's probably a pretty good chance. So that's flipping one seat, I guess, if they vote for him.
Okay, you're not quite understanding my point. There are some states, I don't know if Kentucky's one of them, But there are states where if a governor, if a senator is deceased or quits, the governor can appoint. There doesn't have to be an election. He can appoint.
Right.
So
and then they have to have a special election.
A Democrat is not going to appoint a Republican if he has the power to appoint. Again, I don't know, and I'm not going to bother looking it up because I don't care. But there's a reason Mitch McConnell hasn't quit already or didn't retire already, because probably a Democrat would replace him and probably do a better
Well,
job.
I'd rather get someone competent in there, regardless if they're a Democrat.
Cares? You're not a. Let Kentuckians worry about it. I don't know why either of us would actually worry.
Because we're talking about the Senate majority, Stanley. Like they were weak in the recent
session. Let me put it to you this way.
McConnell
Let me put it to you this way. Susan Collins is probably going to wind up keeping her seat. And okay, I need you to stop with all the exclamations and all that bullshit. The Democrats going one up in the Senate currently, it's not going to change anything. It'll be 48 Democrats. It's not a problem. It's a non-problem. Anything else?
Yeah, we have this one candidate being investigated by the FBI in Alaska named Daniel J. Sullivan. But when he filed for office, he initially filed for Dan S. Sullivan, and then had a Democrat strategist design his website and everything. So he's under investigation by the FEC and FBI. So you can forget about Mary Peltola flipping the real Dan Sullivan seat. Yeah, we're gonna keep that. He brings money home to Alaska. We love him for that. And Jaber Air Force Base is gonna be the most strategic Air Force base on planet Earth once they're done with it. And then they're bringing a micro nuclear reactor, and it's going to power communities all around and provide lots of power for the Air Force Base and all of that. So it's quite the project. And then we have spaceports up here too, which is always watching everything. Gotta love those satellites, Stanley.
It just sounds like y'all are in good hands up there.
Yeah. A lot of professionals. Unfortunately, I've seen a lot of emergency vehicles going by on the way to the store today, and hopefully it wasn't too bad. And then there was a trooper going by about 100 miles an hour. And so I thought, oh man, what's going on? Hopefully everybody's okay. There's been bad reports around here on the beach. A dad got so drunk on the beach, they dip net the salmon out of the mouth of the river down there, and and you can camp out. And he was passed out, and he had two toddlers running around unsupervised, drunk, passed out in his tent, letting just his kids run loose like that. Fortunately, there were good Samaritans that kept the kids safe until troopers arrived.
I see. So, this is almost like are you old enough to remember a Prairie Home Companion? where at the end of the show, Garrison Keeler would tell stories about Lake Wobegon, his quote hometown or something like that. You were telling us the local news, and it sounds so homey and down to earth. So thanks for that. Can we watch these two historians?
Appreciate it.
No problem. So let's hear what Tad Sturmer and Joanne Freeman have to say.
Here we go. All right, here we go. So I'm gonna send you.
Oh my lord.
Okay. I can just send it to.
Well, they're at some bar somewhere, probably maybe in New Haven or something. So here's the deal. They're both historians. Joanne Freeman is like a veteran historian, very famous, teaches at Yale. Sturmer just has a book out called A Resistance History of the United States, which I bought, haven't had a chance to read just yet. It came out, I think it was, it was actually in June. I just haven't had a chance to read it. So they're going to talk history and probably current politics. So, people hit the link. I don't particularly have an agenda. I'm just curious to be a fly on the wall in this, listening to this conversation.
Yeah, you got to get closer.
That's fine. Yeah.
MOT.
Cool.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
How are you? Oh, I'm
Good,
just
man.
up here, just kind of hanging out. Good to see you.
Oh yeah, same here, man. Same here.
So,
What's up, MOT?
have you been listening to any of this show today?
No. I just had, got off from doing some work today, so I seen you was on, log in. Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm so glad you came up. Let me tell you the highlight of this show, and I will put the link in the back. You know who Coleman Hughes is, right?
Oh yeah, man.
Well, guess who he decided to interview?
I thought it was like a Cornell West or some shit that I was going to tag you into. Like I didn't listen to it. I didn't listen to it. But as soon as I saw it, I thought of you. I thought of you. I'm like, damn, Stanley gonna like this.
I watched it. It was a little bit over an hour. I opened the show with it. Let me tell you something. It was motherfucking Schoolhouse. Dude, Cornell West started saying, well, hey, you're a Columbia philosophy major. Let me tell you he didn't say this exactly, but it was insinuated. This is what you should have learned. And then he started going into the schools of thoughts and analytical philosophy. Oh my God, dude. It was Cornell West. I can't remember the name of the book. They teach a philosophy book that Cornell West wrote 30 years ago. Dude, He's actually, we know him as he is now, but he's actually like a philosopher. He's written like a seminal. Dude knew John Rawls. He knew all these Harvard like philosophers. He was colleagues. He taught in the same department. And this little Columbia philosophy
I'm
dude,
surprised you don't
oh my
have his
God.
every book, Stanley.
Well, you know Cornell West, so he's gonna be humble. He's a master teacher. He didn't lose his patience. Dude, you gotta see it. I'll drop the link in the back. And you gotta listen, dude. This little boy, and I don't think he learned anything from it.
Why would
But
he
you
even
know
allow
how
that to happen, though? Why would he even allow it to happen?
because he doesn't know any better. Dude, he's been do you remember a few years ago in Glenn Lowry and John what's his name, McWhorter put his dumb ass up to this. Coleman Hughes has been a protege of Glenn Lowry and John McWhorter since he was like a junior in college.
Yeah,
they treated him like an equal, well, like a protege. Oh, they just gave him, dude, this dude actually thinks he's smart. And there have been a couple interviews he's had where he's just gotten slapped around. And all I have to say, you may or may not remember, he tried to go after Ibram.
Yeah, I do
Kendi.
remember. Yeah, I do remember.
And Kendi, now I have to say, Kendi's not the most articulate, but dude, that motherfucker can write a book. I read what was the National Book Award winner? I can't even remember it now. I'm doing a old man brain fart. But dude, I read it. That shit, it deserved the National Book Award. That shit was excellent. But he got put up like some BA degree Columbia philosophy major, and he kept trying to, I challenge Ibram X Kendi to a debate. And dude, Kendi just went, hey, fool. Now, I don't know. I might have been tempted just to get up there and destroy this little gnat. But Kendi, again, he's not the greatest debater, but the dude can obviously write. And then, up at that center he started, I think it was at Boston University. Oh, Glenn Lowry and McWhorter were gleeful because it was like that there was some mishandling of money or, oh, yeah. He's going down now. Guess what? Kendi's still there. Dude, they figured it out. Nothing to do with Kendi.
I knew it had nothing to do with him. I knew it had nothing to do with him.
No, he was managing it, but he's still there. They figured it out. Now, there was some mishandling, but it wasn't criminal, and it had nothing to do with him. Dude, he's still there. McWhorter is a jealous bitch. McWhorter hates Ta-Nehisi Coates because Ta-Nehisi Coates is just simply a better writer.
He'll never go up against. He'll never debate him. Oh, no issue.
Oh, well, let me tell. Well, back in the early days, because I've been watching Glenn Lowry. I've known about Glenn Lowry since the early 90s. But the Glenn show, McWhorter and Ta-Nehisi Coates, back before Ta-Nehisi Coates got really famous with that book about his son, and I can't remember the name of it. McWhorter and Ta-Nehisi Coates used to, you go out on YouTube, there are a couple, maybe 2 or 3 shows where they're actually, on a panel talking back and forth to each other. And then Ta-Nehisi Coates blew up, and John McWhorter has never gotten over it. And then Ta-Nehisi Coates got that endowed chair at Howard. Of course, dude. That is one jealous. Dude is a girl, to be honest. So anyway, I'm kind of, talking about fucking idiot Glenn. Now I still like Glenn Lowry. He got the shit. He got reminded he was black by the Manhattan
Yeah.
Institute.
Yes.
Oh, that dude was so hurt. I could see it in his face. Hey, Glenn Lowry, you might be an MIT trained economist and a professor, practically a professor emeritus at Brown, but dude, you're black. Let us remind you, it's our money. You can't be doing what you want to do with our money, son. So other than me being silly, what's been going on?
Oh, nothing much, man. Just been enjoying this good weather. Yeah, everywhere. We're going up to places
Well,
I
I
normally
know
don't
it's
go
been
to.
hot a bunch of places.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Good driving weather, man.
Oh
Normally,
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
tornado. Not really been a tornado season. So it's been going good, man. I've just been writing a lot lately about the series that I'm putting together about
Mhm.
like black conservatism, and it isn't political, obviously. And my actual premise is that most of these people like things the way that it is. It has nothing to do with whites. They don't want the responsibility of society or fixing society or anything else. They just want to lean on the Democratic Party to kind of do everything for them. And if they don't, they'll just feign like they're going to leave and go somewhere else while living in all these liberal areas. And I need to go over like how the educate people do, or like the the black pessimist is a BS argument. How like non-capitalists, especially non-capitalists with lots of education, like Jared Ball, is full of shit. No actual pathway to success. And a lot of these people like things the way that it is, man. And it's sickening and it's sad, but it's true. I mean,
MOT, what
I've
about
never
all
been
the
able.
FBAs voting from the couch? I mean,
oh, I,
they're not
oh, I,
voting.
no, I mean FBAs are not real people. They're not real people because they're not a
I've
part of
never
the
been
process.
able.
They're not
I've
part of the
never
process.
been able to figure out that Jared Ball crowd. I actually this is maybe 3 years ago now. I still listen to Jared every now and again. I've never talked to him, but probably interacted in his chat a few times. I don't get that black radical stuff. That Abu is it Abu Jamal? I can't remember his name. I watched Margaret Kimberly talk to Gerald Horn yesterday. Uh, that Black Agenda Report crowd. I've never been able to figure out where they're coming from.
No, I mean the
Glenn
thing is
Ford.
that they want to rage without responsibility of fixing anything. Like they know what all the problems are, but when it comes to taking any type of tangible step of fixing anything, they don't want to and they can't. And they love the position of it, the way things are. It's just like you just brought up with the FBA thing. They don't have any. They don't have any type of investment in society. Their only investment is if somebody else do the work, we're going to take the
Mhm.
credit because we held their feet to the so-called fire. And that doesn't make any damn sense. That's not how things work. That's not how things get fixed in
Oh, they're not
society.
problem solvers.
Oh, of course not.
Least of all in their own lives.
I mean, they have solved their problem by moving to liberal areas. At least they can
Well,
problem solve that
that
far.
is so funny about Jared Ball. He used to make jokes because I haven't listened to him like a whole show's worth. They used to do a morning
show back when they were they're Black Liberation now, but they used to be Black Power. I think it was
Yeah, yeah,
beating
yeah.
them. I used to listen to their morning show all the time, and
Man, that
almost
morning show
every
was
morning.
good. It's
It
just that,
was.
but when it came down to, okay, the what next, now that we know all these
Right.
things type stuff, it's like, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute.
Yeah,
These
but
people are smart enough.
this dude is a professor at Morgan State,
That's what I'm
and
saying. It doesn't make sense.
he makes jokes about living on the tree-lined streets of, I think it's Howard County. Dude lives in the suburbs.
Of course he does.
Dude,
Raging against
tree-lined
capitalism.
streets. And his wife, his wife, his wife is I think she's from the Dominican Republic. And from what I hear, she's like all that. She's like really smart, really accomplished. So he can be that radical Black professor. She's a lawyer, like some high-powered lawyer. So, dude, he's like one of those old school, it's almost like white. Dude, you know what?
It is.
He makes a nice salary being a, tenured professor at Morgan State. But dude, you know, his wife makes more than he does. Dude, I wish it could be me. I would love to just fucking read books and do nothing but spout on YouTube.
Yeah,
He's living
fucking
a great
stupid.
life, but stop acting like you're down with the people, dude. You're not one
That's
of
the
the
thing I
people.
don't understand. It doesn't make any sense.
Dude,
It's just like,
that motherfucker wears cardigan sweaters on Christmas Eve.
yeah.
the ugly Christmas sweater. Dude, that's not down with the people.
Well, have it either one of y'all ever listened to Black Alpha Network and what he has to say and
Oh
how
shit.
I
all
never heard of it.
these
No, never heard of Black Alpha Network?
Black Alpha Network? Yes, sir,
Wow.
MIT.
No, I've never heard of it.
Yeah.
No, I'll look at it. I'll look
No
into it.
kidding. You haven't. Oh wow.
No.
Yeah, it's a
And
whole thing. And that dude, um, hey, drop his channel in the back chat. It would definitely be worth you watching. I watched like the
he
10 minutes. I'm like, nah, dude's not my cup of tea.
he roasts motherfuckers.
Nah, I don't think so. So
I
drop
think
that.
Black
that's
Alpha
what
Network.
real Black Americans think, like Black Alpha Network, like he thinks.
Really?
That's what I think. Most Black Americans probably think more in line with him.
Okay, and
And
you actually think most Black Americans from what standing? What's your standing in thinking that?
from growing up in Memphis, like I lived around
Okay,
Black
so you
people.
grew up in Memphis amongst Black people and you think you know Black America? Dude, I grew up in Black parents. My mother's like a Savannah State graduate, Black parents, grew up in an all Black neighborhood. And even I, uh, when I say how Black America thinks, I actually hope and I bet I do, but I rarely think that Black people don't think like this unless it's like something obvious. I don't even think I know what all Black people in America think. And I am from the deep South. Like when people say Black people um, are this way, because a lot of the old YNs on YouTube want to talk for Black people. And
They
Oh
don't
yeah.
talk. I literally told Nitish this morning I'm blacker than him by far because I know what black people are. I've seen Nitish, I've seen my mother, I see my father, I see me. Dude, I know what black people can be. I know the ups, I know the downs. I'm way more blacker than someone like a Nitish because I've lived black culture. I've studied it. Dude, I was reading Du Bois at like 10. My mother was a huge Du Bois fan. I was also reading Shakespeare. Dude, ain't nobody gonna go, well, Stanley, you don't sound black or you ain't black. Dude, Nightish, and I'm picking on Nightish here, and I shouldn't do it, but Nightish tries to pull that black card bullshit with me. Dude,
Like
I don't
like
even
what?
need a black card. I am black.
What do you mean the black card bullshit? Like, what are you talking about?
No, dude, if you've ever heard Nightish and me go back and forth, as a matter of fact, let's have a look at some of this. I was on Nightish's show this morning, and as a matter of fact, I was lurking in the bushes, and you won't believe this. I was looking up the word vicissitude. Because I read it in a book and couldn't remember what it meant. So I'm
I was
looking it up, but I typed it into the chat instead of into the browser. So anyway, so they knew I was there, and it just kind of went, from there. I had a good time, but
I was smoking weed with black people when I was 10 years old, but the worst
what is that?
thing
What
I
does
ever
that mean?
smelled,
What does that
the, the
mean for
worst
someone
thing I
like you?
ever smelled was chitlin. When I was
Yeah,
in
what does
their neighborhood,
that
they were
mean?
cooking chitlins, and
Is that
man,
supposed
that
is that
turned my stomach.
is that supposed to mean something?
You never
That means they
smelled
didn't cook them right.
chitlins?
No, no. I mean, that means they didn't cook it right. You're supposed to soak them in vinegar to kill all the bacteria and the fecal matter in the actual intestines and stuff. You're not supposed to just pull them out and clean them and that type of crazy shit. Like, nah, man, that's what vinegar's
Hey, let me show you something
Uh,
right quick. So Chocolate Earth and her cohort have decided to do a ladies' night show. It's called Join the
for.
Ladies Cam Up. We gotta
Oh
watch
my
this.
god. Oh my god. It's gonna be a bunch of dumbass dudes who jump up there and turn it into Delta November night. I bet.
Oh no, we gotta watch it. And I know I don't think she'll mind if I watch her live. She was just up on my panel a little earlier. And she said that she was like getting made up and all this. Chocolate, there is no way I could ever. She just does it for me. But like Chanel, I think is a moron. And I don't even know what to think of creative. She came up to defend Chanel on my panel once, and it was just like, you know what? You need to just,
Creative is the creative solutions person, right?
yeah.
Okay.
I don't even know what to think about her, other than to take it easy on her, because I honestly don't think she's all there. I'm like, she just seems very fragile. So look at these YNs. And you know what, MOT, you're a veteran. Is this the right thing to do? Because
What's the right thing to do?
if I watch their show live, that means people won't go over there. I can understand why people might get upset. Um,
What?
well, Chocolate, I don't think she'll mind, and she's not monetized. Um, you know that thing about, well, hey,
if everybody's watching it on your show, they're not going to come to my show, increase the numbers. If I'm monetized, you're kind of taken away.
I think that's the opposite of the case. I think that's the opposite.
Yeah. I actually had DJ Witch Doctor once like come into my chat because I used to watch like John Galt's lives. I used to do it all the time. He
No way I can do
came
no
and
DJ Witch Doctor shit. There's just no way I can do that. Not doing
but
that shit.
I'll make my apologies to Chocolate later. And by the way, y'all, y'all subscribe to Chocolate's channel because she's just wonderful. She just makes me happy. Damn it, she makes an old man happy. And then look at these YNs here. So they're gonna just cam up their chins. They have no goddamn balls. Dude, I hate motherfuckers like this. Dude, you're gonna half-ass it. And Simon, I like Simon okay, but god damn it, dude. This is just sissy shit. Cam up, bitch.
I am just sick of the whole. I mean, because all of it's just pandering to these stupid fucking idiots anyway, man. I'm just over it. I'm over the relationship shit. I'm over the baby and I'm over the trying to get the attention of dudes that you ain't trying to fuck with type shit. It's predatory. It's stupid. It's keep these dudes in high rotation, and everybody's pandering towards the same crowd of idiots. And I can't deal with it anymore. I can't. I mean,
I don't know. I'm on the fence though. I think they're just having, and again, I'm going to just like, I'm going to
no, but this is the social club because like a lot of these dudes can't go anywhere and socialize. So this has been the closest that they ever could come to socializing with women, period. Is to do it online. They don't have to risk anything. And it's, I understand the attention. They're motivated and moved by the attention type thing, but I just can't. I can't deal with this type of stuff anymore. I think it's beneath me to even watch it, but I get it. I understand it. I just don't engage it. Period. I mean, because I came from a time period where, I knew what this stuff was about, and I just don't want to deal with that class of people again. I just want to raise the level of conversation so that way I could just socially isolate those people so that way they can fall back into those environments.
I don't know. Well, it's so funny. You remember Lupin Rigging? You and Lupin just made me feel so guilty because I like to do both. I can talk Edmund Burke, but I don't mind getting a little bit ratchet. So I can do both, but I had someone today come into my chat and start talking nonsense about the pilgrims were here to escape Catholicism.
What?
Dude, I just
what?
Dude, I just beat the shit out of her. It was like, what? Oh, dude, it was just hilarious.
What
Dude,
in the coyote meat from Thanksgiving was they talking about?
Well, let me tell you something. And this is how I assessed it. It's Jewel of Aquarius. You may have run across her somewhere. But let me tell you something. Jewel of Aquarius is one of these white women, and there are many. There's Ryan Bardwell. There's a class of white on YouTube that love hanging out in these black spaces, and
Yes,
it's kind of like the fucking Jim Crow days, because a lot of these blacks are stupid. They're uneducated. They just fucking have no clue half the time.
So these whites will go in there and they feel superior.
They are
You know,
superior over these type of people. They are.
but the deal is then they run across me. Like Jewel probably thought that if she said something like, oh, you know, the Pilgrims were running, the Puritans were running from Catholicism, I just go, well, yeah, that's right. Fuck, are you fucking kidding me? Dude, I went first through 12th to Catholic school.
Never heard.
It's like, really? No, see, she honestly forgot where she was. Dude, the Puritans, there's a whole Maryland. Were the Catholics in Maryland running from Catholicism? Was Virginia founded by people running from Catholicism? The Puritans were oppressed by the Church of England. God damn, dude, did she really think I didn't know this?
But the average kind of person in that space would never even think of the end, period.
Well, all I can say, because I've known Jewel for years at this point, I don't know what she was thinking. Dude, this is American history. Well, you don't, she literally said this, well, you don't know European history. I'm like, well, you don't know it well enough because I just destroyed you on they ran from Catholicism point. Dude, it's like, and you know, my whole point is that this space.
I can't believe a person would say that.
Oh no, she thought, oh, she probably really believes that. Or she thought she did. Oh, well, the Puritans were against the Church of England because the Church of England, they thought that there was too much, you know, Catholic elements to the Church of England, etc. I'm like, but that's not Catholicism. Catholic elements in the Church of England, that's not Catholicism. That's elements of, you know, dude, they're fucking Anglicans. Really, the only dude is Robin Williams called them. It's Catholic light. It's very Catholic. It's just the priests can get married, and there's some, you know, Holy Ghost issues. This is what happens when stupid people try to be smart. And I love Jewel, but dude, stop trying to sound smart about shit you don't know. And honestly, if I don't know it, I never go out on that limb because, dude, a lot of times people ask you questions, they know the answer, they just want to see what you say. My father used to do that shit all the time. Dude, I was raised with, dude, if my father asked you a question and you don't know the answer, or he said, hey, have you been doing XXX? Dude, you better fess up because he doesn't ask you questions if he doesn't know the answer. Dude, he knows you did it. He just wants to see if you're going to lie. And you know what? I did the same thing with my son. And he learned, dude, do you really think I'm asking you a question I don't already know the answer to? Dude, I love that shit. So anyway, I'm rambling.
I remember my dad thought he was about to tear in there because we had broke one of the windows in the actual bedroom, and we were so accustomed to lying about shit that we had did. And then we just told the fucking truth, and he was so dumbfounded that we just told the truth. I mean, because we used to lie about like the simplest shit to get our ass beat for it, but once we like, no, there's no way we did this. We fucked up. We know we fucked up. He just sat there like, you son of a bitch. You told the truth. This is the day I was looking forward to beating all your asses, and now I can't do it because you told the fucking truth. What am I going to do with you, kid?
So funny. What? You told the truth on purpose.
Oh,
I mean, because you
that
know he
is
didn't know how to do
hilarious.
window work, and he had to pay somebody. So I'm like, you know what? I'm about to enjoy myself with these fucking kids. And then we just told him, like, yeah, we broke the window. Just looked around, he walked out of the room, walked up to my grandma, like, did these kids just tell the truth? They broke the window? Did you tell them to do this? Went to my grandfather, did you tell them to say this? No, none of them kids lie about everything. My grandfather's like,
Oh,
are you sure they told you the truth about breaking the window? Are you sure?
damn, that's a movie scene.
Yeah.
Dude is already taken off the belt.
He already had it off and everything, put his suspenders, because you know when it's ass whooping time, he got them suspenders on, he took the belt off, got the suspenders on, it's time to go to work, and we just fucking told the damn truth, we just ruined his whole day.
Damn, MOT. He had to put the belt back on.
Yeah, put the belt back on and took the
Oh, that
suspenders
is
off.
funny.
Threw
That
the
is funny.
suspenders across the room because you could not believe that we told the truth about that window. And it wasn't like half didn't because it was everybody got the ass. Somebody fucked up, everybody got the ass. Because you know some people were like, oh well, you know I wasn't in the room. It's like, nah, y'all getting your ass whooped anyway. No, you did something. I missed something. That's why this shit's happening. Yeah, but we all just told the truth because you know there's always a person who don't tell the truth, and we all get our ass whooped anyway. But we just kind of just no, this is what happened. He just looked around like, son of a bitch, you fucking animal. He was even more mad that we told the truth than the fucking window got broken. To be quite honest.
Well, what I mean, in the end, I mean, I would think actually he would appreciate it.
No, not that day.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, because he was so used to beating everybody's ass because, you know, there used to be, you know, sides, oh, it ain't my fault, or I wasn't around, or, yeah, no, everybody comfortable. But because it's everybody's responsibility to make sure that everybody stay the fuck out of trouble. That's the generalized rule. Everybody's responsibility. Yeah, and we all just told the fucking truth because we was all in the room at the time, too. Because you know, people would think that, oh well, you know what, I'll just say I wasn't around and I don't know what happened. That's usually the person who got their ass whooped first, is not knowing what the story was, but taking a side as if you don't know what the story is. You already heard the story. Yeah, man, my dad was, ooh, he was mad. Oh, he was pissed off. And guess what? In true form, somebody lied about something else. We end up getting our ass whooped anyway, just not for the window specifically. Which he was looking forward to. But yeah.
All right. Well, let's see what these ladies have to say with two just weirdos. Now, again,
And these are weird men. They are weird men.
I like Hustler too. He's a good guy. He's a good kid. Simon is just weird. He is his own thing. And like I said, he's funny. We actually, you know, we get along, but damn, dude. These are three women, and essentially what they're trying to do is create a female version of the manosphere where they get two goofballs up here and abuse them like they think men are abusing black women. And to King Pick's point, I did get tossed off that panel because Chanel started talking bullshit and I just started doing ad hominems on her. She wanted to start like acting like she was some medical professional. And I had to tell her straight up, you're just a social worker. You don't have like some sort of psychiatrist. I basically told her you're not a psychiatrist. You have no expertise. You're just a social worker.
a medical social worker or whatever. Dude, that means nothing to me. Fuck, I'm probably more qualified than you are just having like a bunch of biochemistry classes. I guarantee you I've had more biology classes than she has. I mean, senior level biology classes. But this is them. Like this is their version of ladies' night. And it
And
may
it's
be
super.
amusing.
And that's why I stopped watching most of the women that's kind of ancillary around the space or whatever, because
Yeah.
I can't fucking do this. Like you gotta stop using these people as free attention. You have to stop it. You're abusing the shit out of these fucking dudes. You have to socially isolate these punk motherfuckers so that way they can grow. If you keep using them for basic fucking attention, then nothing's ever gonna get fucking fixed.
So let's listen to a little bit of this. And again, it's fun. I guess they're having fun, but they're not
No, no,
pulling.
no.
They're not
They're
pulling.
having
They're,
fun. They're having
they're
fun.
not pulling. They're not pulling high quality gentlemen up. They're pulling Simon and
They're not.
Hustler.
They're not
Hustler.
trying to. Hustler and Muscular. I could guess. I guess that's the guy's name.
Hustler and
I'm not.
Muscular. It's some sort
Yeah.
of a run. But dude, they're not pull. Who are they? They're not even pulling like they're. All I have to say in Chocolate, I simp for her. However, these are the two gentlemen, and I would
I mean, but
actually
they will
go
jump
up
up
there.
on anybody's panel as long as it's women, though. Which I just find awful fucking strange after being in the manosphere 7 or 8 years that he is still jumping
Well,
up on these women's panel. It just
I
God.
hopped up on that panel. It was on Creative Show. This is Chocolate's show, but look, if Chocolate's up on a panel, I'm just gonna go because I
No, no,
love
no.
talking.
She's a fun woman to be around. Like I
Right,
get her.
but the
I mean, like
creative
creative
is
solutions.
kind of
I don't
quiet.
have too much. No, I don't have too much experience with
Chanel
her.
Chanel is a problem. It's hard to believe she's married. She, for some reason or another, someone told her she is smart and beautiful, and she believed it. She's not ugly, but she's not all that. Not to be talking smack to me. And she really she came up to my panel once, by the way, because the first time I encountered her, we kind of got along. So she came up to my panel, but she started being Chanel, asking me like questions like I didn't know what the fuck I'm talking about. And I had to put her in her place. I'm like, ma'am, I don't just talk shit. Even if I'm wrong, I have at least what I think is some sort of basis for my opinion. Almost everything I say is grounded in something, even if it's just anecdote. But I try not to do that. And she wanted to act like Chanel, and finally she got frustrated and left because I don't back down. Honestly, I don't back down on other people's panels if I think I'm right.
I mean, but you have to realize that in most of the society, the only thing you have to do to a guy is just bark at him and he'll bow down immediately. And then women
You
get
really?
accustomed. Hell fucking yeah. Even online. Yes. Yes.
I don't know.
Yes.
I mean, some of these guys, like, I don't know. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I don't really see that. Now a lot of these panels tend to be all male. And
Yeah.
most of the let's look at DJ Hamp's panels. When he has those
Oh god.
relationship panels, most of those women might as well be the men because they don't, women who actually have like any sort of like opposing opinion, they just kind of get beat down. Most of the women who go up there, Fatty is another one. Most of those women are kind of on board with that manosphere bullshit.
You're breaking up a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm in the mountains. I'm gonna have to roll out because I'm about to go into Cheyenne area, and I know you won't be able to hear me at that point. So let me get up out of here. All right.
Okay. All right. Well,
All
good
right, cool.
good talking to you.
All right. Yeah, same here, man. This Wyoming sky is amazing. At night, you
You
see
know
all the
what? I've
stars. It's
never been.
great.
I'm jealous.
Because there ain't no factories out here, so there's no light, and it's uninhabited most of the
Smog and
state. So
yeah.
no noise pollution, no night light pollution. I mean, you have like the satellites above like the base or whatever, but other than that, just stars. It's amazing.
Yeah, well, I've been at sea where there's nothing.
Oh yeah,
And it almost looks like you can reach up and pull down a star.
I'm telling you, man, it looks just like that.
Mm-hmm.
Idaho has some places like that too, up in the high desert or whatever. But yeah, it's really
Mm-hmm.
nice. All right, cool, man. All right, man. All
All
right,
right,
12. You have a nice
MOT.
day.
Salute.
All right.
You too. Well, you know what? Let's see. Where am I? I'm at 6.5 hours and 9 viewers. I wonder if I should not just go up there. This is Chocolate's channel, so I'm not really. You know what? Let's go over to Chocolate's. You know what? I might as well cut up there. I'm a few beers in. So let's see here. Now I know I'm going to make them nervous if I go over there, but I'm going to do it anyway. Let me drop her channel into the chat. This is Chocolate Earth. I'm just going to call it CE. That's her show link. And I'm going to head over there and we'll see how long I last. So everyone have a good night. I enjoyed it. Before I go, and I'm probably just going to go over there and man bash with them. So we'll see how it goes. See y'all tomorrow. You know what? Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, may not do a show tomorrow. I have a chore I need to do. And if I do a show, it's going to be kind of late. But we shall see.